Chapter 41. Madame and Mademoiselle de Villefort had gone to a ball together, having failed to persuade Monsieur de Villefort to accompany them. After their departure, the public prosecutor shut himself up in his study, as was his custom in the evening. He sat down before a pile of papers which would have frightened any other man, but which, in ordinary times, would hardly have been sufficient for his robust appetite for work. This time, however, the papers were only a pretext. Villefort had not gone into his study to work, but to reflect. After he had locked his door and given orders not to be disturbed for anything except a matter of great importance, he sat down in his armchair and began to think over once again the events of the last few days which had filled him with such somber anxiety and bitter memories. As he sat there trying to reassure himself, he heard the rumble of a carriage in the courtyard. Then he heard footsteps coming up the stairs, accompanied by sobs and lamentations. He unbolted the door of his study, and a few moments later an old lady entered unannounced, her eyes swollen from weeping. "Oh, what a terrible thing!" she said. "I'll die too. Oh, yes, I'll certainly die." She sank into the chair nearest the door and burst out sobbing. Villefort stood up and ran over to his mother-in-law, for the old lady was Madame de Saint Méran, his first wife's mother. "What has happened, madame?" he said. "What has upset you like this? Isn't Monsieur de Saint Méran with you?" "Monsieur de Saint Méran is dead," said the old marquise dully. "Dead? Dead so suddenly?" stammered Villefort. "Yes. Carried away by a stroke of apoplexy that was fatal almost instantly. I can no longer weep. I suppose that at my age one has no more tears left, yet it seems to me that if one suffers one ought to be able to weep. Where's Valentine? I want to see her." Villefort thought it would be terrible to tell her that her granddaughter was at a ball. He said simply that Valentine had gone out with her stepmother and that he would send someone after her immediately. "Hurry, I beg you, as quickly as possible," said the old lady. Villefort took her arm and led her to her chamber. "You must rest now," he said. Then, while Madame de Saint Méran knelt, praying from the depths of her heart, he himself went to bring his wife and daughter back from the ball. Valentine found her grandmother in bed. Silent caresses, painful swellings of the heart, choked sighs, hot tears, such were the only recountable details of her visit. Madame de Saint Méran, overwhelmed by her grief, finally succumbed to her fatigue and fell into feverish sleep. A glass and a pitcher of orangeade, her customary beverage, were placed on a small table beside her bed. She was still in bed when Valentine entered her room the next day. Her fever had not diminished. On the contrary, she seemed to be in the grip of a violent nervous irritation. "Oh, grandmother, are you suffering still more?" asked Valentine. "No, my daughter, but I was waiting impatiently for you to come before I sent for your father. I want to talk to him." Valentine did not dare oppose her grandmother's wishes. Villefort entered a few moments later. "You're planning to marry Valentine to Monsieur Franz d'Épinay, aren't you?" said Madame de Saint Méran to him without any preamble, as though she were afraid her time might run short. "Yes, madame," replied Villefort. "He's the son of the General d'Épinay who was assassinated a few days before the usurper returned from Elba, isn't he?" "Yes. And he isn't reluctant to marry the granddaughter of a Jacobin? Our civil dissensions are fortunately extinguished now, madame. Monsieur d'Épinay was only a child when his father died. He hardly knows Monsieur Noirtier and will see him, if not with pleasure, at least with indifference. It is a good match in every way. Monsieur d'Épinay is one of the most distinguished young men I know." Valentine had remained silent throughout this conversation. "Well, then," said Madame de Saint Méran, after several moments of reflection, "you must hurry because I don't have much longer to live." "Oh, grandmother!" cried Valentine. "I know what I'm saying," continued the marquise. "You must hurry so that, Since Valentine no longer has a mother, she will at least have her grandmother to bless her marriage. It will be done according to your wishes, said Villefort, especially since your wishes coincide with my own. As soon as Monsieur d'Épinay returns to Paris. But grandmother, interrupted Valentine, we're in mourning now. Would you like to have a marriage in such sad circumstances? Let's hear none of those commonplace reasons that prevent the weak from building a solid future for themselves, answered the Marquise energetically. I was married right after my mother's death, and I was never unhappy because of that. You're still obsessed with the idea of death, said Villefort. I tell you I'm going to die, do you understand me? However impossible it may seem to you, last night, right where you're standing now, coming from the corner of the room where there's a door leading into Madame de Villefort's dressing room, I saw a white, silent form approach me. Valentine uttered a cry. You were only agitated by your fever, madame, said Villefort. Doubt if you like, said the Marquise, but I'm sure of what I say. I saw that white form approaching and, as though God didn't wish me to have to rely on the evidence of only one of my senses, I heard it move my glass, the same one you see there on the table now. It was the soul of my husband coming to call me to him. Don't let such mournful ideas take possession of you, madam, said Villefort. You'll live a long time yet, happy, loved and respected, and we'll make you forget. Never, 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 said the Marquise. And now I want to see a notary in order to make sure all our property will go to Valentine after my death. Oh, grandmother, cried Valentine, pressing her lips to the old lady's forehead. Do you want to make me die also? Oh, you have a high fever. It's not a notary we must send for, but a doctor. A doctor? Said the Marquise, shrugging her shoulders. I'm not in pain. I'm thirsty, that's all. What would you like to drink? I always drink orangeade, you know that. My glass is on the table there, please hand it to me. Valentine picked up the glass with a certain uneasiness, for it was the same glass which, according to her grandmother, had been moved by the phantom the night before. The Marquise emptied it at one draught. Then she turned over on her pillow and repeated, "The notary. The notary." Villefort left the room and Valentine sat down beside her grandmother's bed. 2 hours passed, during which the Marquise sank into agitated sleep. Then a servant entered to announce that the doctor was waiting in the salon. Valentine went rapidly downstairs. The doctor, Monsieur d'Avrigny, was a friend of the family and one of the ablest physicians in Paris. He was especially fond of Valentine, whom he had brought into the world. "Oh, Monsieur d'Avrigny," said Valentine, "we've been waiting for you so impatiently. It's my poor grandmother. Do you know about our misfortune?" "No. Alas," said Valentine, forcing back a sob, "my grandfather is dead." "Monsieur de Saint-Méran?" "Yes. He died of a sudden attack of apoplexy. My poor grandmother is obsessed by the idea that he's calling to her to join him." "What are her symptoms?" "She has a strange nervous excitation and she's very restless in her sleep. She claims that last night she saw a phantom enter her room and that she was even able to hear the sound it made when it moved her glass. Your grandmother isn't the type of woman who would ordinarily have hallucinations," said Monsieur d'Avrigny. "It all seems very strange to me. Go up to see her now, please, doctor." "Are you coming with me?" "I'm afraid to," said Valentine, "because she forbade me to send for you. I'm terribly upset, too. I'll take a walk in the garden and try to calm myself." It is not difficult to imagine which part of the garden Valentine chose for her promenade. After picking a rose to put in her hair, she turned into the shady lane which led to the grill gate. As she walked along she seemed to hear a voice calling her name. She stopped in surprise. It was Maximilian's voice. With the intuition peculiar to lovers and mothers, Maximilian had guessed that something was happening in the Vilfort residence which concerned his love for Valentine. It was not the hour when he usually came to the grill, so it was only chance, or, if you prefer, a lucky presentiment in Valentine which led her into the garden. "You, at this hour?" exclaimed Valentine. "Yes," said Maximilian. "I've come to bring you bad news and to ask if you have any to tell me." "Speak, then, Maximilian, but my grief is already deep enough as it is." "Dear Valentine," said Maximilian, trying to control his emotion enough to be able to speak coherently, "please listen to me carefully, because what I'm about to say to you is very serious. Have they set the date for your marriage yet?" "I won't hide anything from you, Maximilian. This morning my grandmother, whom I had counted on for support, announced that she wants the marriage contract to be signed the day after Monsieur d'Épinay returns to Paris." A painful sigh burst from the young man's chest. "That will be tomorrow, then," he said, "because Monsieur d'Épinay arrived in Paris this morning. The time has come for you to give me an answer that will mean either life or death to me. What do you intend to do?" Valentine bowed her head, overwhelmed with emotion. "This is no time to abandon ourselves to sterile regret," continued Maximilian. "There are people who are willing to suffer and swallow their tears at leisure, and God will no doubt reward them in heaven for their resignation. But those who have the will to struggle strike back at fate in retaliation for the blows they receive. Do you intend to fight back at fate, Valentine? That's what I came here to ask you." Valentine started and looked at him with fear in her eyes. The idea of resisting her father and her grandmother had not even occurred to her. "What are you saying to me, Maximilian?" she exclaimed. "Are you asking me to fight against my father's orders, against the wishes of my dying grandmother? That's impossible. Your heart is too noble not to understand me, dear Maximilian. No, I won't struggle against fate. I'll save my strength to struggle against myself, to swallow my tears, as you put it." "You're right," said Maximilian phlegmatically. "I understand you. You don't wish to irritate your father or disobey your grandmother, and tomorrow you'll sign the marriage contract. But what else could I do? Are you seriously asking me for advice?" "Of course. You know how devoted I am to you. Then here's what I propose to you. First let me take you to my sister's house, then we'll leave for Algeria, England or America, unless you'd prefer to go to some obscure province. Wait till our friends have overcome your family's resistance and then return to Paris." Valentine shook her head and said, "That's the advice of a madman, Maximilian, and I'd be even more mad than you if I didn't stop you immediately with the word, impossible." "You're right, Valentine, I'll say it once again. I'm a madman, as you say, and you've proved to me that passion can blind even those who are ordinarily the most clear-headed. Thank you for reasoning without passion. All I can do now is to wish you a life so calm, happy and full that there will be no place in your memory for me. Goodbye, Valentine." "Where are you going?" cried Valentine, reaching through the grill and clutching Maximilian's sleeve, quite sure that his apparent calm was not real. "Before you leave me, tell me what you're going to do." Maximilian smiled sadly but said nothing. "Oh, tell me, I beg you." "Don't worry," said Maximilian, "I have no intention of making Monsieur d'Épinay responsible for my fate. Another man in my position might threaten to provoke him to a duel, but that would be senseless. He didn't even know I existed when he agreed to the marriage. I have no quarrel with him and I swear to you I'll leave him alone. I've never taken myself for the melancholy hero of a novel, but, without making any speeches or swearing any oaths, I've placed my whole life in your hands. You're about to leave me and, as I've already told you, you're right to act as you do, but the fact remains that when you're gone my life will be lost. This is what I'm going to do. I'll wait until the last second before you're married, for I don't want to risk losing any unexpected stroke of good fortune. And for a man condemned to death, even miracles enter into the category of ordinary possibilities. I'll wait, therefore, until my misery is certain and without remedy, and then I'll kill myself as surely as I am the son of the most honorable man who ever lived in France." Valentine was seized by a convulsive trembling. Her arms fell to her sides and 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks. "Oh!" she cried. "Have pity on me, Maximilian. You will live, won't you?" "No, on my word of honor." "But what will it matter to you? You'll have done your duty and your conscience will be clear." Valentine fell to her knees, clutching her heart. "Goodbye, Valentine," repeated Maximilian. "Dear God," said Valentine, raising her eyes to the sky, "you can see that I've done everything within my power to be an obedient daughter. But I'd rather die of shame than of remorse. You'll live, Maximilian, and I won't belong to anyone but you. Give me your orders, I'm ready to obey. But listen to me, Maximilian, if I can in some way delay the marriage, will you wait for me?" "I swear I will. And I want you to swear to me that you will never allow that wedding to take place, that even if they drag you before the priest by force, you'll say no." "I swear it." "I trust you, Valentine. But if your family won't listen to you, if Monsieur d'Épinay is called in tomorrow to sign the contract, then I'll join you and we'll flee together. I'll send you a note to tell you what happens." "Thank you, my beloved Valentine. As soon as I know the hour, I'll come here. You'll climb over the wall and into my arms. I'll have a carriage waiting to take you to my sister's house." "Go now," said Valentine. "Goodbye." Maximilian listened until the sound of her footsteps had died away, looking up and thanking God for allowing him to be loved so strongly. Then he hurried home. He waited all the rest of that day and the following day without any word from Valentine. Then on the morning of the 3rd day he received this note: "Tears, supplications and prayers have done nothing. The signing of the marriage contract is set for 9 o'clock tonight. I have given you my word, Maximilian, and my heart belongs to you. I will meet you at the grill tonight at 8:45. Valentine Maximilian reread the note at least 20 times during the day, thinking with inexpressible emotion of the moment when Valentine would say to him, "Here I am, Maximilian, take me." He had prepared everything for their fight. He had hidden 2 ladders near the outside of the wall and a carriage was waiting to take him there at any moment. At 8 o'clock that night he had already arrived before the wall and concealed his horses and carriage behind a ruined building. He spent his time pacing up and down and going up to the grill at ever-shortening intervals to peer into the dark garden, vainly seeking the sight of a white dress and the sound of footsteps. Finally he heard the clock of Saint Philippe du Roule strike 9:30. It was a terrible moment for Maximilian. The slightest rustling of leaves in the garden, the faintest whisper of the wind brought beads of sweat to his forehead and made him place his foot on the bottom rung of the ladder. In the midst of these oscillations between fear and anxiety he heard the clock strike 10. It occurred to him that Valentine's strength might have failed her as she fled through the garden on her way to him and that she was now lying unconscious in some pathway. The demon who suggested this thought to him continued to whisper in his ear until the hypothesis became a certainty. When he heard the clock strike 10:30 he could wait no longer. He climbed to the top of the wall and jumped down on the other side. A few seconds later he could see the house clearly. The sight verified something he had suspected from the glimpses he was able to obtain through the grill. The house was almost dark. Instead of being brightly illuminated as would be natural for such an important ceremony as the signing of a marriage contract, Maximilian was almost as frightened by its darkness and silence as he was by Valentine's absence. Frantic, wild with anxiety, determined to see Valentine again at any cost, he advanced to the edge of the garden and was preparing to run across the open space between him and the house as swiftly as possible when he heard the sound of voices carried to him by the wind. He stepped back into a clump of trees. The moon came out from behind a cloud and he saw Monsieur de Villefort coming toward him accompanied by a man dressed in black, whom he recognized as Dr. d'Avrigny. He withdrew to the center of the clump of trees. The footsteps of the two men soon stopped and Maximilian heard Villefort say, "Ah, doctor, God has turned against my house. Don't try to console me, my wound is too deep. She's dead." Dead. A cold sweat broke out on Maximilian's forehead and made his teeth chatter. Who was it who had died? "I didn't bring you out here to console you, Monsieur de Villefort," said the doctor, "quite the contrary." "What do you mean?" asked Villefort anxiously. "I mean that behind the disaster which has just struck you there may be an even greater one. I have a terrible revelation to make to you." Villefort sank weakly down on a bench while the doctor remained standing before him. Maximilian listened, frozen in terror. "Speak, doctor," said Villefort. "I'm prepared for anything." Madame de Saint Méran was an aged woman, it's true, said the doctor, but she was in excellent health. Maximilian began to breathe again. "She died of sorrow, doctor," said Villefort, "after living with her husband for 40 years. "It wasn't sorrow," said the doctor. "Sorrow may kill in certain rare cases, but it doesn't kill in a day, in an hour, in 10 minutes. Now that we're alone, there's something I must tell you." "My God, what is it?" "That the symptoms of tetanus and those of poisoning by vegetable matter are absolutely identical." Villefort leaped to his feet, then, after standing silent for a moment, sank back down on the bench. "In the name of God, doctor," he said, "do you realize what you're saying to me? I'm well aware of the seriousness of my statement and the character of the man to whom I'm making it." "Are you speaking to me as friend or as a magistrate?" asked Villefort. "As a friend, for the moment at least. The two symptoms are so identical that I'd hesitate to make a signed declaration of what I'm telling you. Nevertheless, I observed Madame de Saint Méran's death agony for 3/4 of an hour, and it is my conviction not only that she was poisoned but that I can name the poison which killed her. Madame de Saint Méran died from a large dose of brucine or strychnine." Villefort clutched the doctor's hand and cried out, "Oh, it's impossible. I must be dreaming. How horrible to hear such things from a man like you. In the name of God, doctor, tell me you may be mistaken." "I may be mistaken, but—" "But what?" "But I don't think so. Did anyone have an interest in Madame de Saint Méran's death?" "No, of course not. My daughter is her sole heiress." "Only Valentine?" "Oh, my God! If such an idea ever occurred to me I'd stab my heart to punish it for harboring a thought like that." "I'm not accusing anyone," said Dr. d'Avrigny. "Don't misunderstand me. It may well have been an error. But in any case my conscience demanded that I speak to you." "Make inquiries." "About whom? How?" "For example, find out if your father's old servant, Barrois, might accidentally have given Madame de Saint Méran a potion meant for your father." "But how could a potion prepared for Monsieur Noirtier poison Madame de Saint Méran?" "That's quite simple. As you know, with certain illnesses poisons become remedies. Paralysis is one of those illnesses. After trying everything else to give Monsieur Noirtier back his power of movement and speech, I decided to begin treating him with brucine. That was 3 years ago. The last dose I prescribed for him contained 6 centigrams of brucine, an amount which has no harmful effect on him because his system has been accustomed to it by successively increasing doses, but which would be enough to kill anyone else. But Monsieur Noirtier's room isn't connected with Madame de Saint Méran's in any way and Barrois never went into Madame de Saint Méran's room." "Monsieur de Villefort," said the doctor, "I would have saved Madame de Saint Méran if I had been able to, but she's dead now and my first duty is to the living. Let us bury this terrible secret in the depths of our hearts. If someone else should discover it, I'm willing to allow my silence to be attributed to my ignorance. In the meantime, continue to search, and search actively, for the matter may not stop here, and if you find the guilty party, I'll be the first to tell you. You, Magistrate, act as you see fit. Thank you, Doctor, thank you," cried Vilfort joyfully. "I've never had a better friend than you." Then, as though he were afraid Dr. Diavrini might change his mind, he stood up and led him back toward the house. Maximilian, as though he needed to breathe, came out from inside the clump of trees. His face was so pale that he might have been taken for a phantom in the moonlight. As he stood looking at the somber house, he saw a window opened at one end of it. By the light of a candle placed on the mantelpiece, he saw a figure step out onto the balcony. It was Valentine. At the risk of being seen, at the risk of frightening Valentine and causing her to give the alarm by an involuntary cry, he dashed across the lawn, ran up the steps of the house and pushed open the unlocked door. He crossed the antechamber and began to walk up the stairs. He was in such a frenzied state that even the sight of Monsieur de Villefort would not have frightened him. Fortunately he saw no one. When he reached the top of the stairs, a sob whose intonation he recognized led him to a half-open door through which a dim light was shining. He entered. Under a white sheet which outlined its form lay the body of Madame de Saint-Méran. Beside it knelt Valentine, who had left the balcony and was now uttering a rapid, almost incoherent prayer. The sight of her weeping was more than Maximilian could bear in silence. He heaved a sigh and murmured her name. She looked up and saw him without surprise. There are no intermediate emotions in a heart swollen by the supreme despair. "Valentine," said Maximilian in a trembling voice, "I waited for 2 hours, and when you didn't come I became frantic. I climbed over the wall and went into the garden. There I heard voices talking about the fatal accident." "Whose voices?" Maximilian shuddered, for the whole conversation between the doctor and Monsieur de Villefort came back to him. "The voices of your servants told me everything," he said. "But if you're found here we're lost," said Valentine without fear or anger. "Listen," said Maximilian. They both heard the sound of a door opening and of footsteps on the stairs. "It's my father coming out of his study," said Valentine. "And showing the doctor to the door," added Maximilian. "How do you know it's the doctor?" asked Valentine in surprise. "I'm only supposing." Meanwhile they heard the front door opened, then closed and locked. Monsieur de Villefort then went to the door opening onto the garden, locked it and went back upstairs. "Now," said Valentine, "you can't go out by either the front door or the garden door. There's only one safe exit for you, and that's through my grandfather's room. Come." "Where?" "To my grandfather's room." "Be careful, Valentine," said Maximilian, hesitating. "I see now that it was an act of madness for me to come here. Are you sure you haven't lost your reason too?" "Quite sure. I only regret having to leave my poor grandmother alone." "Death is sacred by itself, Valentine." "Yes. And besides, I won't be gone long. Come." Valentine went through the hall and down a small staircase leading to Noirtier's room. Maximilian followed her on tiptoe. Noirtier, who had been informed by his old servant of everything that had happened, was still sitting up in his wheelchair. His eyes sparkled when he saw Valentine. "Grandfather," she said, "you know that Madame de Saint-Méran died an hour ago and that, except for you, there's no longer any relative in the world who loves me." The old man's eyes took on an expression of infinite tenderness. "I must therefore confide all my sorrows and hopes to you alone, isn't that right?" "Yes," signaled Noirtier. "Then look closely at this gentleman," said Valentine, taking Maximilian by the hand. "He's Monsieur Maximilian Morel, son of the honorable shipowner of Marseille. You've heard of his father, haven't you?" "Yes," said the old man's eyes. "He bears an irreproachable name which he is making still more honorable, for at the age of 30 he is already a captain of Spies and an officer of the Legion of Honor." Noirtier made a sign indicating that he was aware of these facts. "Grandfather," said Valentine, I love him and I'll never belong to anyone but him. If they force me to marry another man, I'll either let myself die or kill myself." Noirtier's eyes expressed a host of tumultuous thoughts. "You like Maximilian, don't you, grandfather?" "Yes. And you'll protect us against my father's wishes, won't you?" Noirtier fixed his intelligent gaze on Maximilian, as if to say, "That depends." Maximilian understood. "Valentine," he said, "you have a sacred duty to perform in your grandmother's room. Will you allow me the honor of speaking with your grandfather for a moment?" "Yes, yes, that's right," said Noirtier's eyes. Then he looked anxiously at Valentine. "Are you wondering how he'll be able to understand you?" she asked. "Yes. Don't worry about that. We've often talked about you together and he knows how I speak with you." She stood up, kissed her grandfather tenderly, said goodbye to Maximilian and left the room. Maximilian, in order to prove to Noirtier that Valentine had confided in him and that he knew all their secrets, took the dictionary, a pen and a piece of paper and placed them on a table on which there was a lamp. "But first, sir," he said, "allow me to tell you who I am, how I came to love Mademoiselle Valentine and what my plans are with respect to her." "I'm listening," said Noirtier with his eyes. It was impressive to see that old man who was a useless burden in appearance, but who had become the sole protector, the only support of two strong young lovers who stood on the threshold of life. Maximilian told him how he had come to know Valentine, how he had fallen in love with her and how she had accepted the offer of his devotion. Then he told him about his family, his position and his fortune. "Now that I've told you about my love and my hopes, sir," he said, "shall I tell you about our plans?" "Yes." Maximilian told Noirtier how a carriage was waiting on the other side of the wall, how he intended to take Valentine to his sister's house, marry her and then respectfully wait and hope for Monsieur de Villefort's pardon. "No," signaled Noirtier. "You don't approve of our plan?" "No." "Then what shall we do, sir?" Madame de Saint Méran's last words were that Valentine and Monsieur d'Épinay should be married without delay. "Must I let this happen?" Noirtier's eyes remained motionless. "I understand. I'm to wait." "Yes. But if we wait any longer we will be lost, sir. Valentine is helpless alone. They'll force her to their will as if she were a child." "What about the marriage contract?" A strange smile appeared in the old man's eyes. "Do you mean to tell me that it won't be signed?" "Yes." "The contract won't ever be signed?" cried Maximilian. "Excuse me, sir, but I can't help being doubtful when I hear such good news. Are you quite sure it won't be signed?" "Yes." Despite this assurance, Maximilian hesitated to believe Noirtier. This promise coming from a powerless old man was so strange that, instead of being based on strength of will, it might have been caused by a weakening of his intelligence. Whether because he understood the young man's doubt or because he did not completely trust the docility he had shown, Noirtier stared steadfastly at him. "Do you wish me to renew my promise to wait, sir?" asked Maximilian. Noirtier's gaze remained firm and fixed, as if to say that a promise was not sufficient, then it turned from Maximilian's face to his hand. "You want me to swear, is that it?" "Yes." Maximilian raised his hand and said, "I swear on my honor to await what you have decided to do before taking any further action." "Good," said Noirtier's eyes. "Do you wish me to leave now, sir?" "Yes." "Without seeing Mademoiselle Valentine again?" "Yes." Maximilian made a gesture of obedience, bowed and left the room. Chapter 42. 2 days later, toward 10 o'clock in the morning, the bodies of Monsieur and Madame de Saint Méran were laid to rest in the Père Lachaise cemetery, where Monsieur de Villefort had long ago reserved a burial vault which was to serve for his whole family and which already contained the body of his first wife, Renée, Valentine's mother. Since the religious ceremonies had already been performed in Villefort's house, No funeral orations were made at the cemetery, and the mourners dispersed immediately after the bodies were interred. As Franz d'Épinay was about to take leave of Monsieur de Villefort, the latter said to him, "When will I see you again?" "Whenever you like," replied Franz. "As soon as possible, then. Would you like me to go back with you now?" "Yes, if it won't inconvenience you." "Not at all." The two men returned to Villefort's house. Without speaking to either his wife or his daughter, Villefort showed the young man into his study and invited him to sit down. "As you know, Monsieur d'Épinay," he began, "Madame de Saint Méran's last wish was that Valentine's wedding take place without delay. The marriage contract was to have been signed 3 days ago and is therefore already drawn up. We can sign it today." "But your house is in mourning," said Franz hesitantly. "Don't worry, decorum is never neglected in my house. Valentine will spend 3 months on the estate left to her by Monsieur and Madame de Saint Méran. A week from now, with your consent, the civil ceremony will be held there quietly and without celebration. Once the marriage is concluded, you may return to Paris while your wife spends her period of mourning with her stepmother." "As you wish, Monsieur de Villefort," said Franz. "I'd like to request only that Albert de Morcerf and Raoul de Château be present as my witnesses. Shall I send someone for them, or do you prefer to go yourself?" "I prefer to go myself, sir." "Very well, then, I'll expect you back here in about half an hour. Valentine will be ready then." Franz bowed and left. Villefort sent a servant to inform Valentine that the notary and Monsieur d'Épinay's witnesses would be waiting for her in the salon in half an hour. Valentine felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She decided to go to see her grandfather, but her father met her on the staircase, took her by the arm and led her into the salon. In the antechamber she passed Barrois and cast him a glance full of desperation. 2 carriages arrived in the courtyard at the same time. One of them contained the notary, the other Franz and his 2 friends. A few moments later everyone was assembled in the salon. The notary arranged his papers on the table, put on his spectacles, turned to Franz and said, "Monsieur d'Épinay, Monsieur de Villefort has asked me to inform you that your projected marriage with Mademoiselle de Villefort has changed Monsieur Noirtier's intentions with regard to his granddaughter and caused him to disinherit her completely." "I'm sorry such a question has been raised in Mademoiselle de Villefort's presence," replied Franz. "I've never inquired about the amount of her fortune, which, however reduced it may be, is still considerably larger than my own. What my family seeks in this marriage is prestige. What I seek is happiness." Valentine made an almost imperceptible gesture of acknowledgment while 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks. "Let me add," said Villefort to his future son-in-law, "that there is no reason for you to feel personally offended by Monsieur Noirtier's action, since it is due entirely to his weakness of mind. He would have done the same thing if his granddaughter had married anyone else. And I am convinced that at this very moment, while he remembers that she is about to be married, he has forgotten the name of the man who is to become her husband." Villefort had hardly finished speaking when the door of the salon opened and Barrois appeared. "Gentlemen," he said in a voice that was strangely firm for a servant speaking to his masters on such a solemn occasion, "Monsieur Noirtier wishes to speak to Baron Franz d'Épinay immediately." Villefort started. Valentine stood up as pale and silent as a statue. Albert and Château looked at each other in amazement and the notary looked at Villefort. "That's impossible," said Villefort. "Monsieur d'Épinay cannot leave the salon at this moment." "In that case," said Barrois, "Monsieur Noirtier has instructed me to announce that he will have himself brought into the salon." "Valentine," said Villefort, "please go find out what this latest whim of your grandfather's is about." Valentine had taken a few rapid steps toward the door when Villefort changed his mind. "Wait," he said, "I'll go with you." "Excuse me, Monsieur de Villefort," said Franz, "but it seems to me that since Monsieur Noirtier specifically asked to see me it's my duty to comply with his wishes. Besides, I'll be glad to pay him my respects, which I haven't yet had a chance to do." "Oh, there's no need to trouble yourself," said Vilfort with visible uneasiness. "Excuse me," said Franz in the tone of a man who has made up his mind, "but I don't want to miss this opportunity to prove to Monsieur Noirtier that I intend to overcome his prejudice against me by the loyalty of my devotion." Then, before Vilfort could retain him any longer, he stood up and followed Valentine, who was already descending the stairs with the joy of a shipwrecked man who has just felt land under his feet. Vilfort followed them both. The three of them found Noirtier waiting for them in his wheelchair. "This is Monsieur Franz d'Épinay, who has come in obedience to your wishes," said Vilfort to Noirtier. "I've been wanting you to meet him for a long time so that you could see how groundless your opposition to Valentine's marriage is." Noirtier replied with a look that made Vilfort shudder. Then he signaled Valentine to approach. In a few moments, using their customary procedure, she had found the word key, after which Noirtier turned his eyes toward the drawer of a small cabinet standing between the two windows. She opened the drawer and found a key inside it. After confirming that this was the key he wanted, Noirtier looked at an old writing desk which was believed to contain nothing but useless papers. "Shall I open the writing desk?" asked Valentine. "Yes." "Shall I open one of its drawers?" "Yes." "One of the side drawers?" "No." "The middle one?" "Yes." She opened the drawer and drew out a bundle of papers. "Is this what you want, grandfather?" she asked. "No," signaled the old man. Then he turned his eyes toward the dictionary. Valentine recited the alphabet until he stopped her at the letter S. She opened the dictionary and searched until she came to the word secret. "Is there a secret?" she asked. "Yes." "And who knows the secret?" Noirtier looked at the door through which Barrois had gone. "Is it Barrois?" "Yes." "Shall I call him in?" "Yes." Valentine went to the door and called Barrois. "Barrois," she said to the old servant when he entered, "my grandfather has instructed me to open the writing desk and pull out this drawer. There's a secret about the drawer and it appears that you know it. Open it." Barrois looked at the old man. "Obey," said Noirtier's intelligent eyes. Barrois opened a double bottom and drew out a bundle of papers tied with a black ribbon. "Is this what you wanted, sir?" he asked. "Yes." "To whom shall I give these papers?" "To Monsieur de Villefort?" "No." "To Mademoiselle Valentine?" "No." "To Monsieur d'Épinay?" "Yes." Franz, surprised, stepped forward and took the papers from Barrois' hands. "What do you want me to do with this?" he asked Noirtier. "Do you want Monsieur d'Épinay to read the papers?" asked Valentine. "Yes," signaled the old man. "We might as well sit down, then," said Vilfort impatiently. "It's going to take quite some time to read all that." He sat down, but Valentine remained standing beside his chair, while Franz stood before him. Franz opened the bundle of papers and began to read. Extract from the minutes of a meeting of the Bonapartist Club of the Rue Saint-Jacques held on February 5, 1815. Franz stopped. "On February 5, 1815, he cried. "That's the day my father was assassinated. And it was after leaving that club that he disappeared." Noirtier's eyes continued to say, "Read." Franz went on, "We, the undersigned, Louis-Jacques Beaupère, Lieutenant Colonel of Artillery, Etienne Duchamp, Brigadier General, and Claude Lecharpel, Director of Waterways and Forests, do hereby declare that on February 4, 1815, a letter arrived from the Isle of Elbe recommending to the members of the Bonapartist Club General Flavien de Quesnel, who, having served under the Emperor from 1804 to 1815, was believed to be completely devoted to the Napoleonic dynasty despite the title of Baron which Louis XVIII had just attached to his estate at Epinay. A letter was therefore addressed to General de Quesnel asking him to attend the meeting to be held on the following day, February 5. The letter gave no address, but it informed the general that if he were willing to go, someone would call for him at 9 o'clock in the evening. At 9 o'clock the president of the club presented himself at the general's house. The general was ready. The president told him that one of the conditions of his presence at the meeting was that he remain forever ignorant of the place in which it was held, that he allow himself to be blindfolded, and that he swear not to try to raise the blindfold at any time. The general agreed to this and swore on his honor not to try to see where he was being taken. On the way the president noticed the general trying to look from under his blindfold and reminded him of his oath. "Oh, yes, that's true," replied the general. The carriage stopped in an alley issuing into the Rue Saint-Jacques. The general, holding the president's arm, alighted, walked down the alley, mounted a flight of stairs and entered the room in which the meeting was being held. There the general was told he could take off his blindfold. When he did so he was amazed to find that so many men of his acquaintance were members of a secret society whose existence he had not even suspected until then. He was questioned about his political opinions, but he answered only that the letter from Elba should have made them clear. Franz interrupted his reading and said, "My father was a royalist. There was no need to question him about his political opinions. They were well known. And that accounts for my friendship with your father," said Wilford. "It's easy to be friends when one shares the same opinions." Franz continued reading. The president urged the general to express his opinions more explicitly, but the general replied that he first wished to know what was expected of him. He was then shown the letter from Elba which recommended him to the club as a man whose aid could be counted on. An entire paragraph in the letter was devoted to the emperor's forthcoming return from the Isle of Elba and stated that more ample details would be given in another letter to be delivered after the arrival of the Pharaon, a ship belonging to the firm of Morel and Son of Marseille whose captain was completely devoted to the emperor. As he read the letter, General de Quesnel, whom the members of the club believed they could trust as one of them, gave visible signs of dissatisfaction and repugnance. When he had finished reading it he remained silent and frowning. "Well, what do you say to that letter, General?" asked the president. "I say that the oath of loyalty to King Louis XVIII is too recent to be violated in favor of the ex-emperor," replied the general. This answer was clear enough to remove any doubts about his opinions. "General," said the president, "for us there is no King Louis XVIII and there is no ex-emperor. There is only His Majesty the Emperor, who has been exiled from France, his country, for the last 10 months by violence and treason." "Excuse me, gentlemen," said the general, "but while there may be no King Louis XVIII for you, there is for me. He made me a baron and a field marshal, and I will never forget that I owe these two honors to his fortunate return to France." "Be careful of what you say, General," said the president, standing up. "You've shown us clearly that we were mistaken about you. A title and a rank have been enough to rally your support to the new government which we wish to overthrow. We will not force you to help us or join our society, but we will force you to act like a man of honor, even if you don't feel disposed to do so. Do you call it being honorable to know about your plot and not reveal it? I call that being your accomplice." "You weren't brought to this meeting by force," said the president, "and when we asked you to remain blindfolded on the way here, you accepted the condition. You knew when you came here that we weren't occupied in consolidating Louis XVIII's position, otherwise we wouldn't have taken so much trouble to hide ourselves from the police. Now it would be too convenient to put on a mask in order to learn a secret, then take it off and betray those who trusted you. First of all you will tell us frankly whether you are for the king who happens to be reigning for the moment or for His Majesty the Emperor." "I am a royalist," replied the general. "I have sworn loyalty to Louis XVIII and I will keep my oath." These words were followed by a general murmur. It was evident that many members of the club were considering making General de Quesnel regret his rashness. The president imposed silence. "General," he said. "You are too sensible a man not to understand the consequences of this situation, and your frankness dictates the terms we must make with you. You must swear on your honor not to reveal what you have learned here." The general put his hand to his sword and cried out, "If you speak of honor, begin by acknowledging its laws and don't impose anything on me by violence." "And you, sir," said the president with a calm which was more impressive than the general's anger, "don't touch your sword. I advise you strongly against it." The general looked around him with a beginning of uneasiness. Nevertheless he said firmly, "I will not swear." "In that case, sir, you will die," said the president. The general turned pale and looked around him once again. Several members of the club were whispering to each other and reaching for weapons under their cloaks. But the general still said nothing. "Lock the doors," said the president to the guards. Then the general stepped forward and said, making a violent effort to control himself, "I have a son. Since I find myself in the midst of a group of murderers, I must think of him." "One man always has the right to insult 50, said the president. "That's the privilege of weakness. But you're wrong to use that right. Swear, general, and don't insult us." The general, once again subdued by the president's superiority, hesitated a moment, then asked, "What oath do you wish me to swear?" "Here it is. I swear on my honor never to reveal to anyone what I have heard on the night of February 5th, 1815, between 9 and 10 o'clock, and I declare that I deserve death if I violate my oath." The general appeared to undergo a fit of nervous trembling which prevented him from replying for several seconds. Finally, with manifest repugnance, he pronounced the oath demanded of him, but in so low a voice that it was difficult to hear. Several members demanded that he repeat it more loudly, which he did. Then he asked, "Am I free to leave?" The president stood up, designated 3 members of the club to accompany him and climbed into a carriage with the general, after having blindfolded him. "Where do you wish us to take you?" asked the president. "Anywhere, as long as I can rid myself of your presence," replied General de Quesnel. "Be careful," said the president. "You are no longer at the meeting. You're now dealing with individual men. Don't insult them unless you want to be held responsible for the insult." But, instead of understanding this language, the general replied, "You are just as brave in your carriage as in your club, for the simple reason that 4 men are always stronger than 1. The president ordered the carriage to be stopped. They had just arrived at the entrance to the Quai des Ormes, where there are steps leading down to the river. "Why have you stopped here?" asked the general. "Because you have insulted a man," said the president, "and because that man will not go one step further without demanding honorable reparation. This is only a different form of murder," said the general. "Don't try to call for help," said the president, "unless you want me to regard you as one of those men of whom I was speaking at the club, that is, as a coward who uses his weakness as a shield. You're alone now and only one man will answer you. You have a sword at your side and I have one in this cane. One of these gentlemen will be your second. You may now take off your blindfold." The general tore it off at once. The 4 men alighted from the carriage. Franz stopped reading once again to wipe away the cold sweat streaming down his forehead. There was something almost frightening about the sight of that son as he read aloud the hitherto unknown details of his father's death. Noirtier looked at Villefort with a sublime expression of contempt and pride. Franz continued reading. It was, as we have said, the 5th of February. The weather had been freezing for 3 consecutive days and the steps going down to the river's edge were covered with ice. One of the seconds borrowed a lantern from a nearby coal barge. The weapons were examined by the light of this lantern. The president's sword, which was merely a sword he carried in a cane, was shorter than the general's and had no guard. The general suggested drawing lots for the 2 swords, but the president said that it was he who had challenged, and that in challenging he had assumed that each man would use his own weapon. The seconds attempted to insist, but the president imposed silence on them. The lantern was placed on the ground, the two adversaries stood on each side of it, and the duel began. The general was considered one of the best swordsmen in the army, but he was attacked so vigorously that he was obliged to give ground, and in doing so he fell. The seconds thought he had been killed, but his opponent, who knew he had not touched him, gave him his hand to help him to his feet. This incident, instead of calming him, irritated him, and he began to press the attack, but the president did not give 1 inch of ground. The general recoiled 3 times, finding himself too closely pressed, and then returned to the attack. The 3rd time he fell again. The seconds believed he had lost his balance again, as before, but when one of them attempted to help him to his feet, he felt something warm and wet on his hands. It was blood. The general, who was almost unconscious, regained his senses and said, "Oh, they've sent some hired assassin or some army fencing master to fight me." Without answering, the president went over to the second, who was holding the lantern, rolled up his sleeve and showed that his arm had been pierced in 2 places. Then, opening his coat and unbuttoning his vest, he showed a 3rd wound in his side. Yet he had not so much as heaved a sigh. The general died 5 minutes later. Franz read these last words in such a choked voice that they were almost unintelligible. He stopped and passed his hand over his eyes, but after a moment of silence he continued. The president walked back up the steps, leaving a trail of blood behind him on the snow. A few moments later he heard the sound of the general's body being thrown into the river by the seconds after they had made sure of his death. The general therefore died in an honorable duel and not in an ambush, as may be believed. In witness whereof we hereby sign this statement in order to establish the truth of these facts in anticipation of a time when one of the participants in the scene may find himself accused of premeditated murder or violation of the laws of honor. Signed, Beaurereduchampylecharpal. Monsieur Noirtier, said Franz, when he had finished reading the terrible document, "since you know all the details of this event, please don't deny me the satisfaction of learning the name of the president of the club, so that I may at last know the man who killed my poor father." As though in a daze, Villefort reached for the doorknob, while Valentine, who had understood the old man's answer before anyone else and who had often noticed 2 sword scars on his forearm, stepped back in alarm. "The only thing that gave me the strength to read that document through to the end was the hope of learning who killed my father," continued Franz. "In the name of God, Monsieur Noirtier, find some way to tell me, to make me understand." "Yes," signaled Noirtier. Then he turned his eyes toward the dictionary. Franz picked it up with trembling hands and began to recite the letters of the alphabet until the old man stopped him, and then Franz ran his finger along the columns of the dictionary while Valentine hid her head between her hands. Finally he came to the word myself. "Yes," said Noirtier's eyes. "You!" cried Franz. "You, Monsieur Noirtier. Was it you who killed my father?" "Yes," answered Noirtier, looking at the young man with a majestic expression. Franz sank lifelessly into a chair. Villefort opened the door and fled, for he had just been seized with an impulse to choke out the little life that still remained in the old man's implacable heart. Chapter 43. Franz left Noirtier's room in such a state of shock that even Valentine felt pity for him. Villefort muttered a few incoherent words, left hurriedly and locked himself in his study. 2 hours later he received the following letter: "In view of the facts revealed this morning, Monsieur Noirtier de Villefort cannot believe that an alliance is possible between his family and that of Monsieur Franz d'Épinay. Monsieur d'Épinay is shocked at the thought that Monsieur de Villefort, who appeared to be aware of the events related this morning, nevertheless made no move to anticipate him in this conclusion." This harsh letter from a young man who until then had been so respectful was a deadly blow to the pride of a man like Villefort. Meanwhile Valentine, happy and frightened at the same time, kissed and thanked her grandfather, who with a single stroke had shattered a chain which she had regarded as unbreakable. Then she asked his permission to go to her room to calm her nerves, a permission which he granted with his eyes. But instead of going to her room she went out into the garden. Maximilian was waiting for her at the grill. He had seen Franz and Villefort leave the cemetery together after the funeral of Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran and had suspected what was about to take place. He had therefore taken up his post outside the wall, ready for action and convinced that Valentine would come running out to him at the first opportunity. At his first sight of her he felt reassured. At her first words his heart leaped with joy. "We're saved," said Valentine. "Saved?" repeated Maximilian, unable to believe in such good fortune. "Who saved us?" "My grandfather." "Oh, you must love him, Maximilian." Maximilian swore to love the old man with all his heart. The oath was not difficult for him because at that moment he did not content himself with loving him as a friend or like a father, he worshipped him like a god. "But how did he do it?" asked Maximilian. Valentine opened her mouth to tell him everything, but then she realized that the story involved a terrible secret which did not belong entirely to her grandfather. "I'll tell you about it later," she said, when I'm your wife." This gave the conversation a turn which made Maximilian glad to agree to anything. He therefore agreed to content himself with what Valentine had already told him, which was enough for one day. He did, however, demand that she promise to see him the following day, which she was glad to do. Her outlook had changed completely. It was now easier for her to believe that she would marry Maximilian than it had been to believe that she would not marry Franz. The next day Monsieur Noirtier had the notary called in again. His former will was torn up and a new one made in which he left his entire fortune to Valentine provided she were not separated from him. A number of people soon calculated that Mademoiselle de Villefort, sole heiress of Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran and once again restored to her grandfather's good graces, would someday have an income of nearly 300,000 francs a year. While Valentine's marriage was being broken off, the Count of Morcerf had put on his lieutenant general's uniform, decorated it with all his crosses, asked for his best horses and set out to pay a visit to Baron Danglars. The banker was engaged in calculating his monthly balance, and for some time past this had not been the best time to find him in a good humor. When his old friend entered he assumed his most majestic air and sat upright in his chair. On the other hand, Morcerf, who was usually so stiff and formal, was on this occasion smiling and affable. "Well, Baron, here I am," he said. "For some time now we've done nothing to carry out the plans we discussed." "What plans, Count?" asked Danglars, as though vainly seeking to recall what Morcerf was talking about. "Ah, I see you're a formalist and that you want a ceremony according to the rules. Very well, then." And Morcerf, with a forced smile, stood up, bowed deeply to Danglars and said, "Baron Danglars, I have the honor of requesting the hand of your daughter, Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars, for my son, Viscount Albert de Morcerf." But Danglars, instead of receiving these words with the favor Morcerf had expected, frowned and said, "Before giving you an answer, Count, I must have time to reflect." "To reflect?" exclaimed Morcerf, more and more astonished. "Haven't you had time to reflect in the 8 years since we first discussed this marriage? Count, every day things happen which make us reconsider matters we had once believed to be definitely settled. Excuse me, Baron, but I don't understand what you're saying." "I'm saying that certain new circumstances have arisen recently and that—" "Those are vague, empty words, Baron," said Morcerf. "They might satisfy an ordinary man, but the Count of Morcerf is not an ordinary man. When someone withdraws a promise made to him, he has the right to demand that he be given a good reason." Although Danglars was a coward, he did not wish to appear to be one. Furthermore, he was irritated by the tone in which Morcerf had just spoken to him. "I have a good reason," he replied, "but it would be difficult to tell it to you. In any case, one thing is clear, you refuse to marry your daughter to my son." "No, I'm only postponing my decision. But surely you can't have the arrogance to imagine that I'm going to submit to your whims and humbly await a return of your good graces. If you can't wait, let's consider our plans as cancelled." Morcerf bit his lip to keep back the outburst which his proud and irritable character inclined him to make, realizing that he was the one who would appear ridiculous in such a scene. He was already on his way out of the room when he changed his mind, turned around and came back. A cloud had just passed over his face, leaving a trace of vague uneasiness in place of the expression of offended pride that had been there a moment before. "We've known each other for many years, Baron," he said, "so we ought to have some consideration for each other. The least you can do is to tell me what unfortunate event has caused my son to lose favor in your eyes. It doesn't concern your son personally, that's all I can tell you," replied Danglars, becoming insolent again as he saw Morcerf's attitude softening. "And whom does it concern, then?" asked Morcerf uneasily. Danglars looked at him with more self-assurance than he had hitherto shown and said, "Be grateful to me for not giving you a more detailed explanation." Chapter 44. Maximilian was a happy man. Monsieur Noirtier had just sent for him, and he was in such a hurry to learn the reason that, trusting his own legs more than those of a cab horse, he set out for the Faubourg Saint-Honore on foot, with poor Barrois following his rapid pace as best he could. Maximilian was 30 years old. Barrois was 60. Maximilian was intoxicated with love, Barrois was exhausted by the heat. Maximilian was not even out of breath when they arrived, for love lends wings, but Barrois, who had not been in love for many long years, was bathed in perspiration. The old servant let Maximilian in through a private door, and before long the rustling of a dress announced Valentine's arrival. She was strikingly beautiful in her mourning clothes. Maximilian was so enchanted by the sight of her that he would have been glad to do without speaking to Noirtier, but the old man soon rolled into the room in his wheelchair. Noirtier acknowledged with a benevolent look Maximilian's effusive thanks for the marvelous intervention which had saved Valentine and himself from despair. Then he looked at Valentine, who was sitting timidly in a corner. "Do you want me to say everything you told me to?" she asked. "Yes," signaled Noirtier. "Maximilian, my grandfather has told me many things in the last 3 days," said Valentine. "He sent for you today so that I could repeat them to you. Since he has chosen me for his interpreter, I will tell them to you exactly as he wishes." "I'm listening impatiently," said Maximilian. Valentine had lowered her eyes, which filled him with hope, for she was weak only when she was happy. "My grandfather wants to leave this house," she said. "Barrois is going to find him a suitable apartment. If my father gives me permission to go and live with my grandfather, I'll leave immediately. If he does not, I'll wait till I'm of age, which will be 18 months from now. Then I'll be free, I'll have an independent fortune and, asked Maximilian. "And, with my grandfather's permission, I'll keep the promise I've made to you." These last words were spoken so softly that Maximilian would not have heard them if it had not been for the extreme attention with which he was listening. "Have I expressed your thoughts correctly, grandfather?" asked Valentine. "Yes," signaled the old man. "Oh!" cried Maximilian, tempted to kneel before Noirtier as before God and before Valentine as before an angel. "What have I done in my life to deserve such happiness?" Noirtier looked at the two young lovers with deep affection. Barrois, who had been standing in the background, smiled as he wiped away the large drops of perspiration which continued to stream down his bald forehead. "Oh, how hot poor old Barrois is!" said Valentine. "That's because I was running so fast, mademoiselle," said Barrois, "but I must admit Monsieur Morel was running even faster than I was." Noirtier turned his eyes toward a tray on which there was a pitcher of lemonade and a glass. Noirtier himself had drunk some of the lemonade half an hour earlier. "Have some of this lemonade, Barrois," said Valentine. "I see you're looking at it longingly." "To tell you the truth, mademoiselle, I'm dying of thirst," replied Barrois, "and I'd be glad to toast your health with a glass of that lemonade." "Drink some of it, then, and come back after a while." Barrois carried out the tray, and as soon as he was in the hall he emptied the glass which Valentine had filled for him. Valentine and Maximilian were saying goodbye to each other when they heard a bell ring on Villefort's staircase. This was the signal for a visit. Valentine looked at the clock. "It's noon," she said, "and today is Saturday, so it must be the doctor." "Shall Maximilian leave, grandfather?" "Yes." "Barrois," called Valentine, "come in here, please." The old servant's voice was heard replying, "I'm coming, mademoiselle." "Barrois will show you to the door," said Valentine to Maximilian. Just then Barrois entered. "Who rang?" asked Valentine. "Dr. Divrigny," said Barrois, staggering. "What's the matter with you, Barrois?" asked Valentine. Barrois did not answer. He looked at his master with frightened eyes and put out his hand for something on which to steady himself. "He's going to fall!" cried Maximilian. Barrois' trembling became more violent, and the twitching of his facial muscles announced the onslaught of an intense nervous attack. He took a few steps toward Noirtier. "Oh, my God!" he gasped. "What's the matter with me? I'm in pain. My eyes are going dim, my head feels as if it's on fire. Oh, don't touch me! Don't touch me!" His eyes took on a wild expression and his head fell backward while the rest of his body stiffened. "Dr. Divrigny! Dr. Divrigny!" cried Valentine. "Come here quickly! Help!" Barrois turned around, staggered backwards, stumbled and fell at Noirtier's feet. Villefort, drawn by Valentine's cries, appeared in the doorway. Maximilian immediately concealed himself behind a curtain. Noirtier was burning with impatience and terror as his whole soul went out to the poor old man who was his friend rather than his servant. Barrois, his face twitching, his eyes bloodshot, his neck bent backward, lay on the floor thrashing about him with his hands. His legs had become so stiff that they looked as though they would break before they would bend. Flecks of foam began to appear on his lips as he panted painfully. Villefort stood looking at him for a moment in stupefaction. He had not seen Maximilian. Then he turned and rushed out of the room again, shouting, "Doctor! Doctor! Come here!" Madame de Villefort entered slowly. Her first glance was at Noirtier, who, except for the emotion natural in such circumstances, appeared to be in normal health. Then she looked at the dying Barrois. "In the name of God, madam, where's the doctor?" said Valentine. "He's in Edouard's room examining him. He's a little sick today," replied Madame de Villefort. Then she left the room. Maximilian came out from behind the curtain, where no one had noticed him in the midst of all the confusion. "Leave quickly, Maximilian," said Valentine, "and wait for me to send for you." He pressed her hand to his heart and left by way of the private corridor. Just then Villefort and the doctor came in through the opposite door. Barrois was beginning to come back to his senses. The first attack had passed. He gave a low moan and raised himself up on one knee. Villefort and Divrigny carried him to a sofa. "What do you prescribe, doctor?" asked Villefort. "Bring me some water and ether." "Do you have some in the house?" "Yes." "And send someone for some oil of turpentine and some tartar emetic." "Go," said Villefort to one of his servants. "And now I want everyone to leave the room." "Shall I go too?" asked Valentine timidly. "Yes, mademoiselle, especially you," replied the doctor curtly. Valentine looked at him in astonishment, kissed Noirtier on the forehead and went out. The doctor closed the door behind her with a somber air. "How do you feel now, Barrois?" he asked. "A little better, sir," Can you drink this glass of water and ether? I'll try, but don't touch me. Why not? Because it seems to me that if you touch me, even with the tip of your finger, the attack would come back. Drink. Barrois took the glass, approached his violet lips to it and drank about half of its contents. Did the attack seize you rapidly? Asked the doctor. Like lightning. You felt nothing yesterday or the day before? No, nothing. What have you eaten today? I haven't eaten anything today. I drank a little of Monsieur Noirtier's lemonade, that's all. Barrois nodded toward Noirtier, who, motionless in his wheelchair, was taking in the whole scene without losing a single movement or a single word. Where is that lemonade? Asked the doctor eagerly. In the pitcher, downstairs in the kitchen. Shall I go bring it to you, doctor? Asked Villefort. No, stay here. I'll go get it myself, replied Dr. d'Avrigny. He rushed out the door and down the servants' staircase, where he almost knocked over Madame de Villefort, who was also going down to the kitchen. She screamed, but he paid no attention to her. Obsessed by a single idea, he leaped down the last 3 or 4 steps, ran into the kitchen and saw the pitcher still standing on the tray. It was 3/4 empty. He pounced on it like an eagle on its prey, ran back up the stairs and entered Noirtier's room out of breath. Madame de Villefort walked slowly up the stairs leading to her own room. Is this the pitcher that was here? Asked d'Avrigny. Yes, sir, replied Barrois. And is this the same lemonade you drank? I think so. How did it taste to you? A little bitter. The doctor poured out a few drops of it into the hollow of his hands, rinsed his mouth with it as one does when tasting wine, then spat it out into the fireplace. It's the same, all right, he said. Did you drink some of it too, Monsieur Noirtier? Yes, signaled the old man. And did you also notice a bitter taste? Yes. Oh, doctor, cried Barrois. It's coming back. Dear God, have pity on me. See if they're bringing the emetic, said the doctor to Villefort. Villefort ran out of the room crying, the emetic. The emetic. Have they brought it yet? No one answered. A profound terror reigned over the entire house. Barrois was seized with an attack even more intense than the first one. The doctor, unable to give him any relief, left him and went over to Noirtier. How do you feel? He asked him in a low voice. Do you feel well? Yes, signaled Noirtier. Did Barrois make your lemonade today? Yes. Was it you who asked him to drink some of it? No. Was it Monsieur de Villefort? No. Madame de Villefort? Valentine? Yes. D'Avrigny went over to Barrois and asked, Who made the lemonade? I did. Did you bring it to Monsieur Noirtier as soon as you made it? No, I was called away, so I left it in the pantry. Who brought it here, then? Mademoiselle Valentine. The doctor struck his forehead and murmured, Oh, my God! My God! Doctor! Doctor! Cried Barrois, who felt a third attack coming on. I'm choking. Oh, my heart! My head! Will I suffer long, doctor? No, no, my friend, your suffering will be over soon. I understand, cried the wretched Barrois. God have mercy on me. He fell back with a loud cry, as though he had been struck by lightning. The doctor felt his heart and said to Villefort, Go down to the kitchen and bring me some syrup of violets. Villefort went out and returned a moment later. Is he still unconscious? He asked. He's dead, replied the doctor. Villefort stepped back, gripped his head between his hands and said with unfeigned pity, Dead so soon? Yes, it was quick, wasn't it? Said the doctor. But that shouldn't surprise you. Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran also died suddenly. People die quickly in your house, Monsieur de Villefort. What? Cried Villefort in horror and consternation. Are you still possessed with that terrible idea? It has never left me for a moment. replied the doctor gravely. "And I'll prove to you that I'm not mistaken this time. Listen to me carefully, Monsieur de Villefort." Villefort trembled convulsively. "There is a poison which kills almost without leaving a trace," continued the doctor. "I have studied that poison and am thoroughly acquainted with its effects. I recognize them just now in poor Barrois, and I recognize them in Madame de Saint Méran. There is a way to determine the presence of that poison. It turns red litmus paper blue and turns syrup of violets green. We have no litmus paper here, but we do have the syrup of violets I asked you to bring me. Watch." The doctor slowly poured a few drops of lemonade into the cup containing the syrup of violets. The syrup took on a cloudily bluish color at first, then gradually changed to green. The experiment left no room for doubt. "Poor Barrois was poisoned with brucine," said Dr. d'Avrigny. "I am now ready to answer for that fact before God and before men." Villefort sank helplessly into a chair without saying a word, apparently as lifeless as Barrois' body. The doctor soon brought him back to his senses. "Oh, death is in my house!" cried Villefort. "Murder is in your house," replied the doctor. "Do you think the poison was intended for that poor servant? Noirtier drank some of the lemonade in the natural course of things. Barrois drank some only by accident, and although it was Barrois who died, it was Noirtier who was meant to die. But then why is my father still alive? As I told you that night in the garden after the death of Madame de Saint Méran, his body has become accustomed to that very poison, so that a dose that was insignificant to him was fatal to Barrois. No one, not even the murderer, knows I've been treating Monsieur Noirtier's paralysis with brucine. Now let's follow the murderer's actions. First he kills Monsieur de Saint Méran, then Madame de Saint Méran, a double inheritance to receive. Monsieur Noirtier had disinherited his family and left his fortune to the poor. He was spared. But as soon as he changed his will he became the next victim. The new will was made only day before yesterday, so, as you can see, no time was lost. Oh, have mercy on my daughter, Monsieur d'Avrigny," murmured Villefort. "Ah, you've named her yourself, you, her own father. Have mercy on Valentine." "Listen to me, it's impossible. I'd rather accuse myself than her. No mercy. The crime is flagrant. Your daughter packed the medicine that was sent to Monsieur de Saint Méran and he died. She prepared Madame de Saint Méran's beverages and she died. She brought a pitcher of lemonade to Monsieur Noirtier and he escaped only by a miracle." "Listen to me," cried Villefort. "Pity me. Help me. No, my daughter is not guilty. I will not drag my daughter to the hangman with my own hands. The very thought of it makes me want to tear my heart out. And what if you were mistaken, doctor? What if it were someone else than my daughter? What if I were to come to you some day, pale as a ghost, and say to you, 'Murderer, you killed my daughter'?" "Very well," said the doctor, after a moment of silence, "I'll wait." Villefort looked at him as if he had difficulty in believing his own ears. "But," continued the doctor in a slow and solemn tone, "if someone else in your house falls ill, or if you yourself should be stricken, don't call me, for I will never come here again. I'm willing to share your terrible secret with you, but I'm not willing to have shame and remorse grow in my conscience as crime and grief are going to grow in your house. Goodbye, Monsieur de Villefort." Chapter 45. It was late at night when Andrea Cavalcanti returned to the Hotel des Princes, but no sooner had he set foot in the courtyard than he found the concierge of the hotel waiting for him, cap in hand. "Sir, that man was here," said the concierge. "What man?" asked Andrea nonchalantly, as though he had forgotten the man whom he actually remembered only too well. "The one you pay a little pension to, Excellency." "Oh, yes," said Andrea. "That old servant of my father's. Well, did you give him the 200 francs I left for him?" "He refused to take the money, Excellency." "What? He said he wanted to speak to you, Excellency. At first he wouldn't believe me when I told him you were out, but I finally convinced him and he left this letter for you. Let's have it, said Andrea. He took the letter and read these words. You know where I live. I will expect you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Come up to my room when you've finished with the horses, said Andrea to his groom. He had just finished burning Caderousse's letter when the groom entered. You're about my size, aren't you, Pierre? Asked Andrea. I have that honor, Excellency, replied the groom. I have an appointment with a girl tonight and I don't want her to know who I am. Lend me your clothes and your papers so that I can sleep in a hotel tonight. The groom obeyed. 5 minutes later Andrea, completely disguised, left the Hotel des Princes without being recognized, hired a cab and had himself taken to the Auberge du Cheval Rouge in Picpus. The next morning he left the inn, went to the Rue Menilmontant and stopped before the door of the third house on the left. Are you looking for someone? Asked a fruit seller on the other side of the street. I'm looking for Monsieur Paletin. The retired baker? That's right. Take the stairway on your left at the end of the courtyard. He lives on the 4th floor. Andrea followed these directions and rang at the door on the 4th floor. A moment later Caderousse's face appeared behind the grating of the door. You're right on time, he said. He unlocked the door. On entering the room, Andrea angrily threw his cap at a chair. It missed and rolled across the floor. Don't be angry, my boy, said Caderousse. Look at the good breakfast we're going to have. Nothing but things you like. Andrea smelled that odor of garlic and fresh grease given off by Provençal cooking of an inferior order. In the next room he saw a table set for two, with 2 bottles of wine, a generous measure of brandy in a decanter and a fruit salad in a cabbage leaf carefully arranged on an earthenware plate. If you asked me to come here just to have breakfast with you, you can go to the devil, said Andrea irritably. My boy, said Caderousse sententiously, it's good to talk while eating. And aren't you happy to see your old friend again? I'm overjoyed. Hypocrite, said Andrea. If I didn't like you, would I put up with the miserable life you make me lead? I see you're wearing your servant's clothes. Well, I could have a servant, too. I could have a Tilbury like you, and I could eat in fashionable restaurants the way you do. And why do I deprive myself of all that? Because I don't want to cause any trouble for my friend Benedetto. But you'll have to admit I could have those things if I wanted to, isn't that right? Caderousse's eyes made the meaning of his sentence perfectly clear. Meanwhile, he continued, sit down and let's eat. Andrea opened the bottles and energetically attacked the bouillabaisse. Young and vigorous as he was, his appetite still prevailed over everything else. Isn't that good? Asked Caderousse. It's so good that I don't understand how a man who can cook and eat such good things could ever be unhappy. And yet all my happiness is spoiled by one thought, said Caderousse. What's that? The thought that I'm living at the expense of a friend, who always earned my own living before. Oh, don't worry about that. I have enough for 2. Just the same, I'm full of remorse. But I have an idea. Andrea shuddered. Caderousse's ideas always made him shudder. It's a shame the way you always have to wait till the end of the month for your allowance, continued Caderousse. If I were you, I'd ask for 6 months' allowance in advance, on the pretext that I wanted to buy a farm, then I'd take the money and disappear. Why don't you follow your own advice? Asked Andrea. Why don't you take 6 months of your allowance in advance, or even a year, and go to Brussels with it? How do you expect me to live on 1,200 francs? I have a better plan. Could you, without spending a sou of your own money, let me have 15,000 francs? No. Wait a moment, that's not enough. I don't want to become an honest man for less than 30,000. No, I can't do it, replied Andrea curtly. I don't think you understood me. I said, without spending a sou of your own money. Do you want me to steal so I can spoil everything for both of us and get us both put back in prison? Oh, I don't care whether they catch us or not, said Cadrus. I often miss our friends back there in prison. I'm not heartless like you. You never want to see them again. This time Andrea not only shuddered, but turned pale. Don't do anything foolish, Cadrus, he cried. Don't worry, Benedetto my friend. All you have to do is find a way for me to earn the 30,000 francs for myself without involving yourself in any way. All right, I'll try. I'll keep my eyes open. In the meantime, I want you to increase my allowance to 500 francs. I'd like to hire a maid. All right, you'll have your 500 francs, but it's going to be hard for me. I don't see why, said Cadrus, since your money comes from a limitless supply. Andrea seemed to have been waiting for this remark. A gleam appeared in his eyes, then vanished almost instantly. Yes, he said, the Count of Monte Cristo treats me very well. He's very rich, isn't he? He certainly is. I go to his house often, so I can see for myself. The other day a banker's clerk brought him 50,000 francs in a portfolio. Yesterday a banker brought him 100,000 francs in gold. And you go into that house? Asked Cadrus eagerly. Whenever I like. Cadrus remained silent for a moment. It was easy to see that he was turning over some profound thought in his mind. Then suddenly he said, Oh, how I'd like to see that. It must be wonderful. It's magnificent. Doesn't he live on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées? Yes, at number 30. You'll have to take me there someday. You know that's impossible. Yes, I suppose you're right. But tell me about it. Is it a big house? Not too big and not too little. How is it laid out? I'd have to draw you a plan. Here, said Cadrus, going over to a desk and taking a sheet of paper, some ink and a pen. Andrea picked up the pen with an almost imperceptible smile and began to draw. The house is between a courtyard and a garden, like this, he said. Are the walls high? Asked Cadrus. No, 8 or 10 feet at the most. Let's see what the first floor is like. On the first floor there are 2 salons, a dining room and a billiard room. What are the windows like? Magnificent. They're so big I think a man of my size could pass through each pane. What about the shutters? They're never closed. The Count is eccentric and likes to see the sky at night. Where do the servants sleep? They sleep in a separate building, on your right as you enter. Only yesterday I was saying to the Count, it's careless of you, Count. When you go to Auteuil and take your servants with you, your house is completely empty. One fine day it's going to be robbed. And what did he answer? He said, What do I care if I'm robbed? He must have some sort of mechanical desk. What do you mean? One that catches a thief in a trap and sets off an automatic alarm. There was one like that at the last exposition. No, he has only an ordinary desk. And no one ever steals anything from it? No, his servants are very devoted to him. There must be plenty in that drawer, eh? Probably. No one knows exactly what's in it. Where is it? On the second floor. Draw me a plan of the second floor, as you did for the first floor. All right. Andrea took up his pen again. Here's an antechamber and a salon, he said. To the left of the salon, there's a library and a study. To the right of the salon, there's a bedroom and a dressing room. The desk is in the dressing room. Is there a window in the dressing room? There are 2 of them. Here and here. Andrea drew in the windows on his plan. Cadrus became thoughtful. Does he go to Auteuil often? He asked. 2 or 3 times a week. Tomorrow, for example, he's going to spend the day there and stay overnight. Are you sure? He asked me to come to dinner there. Will you go? Probably. And when you go there for dinner, do you stay overnight? If I feel like it. Caderousse looked at the young man as though to tear out the truth from the bottom of his heart, but Andrea took a case of cigars from his pocket, calmly lit one of them and began to smoke in a perfectly natural manner. "When would you like your 500 francs?" he asked. "Right now, if you have it." "I don't carry 500 francs in my pocket." "Then leave it with your concierge and I'll stop by for it." "Today?" "No, tomorrow. I won't have time today." "All right, tomorrow. And you won't bother me any more, will you?" "Never. But let me give you some friendly advice." "What is it?" "I advise you to leave that diamond ring with me." "How can you make such a stupid mistake? Are you trying to get us both caught again?" "What do you mean?" "You've dressed yourself like a servant, but you're still wearing a diamond ring worth 4 or 5,000 francs. That's a very accurate appraisal. You ought to be an auctioneer." "I know something about diamonds. I had one once." Without becoming angry at this new extortion, as Caderousse had feared he might, Andrea obligingly handed over the ring. "Is there anything else you want?" he asked. "Do you need my jacket? How about my cap?" "Don't be ashamed to ask." "All right, I won't keep you any longer and I'll try to cure myself of my greed. Wait a moment, I'll show you to the door." "Never mind. I'll have to." "Why?" "Because there's a little secret on the door, a precaution I thought it advisable to take. One of Huret and Ficque's locks, revised and corrected by Gaspard Caderousse. I'll make one for you when you become a capitalist." "Thanks," said Andrea. "I'll let you know a week in advance." They parted. Caderousse remained on the landing until he had seen Andrea walk down all 3 flights of stairs and cross the courtyard. Then he hurried back into his room, carefully locked the door and began to study with profound attention the plan which Andrea had left. Chapter 46. The day after this conversation, the Count of Monte Cristo went to his country house in Auteuil with Ali and a few other servants. While he was there, Bertuccio arrived from Normandy with news of the house which the Count had instructed him to buy there. It was now ready, and the corvette, manned by a crew of 6, was anchored in a small cove nearby, ready to put to sea at a moment's notice. The Count praised Bertuccio's zeal and told him to prepare for a prompt departure, since his stay in France would come to an end within a month. Just then Baptistin opened the door. He was holding a tray on which there was a letter. "What are you doing here?" asked the Count, seeing him all covered with dust. "I didn't ask you to come out here, did I?" Without answering, Baptistin walked up to him and presented the letter to him. "Important and urgent," he said. The Count opened the letter and read the following: "The Count of Monte Cristo is hereby warned that a man will break into his house tonight in order to steal some papers which he believes to be locked in the desk in his dressing room. The Count of Monte Cristo is strong enough not to have recourse to the police, which might seriously compromise the person who gives this warning. A large number of people or obvious precautions would cause the thief to postpone his plans and make the Count of Monte Cristo lose an opportunity to discover an enemy whom chance has revealed to the person who gives this warning, a warning which he may not be able to repeat if the thief's first attempt fails and he later makes another one." The Count's first impulse was to take this letter for a thieves' trick, a crude attempt to warn him of a minor danger while exposing him to a greater one. He was therefore about to have the letter taken to the police despite, or perhaps because of, his anonymous friend's warning, when it suddenly occurred to him that the thief might actually be a personal enemy of his, an enemy whom he alone could recognize and from whom he alone could gain an advantage. "They don't want to steal my papers," said the Count to himself. "They want to kill me. I have no desire to have the police occupy themselves with my private affairs. I'm rich enough to relieve their budget of that expense." He called in Baptistin, who had left the room after handing him a letter. "Return to Paris and bring back all my servants," he said. "I need everyone here in Auteuil." Baptistin bowed. "Are my orders quite clear?" continued the Count. You are to bring back every single servant, but I want the house left exactly as it is. Close the shutters on the ground floor, that's all. And what about the shutters on the second floor? You know I never close them. Go." The Count dined with his usual sobriety and calm, then, motioning Ali to follow him, he slipped out a side door. By nightfall he had arrived at his house on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. He stood behind a tree and looked carefully up and down the street to see if anyone was hiding in the vicinity. After making sure that no one was lying in wait for him, he ran to a side door with Ali, unlocked it and went up to his bedroom without drawing a single curtain or giving any other sign that he had returned to the house. When they reached the bedroom, the Count motioned Ali to stop. He then went into his dressing room and examined it carefully. Everything was in its usual place. He removed the catch from the bolt on the door and returned to the bedroom. During his absence, Ali had laid out on a table the weapons the Count had asked for, a short carbine and a pair of double-barreled pistols. Thus armed, Monte Cristo could account for the lives of 5 men. It was 9:30. The Count and Ali hastily ate a piece of bread and drank a glass of Spanish wine. Then Monte Cristo pushed back one of the sliding panels which enabled him to see from one room into another. His pistols and his carbine were within reach of his hand, and Ali stood aside him holding one of those small Arabian axes whose form has not changed since the Crusades. The Count could see down into the street through one of the windows of the bedroom. 2 hours passed. It was a dark night, yet Ali, thanks to his savage nature, and Monte Cristo, thanks to his acquired ability, were able to distinguish even the slightest movements of the trees in the courtyard. The Count was convinced that the attackers would seek his life, not his money. They would therefore enter his bedroom, either by way of the private staircase or through the window of his dressing room. He posted Ali before the door of the staircase and continued to watch his dressing room. The clock of Les Invalides struck 11:45. As the sound of the last stroke was dying away, the Count heard a faint noise coming from his dressing room. The first grating sound was followed by a second, then a third. At the fourth, the Count knew what to expect. A practiced hand was occupied in cutting the 4 sides of a pane of glass with a diamond. Monte Cristo felt his heart beat more rapidly. No matter how hardened to danger a man may be, he always realizes, from the pounding of his heart and the shivering of his flesh, the enormous difference there is between a dream and reality, between a plan and its execution. The Count motioned to Ali, who, seeing that the danger was coming from the direction of his master, stepped over to him. The Count was eager to learn who his enemies were and how many there were of them. The window whose glass was being cut was directly opposite the opening through which he was looking into the dressing room. He fixed his eyes on that window and saw a shadow on the other side of it. Then one of the panes became completely opaque, as though a sheet of paper had been glued on it. A short time later it cracked without falling. An arm passed through the opening and unlocked the window. A man entered. He was alone. Just then the Count felt Ali gently touching his shoulder. He turned around. Ali pointed to the window of the bedroom, which overlooked the street. The Count was aware of the keenness of Ali's senses. He walked over to the window and saw a man step out from a doorway and climb up on a hitching post, as though he were trying to see what was happening in the Count's house. "I see," thought Monte Cristo, "one man acts and the other keeps watch." He motioned Ali to keep an eye on the man in the street and went back to watching the man in his dressing room. The latter had entered and was groping around in order to orient himself. He found that there were 2 doors leading into the room and bolted them both. Unaware that the Count had removed the catch of the bolt on the door leading into the bedroom, he now believed himself free to act without fear of interruption. The Count soon heard the jingling of one of those bunches of shapeless keys such as locksmiths bring when they are called in to unlock a door, and to which thieves have given the name of nightingales. no doubt because of the pleasure they take in hearing their nocturnal song when they grate against the bolt of a lock. Aha! Thought Monte Cristo with a smile of disappointment, he's nothing but a thief. Being unable to find the proper key in the darkness, the thief picked up an object which he had set down on a table on entering, touched the spring, and immediately a dim light illuminated his hands and face. "What?" exclaimed Monte Cristo faintly, stepping back in surprise. "Why, it's—" Ali raised his axe. "Don't move," whispered Monte Cristo, "and put down your axe. We won't need any weapons." Then he added a few more words in a still lower voice, for his faint exclamation had startled the man in the dressing room. It was apparently an order he gave, for Ali tiptoed away and returned with a black garment and a triangular hat. Meanwhile the Count had taken off his coat, his vest and his shirt, revealing one of those tunics of steel mail, the last of which was worn in France, where the dagger is no longer feared, by King Louis XVI, who feared the dagger and perished by the axe. This tunic soon disappeared beneath a long cassock, just as the Count's hair disappeared beneath a tonsured wig. The triangular hat, placed over the wig, finished the transformation of the Count into a priest. In the meantime the thief, hearing no further sounds, had resumed work on the lock of the writing desk with his nightingale. "Good," said the Count, who apparently counted on some secret of the locksmith's art which was unknown to even the cleverest thief. "You'll be busy for quite a while." He walked over to the window. The man he had seen climb up on a hitching post had now climbed down from it and was pacing up and down the street, but, strangely enough, instead of being concerned with watching to see if anyone was coming, he appeared to be preoccupied only by what was taking place in the Count's house. The purpose of all his movements was to see into the dressing room. Monte Cristo suddenly struck his forehead and let a silent laugh play over his lips. Then he came back to Ali and said, "Stay here, hidden in the darkness, and no matter what you hear, no matter what happens, don't come out unless I call you by name." Ali motioned that he had understood and would obey. Monte Cristo took a lighted candle from the cupboard and, while the thief was absorbed in his efforts to pick the lock, he gently opened the door, making sure that the light he held in his hand would illuminate his whole face. The door opened so quietly that the thief heard nothing, but, to his great surprise, he noticed that the room had suddenly become light. He turned around. "Good evening, Monsieur Caderousse," said Monte Cristo. "What are you doing here at such a late hour?" "Abbe Busoni!" cried Caderousse. Then, not knowing how that strange apparition had come to him, since he had been careful to bolt the doors, he dropped his bunch of keys and stood dumbfounded. The Count walked over and stood between Caderousse and the window, thus cutting off the terrified thief's sole avenue of escape. "Abbe Busoni," repeated Caderousse, staring wildly at the Count. "That's right, I'm the Abbe Busoni in person," said Monte Cristo, "and I'm delighted to see that you recognize me, my dear Monsieur Caderousse. That proves you have a good memory, for, unless I'm mistaken, it's been 10 years since we saw each other last, and now you're about to rob the Count of Monte Cristo." "Abbe Busoni," murmured Caderousse, trying to approach the window, which the Count mercilessly blocked off from him. "I'm not. I beg you to believe. I swear." A pane of glass cut out, a shaded lantern, a nightingale, a desk half broken open. It seems quite clear. Caderousse looked around for a place to hide, a hole to disappear into. "I see you're still the same, Monsieur Caderousse the murderer," continued the Count. "Since you seem to know everything, you must know that it was my wife's fault, not mine. They recognized that at my trial because they only sentenced me to hard labor." "Did you finish your sentence?" "No, sir, I was liberated by someone. That someone performed a great service for society. You see, I promised." "So you're an escaped prisoner?" interrupted Monte Cristo. "I'm afraid so," said Caderousse uneasily. "In that case, this little relapse will probably take you to the gallows." Sir, I was forced to. All criminals say that. Poverty? Never mind, said Busoni scornfully. Poverty can drive a man to beg or to steal a loaf of bread, but not to break open a writing desk in a house he believes to be uninhabited. And when a jeweler came to pay you the 45,000 francs for the diamond I gave you and you killed him in order to have both the diamond and the money, was that also because of poverty? Forgive me, sir, said Caderousse. You've already saved my life once, save it a second time. That doesn't encourage me. Are you alone, sir, or do you have gendarmes behind you ready to arrest me? I'm all alone, said the priest, and I'll take pity on you, even at the risk of causing new disasters by my weakness, if you'll tell me the whole truth. Oh, Abbé Busoni, cried Caderousse, clasping his hands and taking a step toward Monte Cristo. You're my savior. You claim someone liberated you from prison? Yes, I swear it's true. Who was it? An Englishman. What was his name? Lord Wilmore. I know him, so I'll be able to find out if you're lying. Oh, Abbé Busoni, I'm telling you the pure truth. So this Englishman was your protector, is that right? No, he was the protector of a young Corsican, my companion in chains. What was the young Corsican's name? Benedetto. What was his last name? He had no last name. He was a foundling. And he escaped with you? Yes. We were working at St. Mandrier, near Toulon. One day we fled off our chains with a file the Englishman had given us and swam away. And what became of Benedetto? I don't know. We separated at Hyères. You're lying, said the priest in a tone of irresistible authority. That man is still your friend and you may be using him as an accomplice. Oh, Abbé Busoni, how have you lived since you left Toulon? Answer. By doing odd jobs. You're lying, said the priest once again, in a still more imperious tone. Caderousse looked at him in terror. You've been living on money given to you by Benedetto. Yes, that's true, said Caderousse. Benedetto has become the son of a great lord. How could he be the son of a great lord? The illegitimate son. And what's the name of this great lord? The Count of Monte Cristo, the very man in whose house we are now. Benedetto, the son of the Count? Said Monte Cristo in astonishment. It certainly seems so, since the Count has found him a false father, gives him 5,000 francs a month and is leaving him 500,000 francs in his will. Ah, I see, said the false priest, who was beginning to understand. And what name does the young man bear in the meantime? Andrea Cavalcanti. Then he's the young man whom my friend the Count of Monte Cristo receives into his home and who is going to marry Mademoiselle Danglars? Precisely. And you allow that, you wretched scoundrel? You who know his past life and his disgrace. Why should I prevent a friend from succeeding in life? Said Caderousse. You're right, you're not the one who ought to warn Monsieur Danglars. I am. Don't do that, Abbé Busoni. Why not? Because you'll take away our living if you do. Do you think that, in order to help a pair of criminals like you make a living, I would take part in their ruse and become their accomplice? No, I'm going to tell Monsieur Danglars everything. You won't tell anyone anything, priest, cried Caderousse, drawing a knife and striking the Count in the middle of the chest with it. But, to his great surprise, instead of sinking into the Count's chest, the knife merely bounced back with its point blunted. At the same time the Count seized his attacker's wrist with his left hand and twisted it with such strength that the knife fell from Caderousse's fingers and he uttered a shriek of pain. But the Count did not stop at this shriek. He continued to twist Caderousse's arm until he fell to his knees and finally lay face downward on the floor. The Count put his foot on his head and said, I don't know what keeps me from crushing your skull, you murderer. Mercy! Mercy! Cried Caderousse. The Count withdrew his foot. Stand up, he said. Caderousse stood up. My God, but you're strong, Abibuzoni, said Cadrus, rubbing his aching arm. My God, but you're strong. Silence. God gives me strength to subdue wild beasts like you. I act in the name of God. Remember that, you wretched scoundrel. And sparing you this time is also God's will. Take this pen and write what I dictate to you. I don't know how to write, said Cadrus. You're lying. Take this pen and write. Cadrus, subjugated by that superior power, sat down and wrote the following. Monsieur Danglars, the man whom you receive into your home and whom you plan to make your son-in-law is a former convict who escaped with me from the prison of Toulon. He called himself Benedetto then, but he himself does not know his real name, never having known his parents. Sign it, ordered the Count. Cadrus signed. Now address it to Baron Danglars, Rue de la Chaussée Antin. Cadrus wrote the address. The Count took the letter and said, Now go. Are you planning something against me, Abibuzoni? Idiot. What would I be planning? Please tell me you don't want me to die. I want what God wants, said the Count. If you arrive home safely, leave Paris, leave France and, wherever you are, and as long as you behave honestly, I'll see that you receive a small pension, because if you arrive home safely, then what? Asked Cadrus, shuddering. Then I'll believe that God has forgiven you and I'll forgive you also. You frighten me to death, stammered Cadrus. Go now, said the Count, pointing to the window. Cadrus, still only partly reassured by the Count's promise, climbed through the window and began to descend the ladder. The Count approached him with a candle. Anyone watching from the street would have seen Cadrus climbing down the ladder with another man holding a light for him. What are you doing? Said Cadrus. What if a patrol should pass? The Count blew out the candle. Cadrus did not breathe freely until he felt the ground under his feet. Monte Cristo went back into his bedroom. From there he saw Cadrus walk across the garden and lean his ladder against the wall. Then he saw the man who seemed to be waiting in the street place himself behind a corner of the wall near the spot where Cadrus was about to climb over. Just as his feet touched the ground on the other side of the wall, Cadrus saw a raised arm holding a knife. Before he could defend himself, the arm struck in the back, then in the side. As he fell to the ground, his adversary seized him by the hair and stabbed him a third time in the chest. Then, seeing that he made no sound and that his eyes were closed, he left him for dead and fled. Cadrus raised himself on one elbow, made a supreme effort and called out weakly, Help! Abibuzoni! I'm dying. This mournful appeal pierced the darkness. The door of the back staircase opened and Ali and his master came running out with lanterns. What happened? Asked Monte Cristo. Help me, said Cadrus. I've been stabbed. We're here. Courage. Oh, it's all over. You've only come in time to see me die. Ali and the Count carried the wounded man into the house, where the Count examined the 3 terrible wounds he had received. Ali looked at his master as though asking what was to be done. Go to the public prosecutor, Monsieur de Villefort, and bring him here, said the Count. And as you pass the porter's house, tell him to go get a doctor. Ali obeyed, leaving the Count alone with Cadrus. A doctor won't be able to save my life, said the latter, but he may be able to give me some strength, and I want to have time to make a declaration. About what? About the man who stabbed me. Do you know who it was? I certainly do. It was Benedetto. Your young Corsican friend? Yes. He gave me a plan of the Count's house. He probably hoped either that I'd kill the Count, so that he would have his inheritance immediately, or that the Count would kill me, so that he would be rid of me. When he saw that neither of these things had happened, he stabbed me. The public prosecutor will be here soon. He'll arrive too late, said Cadrus. I'm losing too much blood. Wait, said Monte Cristo. He went out, returned a few minutes later with a flask and poured 3 or 4 drops of the liquid it contained between the lips of the wounded man. Caderousse heaved a sigh and said, "That's life you're pouring out to me there. Give me more." "2 more drops would kill you," said the Count. "Oh, why doesn't the public prosecutor hurry?" said Caderousse. "Would you like me to write your declaration? You can sign it." "Yes. Yes," replied Caderousse, his eyes shining at the idea of that posthumous vengeance. Monte Cristo wrote, "The man who stabbed me is the Corsican named Benedetto, my fellow prisoner at Toulon." "Hurry," said Caderousse, "or I won't be able to sign it." Monte Cristo handed the pen to him. He mustered all his strength, signed his name, then fell back on the bed. "You'll tell them the rest, won't you, Abbe Busoni?" he said. "Tell them he now calls himself Andrea Cavalcanti, that he lives in the Hotel des Princes, that... Oh, my God! My God! I'm dying." He fainted. The Count put the flask under his nose and let him inhale the odor. He opened his eyes again. His thirst for vengeance had not left him while he was unconscious. "You'll tell them all that, won't you?" he asked. "Yes, all that and other things besides." "What other things?" "I'll say that he no doubt gave you a plan of this house in the hope that the Count would kill you. I'll say that he sent the Count a letter to notify him you were coming, and that, since the Count was absent, it was I who received the letter and waited for you." "And he'll be guillotined, won't he?" said Caderousse. "Please promise me he'll be guillotined. That hope will help me to die. I'll say," continued the Count, "that he followed you here, that he watched for you the whole time you were in the house, and that when he saw you come out he ran behind a corner of the wall and hid himself there." "Do you mean to say you saw all that?" "Remember my words. If you arrive home safely, then I'll believe that God has forgiven you and I'll forgive you also." "And you didn't warn me," cried Caderousse, trying to raise himself on his elbow. "You knew I was going to be killed when I left here and you didn't warn me." "No, for I saw the justice of God in Benedetto's hand, and I would have considered it a sacrilege to oppose the intentions of Providence." "Don't talk to me about the justice of God, Abbe Busoni. You know better than anyone else that if there were a justice of God some people would be punished, yet they aren't." "Patience," said the priest in a tone that made the dying man shudder. "Listen to me. Here is what God, whom you refused to acknowledge in your last moments on earth, has done for you. He gave you health, strength, profitable work and friends. In short, everything a man needs to live with a clear conscience and satisfy his natural desires. But instead of enjoying these gifts of God, you abandoned yourself to laziness and drunkenness, and in your drunkenness you betrayed one of your best friends." "Help!" cried Caderousse. "I need a doctor, not a priest. Maybe I'm not fatally wounded, maybe my life can still be saved. Your wounds are so fatal that without the 3 drops of that liquid I gave you just now you would be dead already." "What a strange priest you are," murmured Caderousse. "You drive a dying man to despair instead of consoling him." "Listen," continued the Count. "When you betrayed your friend, God began, not to strike you, but to warn you. You fell into poverty. You were already thinking of crime, giving yourself the excuse of necessity, when God performed a miracle for you, when God sent you a fortune, an enormous one for you who possess nothing at all. But that unexpected fortune wasn't enough for you. As soon as you had it in your possession you wanted to double it. And by what means? By a murder. You doubled it, then God snatched it away from you and delivered you into the hands of human justice. But he still had mercy on you and made your judges spare your life. Do you call it merciful to sentence me to hard labor for life? You thought so when it happened, you wretched scoundrel. Your cowardly heart, trembling at the thought of death, leaped for joy when you heard yourself condemned to a lifetime of shame. For you said to yourself, like all prisoners, a prison has a door, but a grave hasn't. And you were right, for the prison door opened for you in an unexpected manner. An Englishman visited Toulon and, having made a vow to rescue two men from their infamy, his choice fell on you and your companion. God had given you a second chance. You had both money and freedom and you could begin to live a normal life again. But then you tempted God a third time. I don't have enough, you said to yourself, when you actually had more than you had ever had before, and you committed a third crime, without reason, without excuse. God finally became weary and punished you. And you'll be punished too, said Caderousse. You didn't do your duty as a priest. You should have stopped Benedetto from killing me. I, said the Count with a smile that made Caderousse's blood run cold. I should have stopped Benedetto from killing you after you had just blunted your dagger against the coat of mail that covered my chest. If I had found you humble and repentant, I might have saved your life, but I found you haughty and bloodthirsty, and I allowed God's will to be done. I don't believe in God, and neither do you, cried Caderousse. You're lying. You're lying. Silence, or you'll force out the last drop of blood from your veins. You don't believe in God, but you've just been struck down by God. You don't believe in God, yet all he asks of you is a prayer, a word, a tear in order to forgive you. God could have directed Benedetto's dagger in such a way that you would have died instantly, but he has given you a quarter of an hour in which to repent. Look into your conscience, wretched sinner, and repent. No, no, I won't repent. There is no God, there is no providence, there's nothing but chance. There is a providence and there is a God, said Monte Cristo. The proof of it is that you're lying there helpless, dying and denying God, while I stand before you rich, happy, healthy and safe, joining my hands before that God in whom you try not to believe, but in whom you nevertheless do believe in the depths of your heart. Who are you, then? Asked Caderousse, fixing his fading eyes on the Count's face. Look at me closely, said the Count, drawing nearer and holding up the candle. You're the Abbé Busoni. Monte Cristo took off his wig and let his black hair fall down around his pale face. Oh, said Caderousse in terror. If it weren't for your black hair, I'd say you were the Englishman. I'd say you were Lord Wilmore. I am neither the Abbé Busoni nor Lord Wilmore, said Monte Cristo. Look still more closely, look further, look back into your memory. Oh, it's true. It seems to me I've seen you before, that I once knew you long ago. Yes, Caderousse, you've seen me before, yes, you once knew me. But who are you, then? And if you used to know me, why are you letting me die? Because nothing can save you now, Caderousse, because your wounds are fatal. If it had been possible to save you, I would have seen that as one last act of mercy by God, and I swear by the grave of my father that I would have tried to bring you back to life and repentance. Tell me who you are. The Count had been carefully watching Caderousse's death agony, and he saw that the end was now drawing near. He leaned over the dying man and whispered in his ear, I am. And his lips uttered a name so softly that he himself seemed to be afraid to hear it. Caderousse stretched out his arms, joined his hands and raised himself in one supreme effort. Oh, my God, he said, forgive me for having denied you. I see now that you exist, that you are the Father of men in heaven and the Judge of men on earth. I refused to acknowledge you for so long, oh my God. Forgive me, Lord, forgive me. Caderousse, closing his eyes, fell back with a last cry and a last sigh. He was dead. 1. Said the Count mysteriously, looking steadfastly at the corpse. 10 minutes later the doctor and the public prosecutor arrived and found the Abbé Busoni praying for the soul of the deceased. For 2 weeks the people of Paris talked of nothing except the audacious attempted robbery in the Count of Monte Cristo's house. The dying man had signed a declaration naming Benedetto as his murderer, and the police were doing everything possible to track him down. Cadrus's knife, shaded lantern, bundle of keys and clothes, except for his vest, which could not be found, were deposited at the registry. His body was taken to the morgue. The Count told everyone that he had been in his country house in Auteuil at the time of the incident and that he therefore knew only what had been told to him by the Abbé Busoni, who, as luck would have it, had asked him for permission to stay in his house that night in order to use certain rare books in his library. Bertuccio turned pale each time the name of Benedetto was mentioned in his presence, but there was no reason for anyone to notice Bertuccio's pallor. Chapter 47. The Count of Monte Cristo uttered an exclamation of joy on receiving a visit from Albert de Morcerf and his friend Beauchamp one morning. "I see we've interrupted you while you were putting your papers in order," said Albert. "No, these are Monsieur Cavalcanti's papers," replied the Count. "Monsieur Cavalcanti?" asked Beauchamp. "Certainly," said Albert. "Don't you know that's the young man the Count is introducing into Paris society?" "Just a moment," said Monte Cristo. "I'm not introducing anyone into society, least of all Monsieur Cavalcanti." "And who's to marry Mademoiselle Danglars instead of me?" continued Albert. "You can imagine how terrible that makes me feel." "What?" asked Beauchamp. "Cavalcanti is going to marry Mademoiselle Danglars? How can you, a journalist, not know that?" said Monte Cristo. "Everyone's talking about it." "And was it you who arranged the marriage?" asked Beauchamp. "I arrange a marriage? My God, I see you don't know me. On the contrary, I was opposed to it. I even refused to make the request." "I see. Because of our friend Albert," said Beauchamp. "Because of me?" exclaimed Albert. "Not at all. The Count will tell you that I begged him to help me break off the engagement, which is now broken off, although he claims he's not the one I have to thank for that good fortune." "Nevertheless you don't seem too happy, Albert," said the Count. "Could it be that, without being aware of it yourself, you're actually in love with Mademoiselle Danglars?" "Not that I know of," said Albert, smiling. "But you're not yourself today," continued the Count. "What's the matter?" "I have a headache." "Well, then, in that case I have an infallible remedy to suggest to you, a remedy that has been successful with me each time I've met with some annoyance." "What is it?" "Travel. And it so happens that I've recently met with quite a number of annoyances, so I'm about to travel. Would you like to come with me?" "Gladly." "But where shall we go?" "We'll go where the air is pure, where all sounds are soothing, where, no matter how proud one may be, one feels humble and finds oneself small. In short, we'll go to the sea. I love the sea as one loves a mistress and I long for her when I haven't seen her for some time." "All right, Count, let's go," said Albert. "To the sea?" "Yes. You accept my invitation?" "Yes." "Very well, then. This evening in my courtyard there will be a traveling carriage in which you can stretch out as comfortably as in your own bed. Monsieur Beauchamp, the carriage easily holds 4 people. Would you like to come with us?" "Thank you, but I've just come back from the sea. I made a little trip to the Borromeo Islands." "That doesn't matter, come with us anyway," said Albert. "No, I'm sure you know that if I refuse it's because it's impossible for me to leave Paris just now. Not that it matters a great deal to me, but where are we going?" asked Albert. "To Normandy, if that suits you." "It suits me very well. Will we be really in the country? No society, no neighbors?" "Our only company will be horses for riding, dogs for hunting and a boat for fishing." "That's exactly what I need. I'll notify my mother and then I'll be ready to leave whenever you like." "All right, we'll leave at 5 o'clock. Can you be here then?" "Oh, yes. I have nothing else to do between now and then except get ready for the trip." Albert took leave of the Count, who, after nodding smilingly to him, stood still for a few moments as though absorbed in some profound meditation. Then, Passing his hand over his forehead as though to brush away his reverie, he went over to the gong and struck it twice. Bertuccio entered. "Monsieur Bertuccio," said the Count, "I'm leaving for Normandy this evening, instead of tomorrow or the next day, as I thought at first. Send a messenger to notify the first relay station. Monsieur de Morcerf will accompany me. Go." Bertuccio obeyed. A courier hurried to Pontus to announce that the Count's carriage would pass that evening. From Pontus a messenger was sent to the next relay station, and so on, until 6 hours later all the stations along the route had been notified. Before leaving, the Count went in to see Haydée, told her he was leaving and where he was going, and placed the entire household under her orders. Albert arrived on time. The journey, dull at the beginning, soon became interesting because of its swiftness. Albert had never seen anything like it. "Here's a pleasure I never knew before. The pleasure of speed," he said. "But where the devil do you find such horses? Do you have them made to order?" "Precisely," replied the Count. 6 years ago in Hungary I found a famous stallion renowned for his speed. I bought him, I don't know for how much. It was Bertuccio who took care of it. That same year the stallion sired 32 colts. The 32 horses we're going to use tonight are all the progeny of that single stallion. They're all alike, entirely black except for a star on the forehead, for the stallion's mares were chosen as carefully as a sultan chooses his harem favorites. That's magnificent. But tell me, Count, what do you do with all those horses?" "Why, I travel with them, as you can see." "Yes, but you're not always traveling. Some day when I no longer need them, Bertuccio will sell them. He claims he'll be able to make 30 or 40,000 francs on them. Count, will you allow me to express a thought that just occurred to me?" "Certainly. It's that, after you, Monsieur Bertuccio must be the richest man in Europe." "You're quite mistaken, Viscount," replied Monte Cristo. "I'm sure that if you turned Bertuccio's pockets inside out you wouldn't find more than 10 sous in them." "Why is that?" asked Albert. "Your Monsieur Bertuccio must be the 8th wonder of the world. I warn you, Count, if you tell me many more miraculous things I'll begin not to believe you. There's nothing miraculous about anything I do, Albert. It's all a question of figures and logic. Now, consider this question. Why does a steward steal? Why, because it's his nature. He steals for the sake of stealing. No, that's not true. He steals because he has a wife and children, because he has ambitious desires for himself and his family, and above all he steals because he's not sure he'll always remain with his master and wants to make his future secure. But Monsieur Bertuccio is alone in the world. He spends my money without accounting for anything to me and he's sure he'll never leave me." "Why is he sure of that?" "Because I couldn't find a better steward." "You're dealing only with probabilities." "Not at all. I deal only with certainties. For me a good servant is one over whom I have the right of life and death. And you have that right over Bertuccio?" "Yes," replied the Count. "There are some words which close the conversation like an iron door. The Count's yes was one of those words. The rest of the journey was carried out with the same speed. The 32 horses, divided into 8 relays, covered the 48 leagues in 8 hours. They arrived in the middle of the night at the gate of a beautiful estate, which the porter opened for them. He had been notified by a messenger from the last relay station. Albert was shown to his suite, where he found a bath and a supper ready and waiting for him. After taking his bath and eating his supper, he went to bed. All night long he was lulled by the melancholy sound of waves breaking on the shore. When he awoke the next morning he went to the window, opened it and found himself on a terrace overlooking the sea. In the cove lay a small corvette, tall-masted and narrow of beam. Around it were a number of little fishing boats belonging to the fishermen of the neighboring villages. They seemed to be humble subjects awaiting the orders of their queen. The day was spent in various sports, in all of which the Count excelled. They shot a dozen pheasants, caught an equal number of trout in the stream, had dinner overlooking the sea and took tea in the library. Toward the evening of the third day, Albert, exhausted by the strenuous exercise which seemed to be child's play for the Count, was sleeping near the window when the sound of a horse's hoofs on the gravel of the road made him raise his head. He looked out the window and saw his own valet, whom he had not brought with him on the journey. "Why is Florentin here?" he cried, leaping to his feet. "Can my mother be ill?" He ran out to meet the valet, who, still out of breath, handed him a small sealed packet containing a newspaper and a letter. "Who is this letter from?" asked Albert anxiously. "From Monsieur Beauchamp," replied Florentin. "Was it Monsieur Beauchamp who sent you here?" "Yes, sir. He gave me the money for the trip, rented a horse for me and made me promise not to stop until I reached you. I made the trip in 15 hours. Albert opened the letter. After reading the first few lines, he uttered a cry and seized the newspaper with trembling hands. Suddenly his eyes went dim, his legs seemed to melt from under him, and he leaned against Florentin, who put out his arm to support him. "Poor young man," murmured the Count, who was watching him. "It's true that the sins of the father shall be visited upon the children to the third and fourth generation." Meanwhile Albert regained his strength and continued to read. Then he crumpled up both the newspaper and the letter and said, "Florentin, is your horse in condition to go back to Paris?" "It's only a poor old nag." "Oh, my God! How were things at home when you left?" "Rather calm. But when I came back from Monsieur Beauchamp's house I found Madame de Morcerf in tears. She sent for me to find out when you would return. I told her Monsieur Beauchamp had asked me to go and bring you back. At first she put out her hand to stop me, but then she thought a while and said, 'Yes, go, Florentin. Tell him to hurry back.'" Albert turned around and went back to the room from which Monte Cristo had been watching him. "Count," he said, "I thank you for your hospitality and I would have liked to enjoy it longer, but I must return to Paris." "What's happened?" "A terrible disaster. But please allow me to leave immediately. Something more precious than my life is at stake. I beg you, Count, don't ask me any questions. Just give me a horse." "My stables are at your service," said Monte Cristo, "but you'll kill yourself with fatigue if you ride all the way back. Take a postchaise or a carriage." "No, that would take too long. And besides, I need that fatigue you are worried about. It will do me good." Albert reeled like a man who has been struck by a bullet and sank into a chair near the door. The Count did not notice this, however, for he had gone to the window and called out, "Ali, a horse for Monsieur de Morcerf. And hurry. He wants to leave at once." These words brought Albert back to life. He dashed out of the room and the Count followed him. "Thank you," said the young man as he leaped into the saddle. "Is there a password I need to give at the relay stations?" "No, just turn over the horse you're riding to them and they'll saddle another one for you." "My departure must seem strange and foolish to you," said Albert. "You don't understand how a few lines in a newspaper can reduce a man to desperation. Read this, then," he added, throwing the paper to Monte Cristo, "but only after I'm gone, so that you will not see my shame." While the Count was picking up the newspaper, Albert sank his spurs into the belly of his horse, which, astonished that a rider should feel the need to use such a stimulus, started off with the speed of an arrow. The Count looked after the young man with an expression of infinite compassion. He waited until he had completely disappeared in the distance before he looked down at the newspaper and read the following. "It has come to our attention that the castles defending the city of Yanina were surrendered by a French officer who also betrayed his benefactor, Ali Pasha, to the Turks. His name at that time was Fernand Mondego, but he has since acquired a title. He now calls himself the Count of Morcerf and is a member of the Chamber. Chapter 48. Albert burst into Beecham's house at 8 o'clock the next morning. Beecham's valet had been notified to expect him and he led him into his master's bedroom immediately. "I've been waiting for you, my poor friend," said Beecham. "And here I am," said Albert. "The message you sent me proved your loyalty and affection, so let's not waste any time on preliminaries. Tell me everything that's happened, in detail." Albert, overwhelmed by shame and grief, listened as Beecham related the following facts. The article had appeared 2 days earlier in a newspaper other than Beecham's. Beecham was eating breakfast when he read it. Without finishing his meal, he hurried to the office of the newspaper. Although its political stand was diametrically opposed to his own, he was a close friend of its editor. "I've come to see you about the Morcerf article," said Beecham when he arrived. "Oh, yes, curious, isn't it?" said the editor. "So curious that it seems to me you're running the risk of being sued for libel." "Not at all. The man who gave us the information backed it up with such strong proof that we're perfectly sure Monsieur de Morcerf won't say a word. And it's a service to the country to unmask traitors who are unworthy of the honors bestowed on them." "Who gave you the information?" "Yesterday a man who had just arrived from Yanina came in to see us with a formidable stack of documents. We hesitated to print the accusation, but he told us he'd give it to another newspaper if we didn't. You're a journalist, Beecham. You know what it means to have an important news item. We couldn't afford to let that one go. Now that the shot has been fired, it will echo all over Europe." Beecham realized that there was nothing he could do. He left in despair to send a message to Albert. But what he was unable to write to Albert, for it happened after the departure of his messenger, was that on that same day there was great agitation in the chamber. Nearly every member arrived ahead of time to discuss the sinister development which would surely focus public attention on one of their best-known colleagues. Some were reading the article, while others exchanged reminiscences which lent more weight to the accusation. The Count of Morcerf was not liked by his colleagues. Like all parvenus, he had felt forced to be excessively haughty in order to maintain his rank. The Count of Morcerf himself was the only one who had not read the article. He did not receive the newspaper in which it appeared and had spent the morning writing letters and trying out a new horse. He therefore arrived at his customary hour with his customary haughty bearing and entered the chamber without noticing the hesitation of the ushers or the lukewarm greetings of his colleagues. The session had been in progress for half an hour when he entered. Although Monsieur de Morcerf, unaware of what had happened, had not changed his bearing and expression in any way, they now struck everyone as more arrogant than usual, and his presence on that occasion seemed so aggressive to the assembly that everyone regarded it as ill-advised. Some regarded it as insolence, and others considered it an insult. It was obvious that the entire chamber was eager to open the debate. The accusing newspaper was seen in everyone's hands, but, as always, each man hesitated to take the responsibility of beginning the attack. Finally one of the honorable peers, a sworn enemy of Morcerf, mounted the rostrum with a solemnity which announced that the awaited moment had arrived. A hushed silence ensued. Morcerf alone was ignorant of the reason for the profound attention being given to an orator who is not usually listened to so obligingly. But at the first words about Yanina and Colonel Fernand Mondego, Morcerf paled so horribly that a shudder ran through the whole assembly and all eyes were fixed on him. The speaker concluded by requesting that an investigation be made as quickly as possible, in order to crush the slander before it had time to spread, and to restore Monsieur de Morcerf to his high position in the esteem of the public. Morcerf was so overwhelmed, so trembling before that immense and unexpected calamity, that he was hardly able to stammer a few words to his colleagues while staring at them with bewildered eyes. This timidity, which could just as easily have been due to the astonishment of an innocent man as to the shame of a guilty one, aroused a certain sympathy for him on the part of some of the members. Truly generous men are always ready to become sympathetic when their enemy's misfortune surpasses the limits of their hatred. The chairman called for a vote on the investigation. It was decided to hold one as soon as possible. Morcerf was asked how long he would need to prepare his defense. His courage had come back to him when he felt himself still alive after that first horrible blow. "Gentlemen," he said, "it is not with time that one must repulse an attack like the one which my unknown enemies have just launched against me. I will reply on the spot and immediately to the bolt of lightning which dazzled me for a moment just now. I can only wish that, instead of having to justify myself in such a way, I could shed my blood in order to prove to my colleagues that I am worthy to consider myself their equal." These words made a favorable impression. "I request, therefore," continued Morcerf, "that the investigation be held as soon as possible, and I will supply the chamber with all the documents necessary to carry it out. Is the chamber of the opinion that the investigation should take place today?" asked the chairman. "Yes," was the unanimous reply. A commission of 12 members was appointed to examine the evidence produced by Morcerf. The first meeting of this commission was set for 8 o'clock that evening in the offices of the chamber. If several meetings proved to be necessary, they would be held in the same place and at the same hour. When this decision had been made, Morcerf asked permission to withdraw. He had to collect the documents he had been amassing for a long time in order to enable him to ward off this storm, which his wily and indomitable character had foreseen. He returned that evening at 8 o'clock, carrying a bundle of documents in his hand. His face seemed calm and, contrary to his habits, his bearing was unaffected and he was dressed with severe simplicity. His presence produced a good effect. The commission was far from being hostile to him, and several of its members came up to him and shook hands with him. Just then an usher entered and brought the chairman a letter. "You may have the floor, Monsieur de Morcerf," said the chairman as he unsealed the letter. Morcerf began his defense, which was extremely eloquent and skillful. He produced evidence proving that Ali Pasha had, up to the last day of his life, honored him with his entire confidence, since he entrusted him with a life-and-death mission to the emperor himself. He showed the ring, a sign of authority, with which Ali Pasha sealed his letters and which he had given to Morcerf so that on his return he could come straight to him, even if he were in his harem, no matter what time of day or night he arrived. "Unfortunately," said Morcerf, "his mission had not been successful, and when he came back to defend his benefactor he found him already dead." "But," said Morcerf, "Ali Pasha's confidence in him was so great that on his deathbed he entrusted him with the care of his favored mistress and the daughter he had had by her." Meanwhile the chairman had begun to read the letter that had been brought to him. The first few lines gripped his attention. He read the letter through, then reread it. Fixing his eyes on Monsieur de Morcerf he said, "Count, I believe you just told us that Ali Pasha entrusted you with the care of his wife and daughter, didn't you?" "Yes," replied Morcerf. "But misfortune pursued me in that as in everything else. On my return I found that Vasiliki and her daughter Haydée had disappeared." "Did you know them personally?" "My intimacy with the Pasha and the supreme confidence he had in me permitted me to see them more than 20 times. Have you any idea what became of them?" "Yes. I was told they succumbed to their grief and perhaps to their poverty. I wasn't rich at the time and my life was in constant danger, so, to my great regret, I was unable to go in search of them." The chairman frowned almost imperceptibly. "Gentlemen," he said, "you have heard Monsieur de Morcerf's explanations. Monsieur de Morcerf, can you produce a witness to substantiate what you have just told us?" "Alas," replied Morcerf, "all those who knew me at the Pasha's court have either died or disappeared. I believe myself to be the only one of my compatriots to have survived that frightful war. I have only the letters from Ali Pasha which I have shown you, along with this ring, a token of his confidence in me. But the most convincing proof I have to offer against this anonymous attack is the complete absence of any testimony against my honor and the unstained record of my military career." A murmur of approbation arose from the assembly. The members were ready to vote their decision when the chairman rose and said, "Gentlemen, I presume you will not be averse to listen to a witness who claims to have very important evidence and who has come forward of his own accord. After what Monsieur de Morcerf has just told us, we may assume that this witness has come to prove our colleague's complete innocence. Here is the letter I have just received on this subject. Do you wish me to read it to you, or do you wish to proceed without taking note of the incident?" Morcerf turned pale and convulsively crumpled the papers he was holding in his hands. The commission voted to have the letter read, while Morcerf himself remained thoughtfully silent and expressed no opinion. The chairman therefore read the following: "I can give extremely important information to the commission appointed to investigate the conduct of Lieutenant General de Morcerf in Epirus and Macedonia. I witnessed Ali Pasha's death and I know what became of Vasiliki and Haydee. I place myself at the disposal of the commission and even demand the honor of being heard. I will be in the vestibule of the chamber when this letter is delivered." "And who is this witness, or rather this enemy?" asked Morcerf unsteadily. "We're about to learn that," said the chairman. "Usher, is there someone waiting in the vestibule?" "Yes, sir." "Who is it?" "A woman accompanied by a servant." The members of the commission looked at each other in surprise. "Show that woman in," said the chairman. The usher withdrew and returned a few minutes later. Behind him walked a woman wearing a large veil that covered her completely, although the form outlined beneath the veil showed that she was a young and elegant woman. The chairman asked her to remove her veil and the members then saw that she was dressed in the Greek manner and was exquisitely beautiful. Morcerf looked at her with a mixture of surprise and fright. For him, it was life or death that was about to come from those lovely lips. For the others, it was such a strange adventure that the question of Morcerf's salvation or downfall had become a secondary consideration. "Madam," said the chairman, "you have written us saying that you could give us some information on the Yanina affair and that you were an eyewitness to the events." "Yes, I was there," replied the young woman in a voice full of captivating sadness and impregnated with that sonority peculiar to Oriental voices. "Allow me to remark that you were quite young at that time," said the chairman. "I was 4 years old. But, since the events were supremely important to me, I have not forgotten a single detail." "How did the events concern you? Who are you that the catastrophe should have made such a deep impression on you?" "My father's life was at stake. I am Haydee, daughter of Ali Tebelin, Pasha of Yanina, and of Vasiliki, his beloved wife." The modest yet proud blush which suffused the young woman's cheeks, the fire in her eyes and the majestic way in which she revealed her identity produced an indescribable effect on the assembly. As for the Count of Morcerf, he could not have been more overwhelmed if a thunderbolt had opened a chasm at his feet. "Madam," said the chairman after bowing respectfully, "allow me to ask a simple question which is not prompted by doubt and which will be the last of its kind. Can you prove the truth of what you say?" "I can," replied Haydee, drawing a perfumed satin bag from under her veil. "Here is my birth certificate, drawn up by my father and signed by his principal officials. Here is my certificate of baptism, for my father consented to have me raised in the religion of my mother. The certificate bears the seal of the Grand Primate of Macedonia and Epirus. And, most important of all, perhaps, here is the deed attesting the sale of my mother and me to an Armenian slave merchant by the French officer who, in his infamous bargain with the Turks, reserved as his share of the booty his benefactor's wife and daughter, whom he sold for the sum of 400,000 francs. A greenish pallor invaded Morcerf's cheeks and his eyes became bloodshot as he listened to these terrible accusations, which were received by the assembly in grim silence. Haydee, still calm, although much more threatening in her calmness than another woman would have been in anger, handed the deed of sale to the chairman. It was written in Arabic, but, since the commission had foreseen that some of the documents produced as evidence might be written in Arabic, modern Greek or Turkish, the interpreter of the chamber had been summoned. One of the noble peers, to whom the Arabic language, which he had learned during the Egyptian campaign, was familiar, followed the lines as the translator read aloud: I, El-Kabir, slave merchant and purveyor to the harem of His Highness, hereby acknowledge having received from the Count of Monte Cristo an emerald valued at 800,000 francs, which is to be transmitted to the Sublime Emperor, in payment for a Christian slave girl named Haydee, 11 years of age and a recognized daughter of the late Ali Pasha of Yanina and his favored, Vasiliki. The said Haydee was sold to me, along with her mother, who died on reaching Constantinople, 7 years ago by Colonel Fernand Mondego, a French officer formerly in the service of the late Ali Pasha. I made this purchase on behalf of His Highness, whose authorization I had, for the sum of 400,000 francs. Done with the authorization of His Highness at Constantinople in the year of 1247 of the Hijra. Signed, Lkobbir. Beside the merchant's signature was the seal of the Sublime Emperor. A terrible silence followed the reading of this document. Morcerf, as though in spite of himself, stared at Haydee with frenzied eyes. "Madam," said the chairman, "would it be possible to question the Count of Monte Cristo, who, I believe, is now in Paris with you?" "The Count of Monte Cristo left for Normandy 3 days ago," replied Haydee. "In that case," said the chairman, "who advised you to take this action, for which the commission thanks you and which is, furthermore, quite natural in view of your birth and your great misfortune?" "My action was prompted by my respect and my grief. I am a Christian, but, may God forgive me, I have always dreamed of avenging the death of my illustrious father. When I came to France and learned that the traitor lived in Paris, I remained constantly watchful. I live a secluded life in the house of my noble protector, but I live in that way because I like the shadows and the silence which allow me to live in my thoughts and memories. However, the Count of Monte Cristo surrounds me with paternal care and nothing about worldly life is foreign to me. I read all the newspapers and magazines and I receive all the newest music. It was in thus following the lives of others, without taking part in them, that I learned what happened in the chamber this morning and what was to happen there this evening. I therefore wrote to you." "And the Count of Monte Cristo had nothing to do with your action?" asked the chairman. "He knows nothing about it. In fact, my only fear is that he may disapprove of it when he learns of it. Nevertheless, it's a glorious day for me," continued Haydee, her eyes flashing fire, "for I have at last found the opportunity to avenge my father's death." "Monsieur de Morcerf," said the chairman, "do you recognize this lady as the daughter of Ali Tebelin, Pasha of Yanina?" "No," said Morcerf, making an effort to stand up. "It's a plot on the part of my enemies." Haydee, who had been looking toward the door as though she were expecting someone, abruptly turned to Morcerf and shrieked, "So you do not recognize me?" "Well, I recognize you. You are Fernand Mondego, the French officer who instructed the troops of my noble father. It was you who surrendered the castles of Yanina. It was you who, sent to Constantinople by my father to negotiate for his life or death, brought back a forged decree of complete pardon. It was you who, with that decree, obtained the Pasha's ring as a token of his authority. It was you who sold my mother and me into slavery. Murderer! Murderer! You still bear the blood of my father on your forehead. Look at him, all of you." These words were uttered with such a passionate ring of truth that all eyes turned to Morcerf as he put his hand to his forehead as though he could actually feel Ali Pasha's blood there. "Do you positively recognize Monsieur de Morcerf as the French officer named Fernand Mondego?" asked the chairman. "Do I recognize him?" cried Haydee. "Oh, mother! You said to me, you were free, you had a father who loved you and you were destined to be almost a queen. Look closely at that man, For it was he who made you a slave, it was he who raised your father's head on the end of a spear, it was he who sold us, it was he who betrayed us. Look at the wide scar on his right hand. If you should forget his face, you will still recognize that hand, which received the gold coins from Al-Kabir the slave merchant. Yes, I recognize him. And now let him say whether he recognizes me or not. Morcerf hid his hand, which had indeed been scarred by a wound, and sank into his chair, crushed by black despair. The entire assembly was in a turmoil. "Monsieur de Morcerf," said the chairman, "the justice of the court is equal for all, like that of God. It will not let you be overwhelmed by your enemies without giving you the means of defending yourself. Do you wish new inquiries to be made? Do you wish me to send 2 members of the chamber to Yanina? Answer." Morcerf remained silent. The members of the commission looked at one another with a sort of terror. They knew Morcerf's energetic and violent character. They realized that it would take a terrible blow to break down his defenses. "Well, what have you decided?" asked the chairman. "Nothing," replied Morcerf dully. "Has Ali Pasha's daughter really spoken the truth, then? Are you really guilty of the things of which you are accused?" Morcerf looked around him with an expression of despair that would have touched the heart of a tiger, but it could not disarm his judges. Then he raised his eyes to the ceiling and lowered them again immediately, as though he were afraid the ceiling might open to reveal the supreme judge himself. He tore open his coat as though it were choking him and walked out of the room like a somber madman. His footsteps echoed mournfully under the high-vaulted ceiling for a moment, then the sound was soon followed by the rumbling of his carriage as it bore him away with the horses at a gallop. "Gentlemen," said the chairman when silence had been restored, "do you find the Count of Morcerf guilty of felony, treason, and dishonor?" "Yes," replied the members of the investigating commission with a single voice. Haydée heard this sentence pronounced without showing either joy or pity. Then, drawing her veil back over her face, she bowed to the assembly majestically and walked out with the queenly tread which Virgil attributed to his goddess. Chapter 49. "Then," said Beauchamp, continuing his narration of these events to Albert, "I slipped out of the chamber without being seen. The usher who had allowed me to enter was waiting for me at the door. He led me through the corridors to the small door opening onto the Rue de Vaugirard. I was full of both grief and admiration, Albert. Grief for you and admiration for that young woman pursuing her father's vengeance." Albert had been holding his head between his hands. He looked up, his face red with shame and bathed in tears, and gripped Beauchamp's arm. "My friend," he said, "my life is finished. All that remains for me now is to discover the man whose enmity has pursued me. Then, when I know who that man is, either I will kill him or he will kill me. I count on your friendship to help me, Beauchamp, if contempt hasn't killed it in your heart." "Contempt, my friend? How has this disaster touched you?" "No, thank God. We no longer live in the days when an unjust prejudice held us unresponsible for his father's actions. You're young and rich, Albert. Leave France. Everything is quickly forgotten in this modern Babylon with its agitated existence and changing tastes. Come back in 3 or 4 years and everyone will have ceased to think about what happened yesterday." "Thank you for the good intentions that dictate your words," replied Albert, "but I can't do as you say. You can understand why it's impossible for me to see this matter from the same point of view as you. If you're still my friend, as you say you are, help me to find the hand that dealt the blow." "So be it, then," said Beauchamp. "If you're determined to go in search of your enemy, I'll go with you." "Good. Let's begin our search immediately. Each minute of delay is an eternity for me. The denouncer isn't punished yet, but if he's hoping he won't be, I swear on my honor that he's mistaken. All right, then, listen. Ah, Beauchamp, I see you know something. That makes me want to live again. I won't say that this is the whole truth, but at least it's a ray of light in the darkness. I didn't want to tell you before, but I've learned that Monsieur Danglars recently questioned his correspondent in Yanina about Ali Pasha's betrayal." "Danglars?" cried Albert. "Yes, he's been jealous of my father for a long time. He claims to be a man of the people, yet he can't forgive the Count of Morcerf for being a peer of France. And the way he broke off my engagement to his daughter without giving any reason, yes, he's the one. Don't allow yourself to be carried away in advance, Albert. First make inquiries, then, if it's true, he'll pay me for everything I've suffered. Albert, I'm not condemning your decision. I only want to make sure you act cautiously. Oh, don't worry, besides, you'll go with me. A matter that serious must be dealt with before a witness. If Monsieur Danglars is guilty, either he or I will be dead before the end of this day. Once such a resolution has been made, it ought to be acted on at once. Let's go to see Monsieur Danglars." When they arrived at the banker's residence, they saw the carriage of Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti before the door. "That's good," said Albert. "If Monsieur Danglars is unwilling to fight me, I'll kill his son-in-law. A Cavalcanti probably won't refuse a duel." When Albert's visit was announced to him, Danglars, knowing what had happened the day before, gave orders not to admit the young man. But it was too late, for Albert had followed a servant. When he heard Danglars give his order, he forced open the door and, followed by Beauchamp, entered the banker's study. "What do you mean by this?" cried Danglars. "Doesn't a man still have the right to decide whom he wants to receive into his own house?" "No, Monsieur Danglars," said Albert coldly, "there are certain situations, and this is one of them, in which, unless a man is a coward, he must be at home to certain persons." "What do you want with me?" Albert stepped forward without appearing to pay any attention to Cavalcanti, who was standing beside the fireplace. "I want to make an appointment with you," he said, "in some isolated spot where no one will disturb us for 10 minutes or so, a spot where, of the two men who meet there, one will remain behind on the ground." Danglars turned pale. Cavalcanti made a movement. Albert turned to the latter and said, "Oh, you can come too if you like, Monsieur Cavalcanti. You're almost one of the family, so you have a right to be there, and I make appointments of that kind with as many people as are willing to accept them." Cavalcanti looked in bewilderment at Danglars, who, making an effort, stood up and stepped between the two young men. Albert's attack on Andrea put things on another footing, and he hoped that the reason for Albert's visit was different from what he had supposed at first. "Let me warn you, Monsieur de Morcerf," he said, "that if you've come here to pick a quarrel with Monsieur Cavalcanti because I preferred him to you, I will take the matter up with the public prosecutor." "You're mistaken, Monsieur Danglars," said Albert with a somber smile. "Marriage is the furthest thing from my mind, and I addressed Monsieur Cavalcanti only because he seemed for an instant to have the intention of intervening in our discussion. You're right in a way, though. I'm ready to pick a quarrel with anyone today. But don't worry, I'll give you priority over everyone else." "Monsieur Morcerf," said Danglars, pale with anger and fear, "if I find a mad dog in my path I kill it, and, far from feeling guilty about it, I feel that I have rendered a service to society. If you are mad and try to bite me, I warn you that I will kill you without pity. Is it my fault that your father is dishonored?" "Yes," cried Albert. "It is your fault." Danglars stepped back. "My fault?" he exclaimed. "Why, you're mad. What do I know about Greek history? Have I ever been in that country? Was it I who advised your father to surrender the castles of Yanina, to betray—" "Silence," said Albert. "No, you weren't directly responsible for the disaster that occurred yesterday, but it was you who hypocritically provoked it. Where did the revelation come from? It seems to me the newspaper told you that." "From Yanina." "Yes, but who wrote to Yanina for information about my father? Anyone can write to Yanina, can't he? But only one person did right, and that person was you. I wrote, it's true. But it seems to me that when one is about to marry one's daughter to a young man, one has the right to ask for information about that young man's family. In fact, it's not only a right, but a duty. When you wrote to Janina, said Albert, you knew perfectly well what answer you would receive. I would never have written if I'd known that. How could I have known about Ali Pasha's disaster? Did someone else urge you to write, then? Yes. Who was it? Tell me. I was speaking with a certain person about your father's past, and I mentioned that the source of his fortune had always remained obscure. The person asked me where your father had made his fortune, and I answered that it was in Greece. Very well, then, he said, write to Janina for information. And who was that person? It was our friend, the Count of Monte Cristo. Albert and Beauchamp looked at each other. Monsieur Danglars, said Beauchamp, who had remained silent until then, you've just accused the Count, but he's absent from Paris right now and therefore unable to defend himself. I'm not accusing anyone, replied Danglars. I'm only telling what happened, and I'll be glad to repeat what I've said before the Count of Monte Cristo when he returns. Does the Count know what answer you received? Asked Albert. I showed it to him. Did he know that my father's name was originally Fernand Mondego? Yes, I told him that a long time ago. In this whole affair I did only what anyone else would have done in my place, and perhaps much less. The day after I received the answer from Janina, your father came to see me, at Monte Cristo's urging, to conclude the arrangements for the marriage between you and my daughter. I refused, it's true, but I refused without any explanation and without making any scandal. And why should I have made a scandal? What does the Count of Morcerf's honor or dishonor mean to me? It neither increases nor decreases my income. Albert flushed. He could no longer doubt. Danglars was defending himself basely, perhaps, but with the assurance of a man who is telling, if not the whole truth, at least part of it. Besides, Albert cared little about establishing the precise degree of guilt of Danglars or Monte Cristo. What he sought above all was a man who would answer for his offense, a man who would fight a duel with him. And it was obvious that Danglars would not fight. Furthermore, a number of forgotten or previously unnoticed things now came back to his mind. Monte Cristo knew everything, for he had bought Ali Pasha's daughter, and, knowing everything, he had urged Danglars to write to Janina. Finally, he had taken Albert to Normandy with him just at the moment when he knew the disaster was about to occur. It was now clear to Albert that Monte Cristo had planned everything and that he was in league with his father's enemies. Albert drew Beauchamp into a corner and communicated all these ideas to him. You're right, said Beauchamp. Monsieur Danglars was only a tool in what has happened. You must demand satisfaction from the Count of Monte Cristo. Albert turned to Danglars and said, I want you to understand that I'm not taking final leave of you. I must first know whether your accusations are true, and I'm going straight to the Count of Monte Cristo to find out. Then, after bowing to Danglars, he walked out with Beauchamp without paying any further attention to Cavalcanti. Danglars showed them to the door and assured Albert once again that he bore no personal hatred for his father. Chapter 50. When they had left Danglars' house, Beauchamp stopped Albert and said, Before we go to see the Count of Monte Cristo, I think you ought to reflect for a moment. About what? About the seriousness of what you're doing. I'm afraid of only one thing, finding a man who refuses to fight. Oh, don't worry, said Beauchamp. The Count will fight. In fact, I'm afraid he may fight too well. Be careful. My friend, said Albert with a smile, the most fortunate thing that could happen to me would be to die for my father. That would save all of us. But your mother would die too. Poor mother, said Albert, passing his hand over his eyes. I know that. But it would be better for her to die of grief than of shame. Are you determined to go through with it, Albert? Yes. Then let's go. Where do you think we can find him? He was to leave several hours after I did. He must have returned by now. They drove to the Count's house on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. They were met by Baptistin at the door. The Count had indeed arrived a short time before, but he was now in his bath and had given orders not to admit anyone. "What will he do after his bath?" asked Albert. "He will dine," replied Baptistin. "And after dinner, he will sleep for 1 hour. And then, he will go to the opera." "Are you sure?" asked Albert. "Perfectly sure. The Count has ordered his carriage to be ready at 8 o'clock. "Very well," said Albert. "That's all I wanted to know." Then, turning to Beauchamp, he said, "If you have anything to do, do it now, and if you have an appointment for this evening, postpone it till tomorrow. You can understand why I count on you to go to the opera with me tonight. If possible, bring Chateau Renaud also." Beauchamp took leave of Albert after promising to come by for him at 7:45 that evening. When Albert arrived home, he sent word to Franz, Debray and Maximilian that he wished to see them that evening at the opera. Then he went in to see his mother, who, since the events of the day before, had refused to see anyone and remained in her room. He found her there, still crushed by that public humiliation. The sight of her son produced on Mercedes the effect that might have been expected. She seized his hand and burst out sobbing. Her tears seemed to relieve her. Albert stood silent for a moment, looking at his mother. His expression showed that his resolution to take vengeance was weakening in his heart. "Mother," said Albert, "do you know if Monsieur de Morcerf has any enemies?" Mercedes started. She noticed that he had not said, "My father." "A man in his position always has many enemies whom he doesn't even know," she replied. "Yes, I know that. But I'm sure you've noticed that the Count of Monte Cristo has always refused to eat or drink anything in our house." "The Count of Monte Cristo!" exclaimed Mercedes. "What connection is there between that and the question you asked me? As you know, mother, the Count is almost an Oriental and, in order to maintain full freedom to avenge themselves, Orientals never eat or drink anything in the house of an enemy." "Are you saying the Count of Monte Cristo is our enemy, Albert? Who told you that? Why do you say it? You must be mad, Albert. The Count of Monte Cristo has always been friendly to us. He even saved your life once, and it was you yourself who introduced him to us. Oh, if such an idea has occurred to you, forget it at once. Let me advise you, let me beg you, in fact, not to quarrel with him." "Mother," replied Albert gravely, "you have your own reasons for asking me not to quarrel with that man." "I?" exclaimed Mercedes, blushing as quickly as she had paled, then almost immediately becoming as pale as before. "Yes," replied Albert, "and your reason is that he can't do us any harm, isn't it?" Mercedes shuddered and looked scrutinizingly at her son. "You're speaking to me very strangely," she said. "What has the Count done to you? Only 3 days ago you went to Normandy with him. Only 3 days ago I regarded him as you yourself regarded him, as your best friend." An ironic smile passed over Albert's lips. Mercedes saw it and, with her double instinct as a woman and a mother, she guessed everything, but she carefully concealed her agitation. Albert let the conversation drop. After a time Mercedes said to him, "I wish you'd stay here with me, Albert. I have a great need not to be alone. You know how glad I'd be to stay with you, mother, but an extremely urgent matter is going to make it necessary for me to leave you for the entire evening." "Very well," replied Mercedes with a sigh. "I don't want to make you a slave to your filial piety." Albert pretended not to hear, saluted his mother and withdrew. As soon as he had closed the door behind him, Mercedes summoned a trustworthy servant and ordered him to follow Albert all evening and tell her where he went. Then she rang for her personal maid and, despite her weakness, dressed herself in order to be ready for any contingency. The mission she assigned to her servant was not difficult to carry out. Albert went to his house and dressed with careful severity. At 10 minutes to 8 Beecham arrived. He had seen Chateau Renaud, who had promised to join them in the opera house before the curtain rose. Chateau Renaud was waiting for them when they arrived. Beecham had already told him everything, so Albert was not obliged to give him any explanation. Debray had not arrived, but Albert knew he rarely missed a performance of the opera. Albert kept his eyes on Monte Cristo's box, but it seemed to be stubbornly determined to remain empty. Finally, at the beginning of the second act, when he had just looked at his watch for the 100th time, the door of the box opened and Monte Cristo, dressed in black, entered and leaned over the railing to look down into the orchestra. He was accompanied by Maximilian Morel. As he glanced around the orchestra, Monte Cristo perceived a livid face with flashing eyes which seemed to be eagerly trying to attract his attention. He recognized Albert, but the expression he saw on his face advised him not to seem to have noticed him. Without giving any indication of what was going on in his mind, he sat down, took out his opera glasses and looked in another direction. However, without appearing to see Albert, the Count did not lose him from sight, and, when the curtain fell at the end of the second act, his keen eyes followed the young man as he left the orchestra accompanied by his two friends. The Count felt that a storm was about to break in when he heard the key turning in the door of his box. Although he was talking to Maximilian with his most affable expression, he knew what to expect and prepared himself for the worst. The door opened. The Count turned around and saw Albert, livid and trembling. Behind him were Beecham and Chateau Renaud. "Well, I see you've finally reached your goal," he said with the benevolent politeness which usually distinguished his greetings from the commonplace civility of others. "Good evening, Monsieur de Morcerf." Maximilian recalled the letter he had received from Albert asking him, without any explanation, to go to the opera that evening, and he realized that something terrible was about to happen. "I have not come here to exchange hypocritical greetings or false pretenses of friendship with you," said Albert. "I have come here to demand satisfaction from you." "You come to demand satisfaction at the opera?" said the Count with that calm tone of voice and that penetrating glance which reveal a man who is always sure of himself. "I'm not very familiar with Parisian customs, but I wouldn't have thought the opera was a proper place to demand satisfaction." "When a man hides himself," said Albert, "when he doesn't allow anyone to enter his house on the pretext that he's in his bath, at table or in bed, one must address him wherever one can find him. I'm not difficult to find. If I remember correctly, you were in my house only yesterday." "Yesterday," said Albert, who was beginning to lose his head. "I was in your house because I didn't yet know what you are." Albert spoke these words so loudly that they were heard by the occupants of the neighboring boxes and the people who were passing in the corridor. "What's the matter with you, Monsieur de Morcerf?" the Count asked without the slightest sign of emotion. "You seem to have lost your reason." "As long as I'm aware of your treachery and make you understand that I want to avenge it, I'm reasonable enough," said Albert furiously. "I don't understand you, Monsieur de Morcerf," said Monte Cristo, "and even if I understood you, you would still be speaking too loudly. This is my box, and I alone have the right to raise my voice here. Get out, Monsieur de Morcerf," and he pointed to the door with an admirable gesture of command. "I'll bring you out of your box," cried Albert, convulsively squeezing his glove, which Monte Cristo had not lost from sight. "Very well," said the Count calmly, "you want to provoke me to a duel, that's clear enough. But let me give you some advice. It's a bad idea to make so much noise in provoking me. Some people ought not to call attention to themselves, Monsieur de Morcerf." Albert understood this illusion and made a movement to throw his glove in the Count's face, but Maximilian seized his wrist while Beecham and Chateau Renaud, fearing the scene might go beyond the limits of a provocation, held him back from behind. But Monte Cristo, without standing up, leaned forward and took the glove from Albert's fingers. "Monsieur de Morcerf," he said in an awesome tone, "I consider your glove as having been thrown and I will give it back to you with a bullet. And now leave my box, or I will call my servants and have you thrown out." Beside himself with rage, his eyes wild and bloodshot, Albert stepped back. Maximilian took advantage of his movement to close the door. Monte Cristo picked up his opera glasses and began to look through them as though nothing extraordinary had happened. Maximilian leaned close to his ear and asked, "What have you done to him?" "Nothing. Not personally, at least," replied the Count. "His father's misfortune has made him lose his head. Did you have anything to do with it?" "It was Haydée who told the Chamber about his father's treason." "Yes, I heard that, but I couldn't believe that Greek girl, whom I saw with you here in this very box, was the daughter of Ali Pasha. And yet it's the truth. Now I understand everything. Albert wrote me a note asking me to come to the opera tonight. He must have wanted me to be a witness to the insult he intended to give you." "Probably," said the Count imperturbably. "But what will you do to him? As sure as you're sitting here, I will kill him tomorrow morning before 10 o'clock. That's what I'll do to him." Maximilian seized the Count's hand and shuddered when he felt how cold it was. "But his father loves him so much," he cried. "Don't tell me that or I'll make him suffer," said the Count, with the first sign of anger he had shown. There was a knock on the door of the box. "Come in," said the Count. Beauchamp entered. "Good evening, Monsieur Beauchamp," said Monte Cristo as though he were seeing him for the first time that evening. "Have a seat." Beauchamp bowed and sat down. "As you know, Count," he said, "I was with Monsieur de Morcerf just now. I admit he was wrong to lose his head the way he did, and I've come to apologize for him on my own account. Now that the apology has been made, and let me repeat that it's mine, not his, I'm sure you're too courteous a man to refuse to give me some explanation about your connections with Yanina and that Greek girl." Monte Cristo made a little gesture which commanded silence. "You've just destroyed all my hopes," he said, laughing. "What do you mean?" asked Beauchamp. "You've been eager to give me a reputation for eccentricity, to depict me as a sort of Manfred or Lord Ruthven. But now the time for regarding me as eccentric has passed and you want to make me into a vulgar, commonplace man. You even ask me to explain myself. You must be joking, Monsieur Beauchamp." "There are certain circumstances," said Beauchamp haughtily, "in which honor commands that." "Monsieur Beauchamp," interrupted the Count of Monte Cristo is commanded only by the Count of Monte Cristo. I do as I please, and, believe me, it's always very well done." "You cannot pay an honorable man in that coin," said Beauchamp. "You must give a guarantee to his honor." "I'm a living guarantee," said Monte Cristo, his eyes flashing threateningly. "Each of us has blood in his veins which the other is eager to shed. That's our mutual guarantee. Take that answer to Monsieur de Morcerf and tell him that by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning I will have seen the color of his blood. In that case, the only thing that remains to be done is to make arrangements for the duel." "That's a matter of complete indifference to me," said the Count. "Duels are fought with the sword or the pistol in France. In the colonies they use the carbine. In Arabia, the dagger. Tell Monsieur de Morcerf that, although I'm the insulted party, in order to be eccentric to the end, I'll leave the choice of weapons to him and that I'll accept anything without question, even combat by drawing lots, which is always stupid. With me it's different, however, I'm sure to win." "Sure to win?" repeated Beauchamp anxiously. "Of course," said the Count with a slight shrug. "Otherwise I wouldn't fight Monsieur de Morcerf. I must kill him, and I will. Just send word to me later tonight to let me know the time and the choice of weapons. It will be pistols, at 8 o'clock in the morning in the Bois de Vincennes," said Beauchamp, disconcerted. not knowing whether he was dealing with an outrageous braggart or a supernatural being. "Very well, Monsieur Beauchamp," said the Count. "Now that everything is settled, please allow me to enjoy the rest of the opera. And tell your friend Albert not to come back this evening. He would only do himself harm by his rude outbursts. He'll do well to go home and get some sleep." Beauchamp left the box in amazement. Monte Cristo turned to Maximilian and said, "I can count on you, can't I?" "Certainly," replied Maximilian, "but—" "But what? I'd like very much to know the real cause. Do you mean to say you refuse to be my second?" "Not at all." "The real cause?" said the Count. "Albert himself doesn't know it. The real cause is known only to myself and to God, but I give you my word of honor that God, with his knowledge, will be on our side." "That's enough for me, Count," said Maximilian. "Who will be your other second? You and your brother-in-law Emmanuel are the only two men in Paris to whom I'd like to give that honor. Do you think Emmanuel will accept? I can answer for him as surely as for myself, Count." "Good. Come to my house tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Then we will be there." Chapter 51. After the opera was over, the Count and Maximilian separated and went home. The Count still appeared to be calm and smiling. However, only someone who did not know him at all would have been deceived by the tone in which he said to Ali, "Ali, bring me my ivory-handled pistols." Ali brought them to his master, who began to examine them with a care that was quite understandable in a man who was going to entrust his life to a piece of metal the following day. He was holding one of the weapons in his hand when the door of his study opened and Baptistin entered. But even before he had time to open his mouth, the Count noticed a veiled woman standing behind Baptistin in the doorway. He motioned Baptistin to withdraw. He did so and closed the door behind him. "Who are you, madam?" said the Count to the veiled woman. She looked around to make sure they were alone, then clasped her hands and said in a tone of despair, "Don't kill my son, Edmund." The Count stepped back and uttered a feeble exclamation. The pistol fell from his hand. "What name was that you just pronounced, Madame de Morcerf?" he said. "Yours," she cried, throwing back her veil. "Your real name, which I alone remember. Edmund, this isn't Madame de Morcerf who has come to you. It's Mercedes. Mercedes is dead, madam, and I no longer know anyone by that name. Mercedes is still alive, and she was the only one who recognized you when she saw you. Since then she's been watching you and dreading you, and she had no need to seek to discover the hand that struck down Monsieur de Morcerf." "You mean Fernand, don't you, madam?" said Monte Cristo with bitter irony. "Since we're reminding each other of our names, let's remember all of them." He pronounced the name of Fernand with such hatred that Mercedes felt a shudder of fear run through her body. "I can see I wasn't mistaken," she said, "that I was right to say to you, 'Spare my son's life.' Who told you I had anything against your son, madam?" "No one told me, but a mother is gifted with second sight. I guessed everything. I followed him to the opera tonight and hid myself in another box, from which I saw what happened." "In that case, madam, you saw that Fernand's son insulted me publicly. My son attributes his father's misfortune to you. What has happened to his father is not a misfortune. It's a punishment. I haven't struck him down. Providence has punished him." "But why do you substitute yourself for Providence?" cried Mercedes. "What do you care about Yanina? What harm did Fernand Mondego do to you when he betrayed Ali Pasha?" "You're right, madam, that's no concern of mine. I haven't sworn vengeance against either the French officer or the Count of Morcerf, but against Fernand the fisherman, husband of Mercedes. But I'm the one who's guilty, Edmund, and if you want to take revenge on someone, you ought to take it on me for not having the strength to withstand your absence and my own loneliness." "But why was I absent?" cried Monte Cristo. "Because you were arrested, because you were a prisoner." And why was I arrested? Why was I a prisoner? I don't know, said Mercedes. No, you don't know, madam. At least I hope you don't. Well, then, I'll tell you. I was arrested and put into prison because, on the day before I was to marry you, a man named Danglars wrote this letter, which Fernand himself mailed. Monte Cristo went over to a desk and unlocked a drawer from which he took a piece of yellowed paper. It was the letter from Danglars to the public prosecutor which Monte Cristo, disguised as a representative of the firm of Thomson and French, had taken from the records concerning the case of Edmond Dantes the day he paid the 200,000 francs to Monsieur de Beauville. Mercedes took the letter and read it in terror. "Oh, my God!" she exclaimed, passing her hand over her forehead. "And this letter? I bought it for 200,000 francs, madam, but I consider that cheap because it now enables me to justify myself in your eyes. And what was the result of this letter? You already know the result, madam. It led to my imprisonment. But what you don't know is how long my imprisonment lasted. You don't know that for 14 years I was only a quarter of a league away from you, in a cell in the Château d'If. You don't know that every day of those 14 years I renewed the vow of vengeance I made the first day, yet I didn't know you had married Fernand, my denouncer, that my father was dead and that he died of hunger." "Good God!" cried Mercedes, reeling. Falling to her knees, she cried out, "Forgive, Edmond, forgive for the sake of Mercedes, who still loves you." The Count raised her to her feet and said, "You're asking me not to crush that cursed breed. You're asking me to disobey God, who brought me back from a living death in order to punish them. Impossible, madam, impossible." "I call you Edmond," said the poor mother, at her wit's end. "Why don't you call me Mercedes?" "Mercedes," repeated Monte Cristo. "Yes, you're right. It's a name that's still sweet to say, and it's been a long time since it came so clearly from my lips. Oh, Mercedes, I've spoken your name with sighs of melancholy, with shrieks of pain, with groans of despair. I spoke it crouching in the straw on the floor of my dungeon. Mercedes, I suffered for 14 years, I wept and cursed for 14 years, and now I tell you, Mercedes, I must have vengeance." The Count, trembling lest he yield to the prayers of the woman he had once loved so much, called up all his memories to support his hatred. "Take your vengeance, Edmond," cried the poor mother, "but take it on those who are guilty. Take it on Fernand, take it on me, but don't take revenge on my son." Monte Cristo heaved a sigh that resembled a roar and gripped his head between his hands. "Edmond," continued Mercedes, "ever since I met you I've worshipped your name and respected your memory. Edmond, my friend, don't force me to darken that pure and noble image constantly reflected in my heart. Oh, Edmond, if you only knew how often I've prayed for you, while I still hoped you were alive and after I believed you to be dead. What else could I do for you except to weep and pray? Believe me, Edmond, guilty as I am, I've suffered too. Have you felt your father dying while you were absent?" cried Monte Cristo. "Have you seen the woman you loved give her hand to your rival while you were groaning in the depths of a dungeon?" "No," answered Mercedes, "but I have seen the man I loved ready to become the murderer of my son." She spoke these words with such passionate grief, with such infinite despair that a sob burst from the Count's throat. The lion had been tamed. The avenger had been vanquished. "You've come to ask me for your son's life," he said. "Very well, then, he will live." "Oh!" cried Mercedes, seizing his hand and pressing it to her lips. "Oh, thank you, Edmond. Thank you. You're still the man I've always dreamed of, the man I've always loved." "You won't have long to love him," replied the Count. "The dead man is about to go back into his grave. The phantom is about to disappear into the night." "What do you mean?" "I mean that since you order it, Mercedes, I must die." "Die? Who spoke of dying? You can't believe that, after being publicly insulted by a young man who would boast of my pardon as he would of a victory, I could still go on living. What I've loved most after you, Mercedes, is myself. That is, my dignity and that strength which made me superior to other men. That strength was my life. You've broken it with a word, so I must die. The duel will still take place, but, instead of your son's blood, it will be my own that pours out on the ground. Mercedes uttered a loud cry and rushed toward Monte Cristo, but then suddenly she stopped. Edmund, she said, the fact that you're still alive and that I've seen you again proves there's a God above us. I trust him from the bottom of my heart. Awaiting his help, I count on your word. You've told me my son will live. He will live, won't he? Yes, he'll live, said Monte Cristo, surprised at the calmness with which she accepted his heroic sacrifices. Mercedes held out her hand to him. Edmund, she said, her eyes filling with tears, you've just done something noble and sublime. You've taken pity on a poor woman who came to you with every reason to believe her hopes would be disappointed. Alas, I've grown old more from grief than from age, and I can't even remind my Edmund of the Mercedes he used to look at for so many hours. Oh, believe me when I tell you I've suffered too. It's terrible to watch one's life go by without a single joy, without a single hope. Let me tell you again, Edmund, it's noble and sublime to forgive as you've just done. You say that without knowing the greatness of the sacrifice I'm making for you, Mercedes. Suppose the Supreme Maker, after creating a third of the world, had stopped there to spare the tears of an angel who would otherwise have wept over our crimes one day. Suppose that, after having prepared everything and sown the seeds of life, just as he was about to admire his work, God had extinguished the sun and plunged the world into eternal night. If you imagine all this, you still won't have any idea of what I'm losing by losing my life at this time. Mercedes looked at the Count with an expression that showed all her astonishment, admiration and gratitude. Edmund, she said, I have only one more thing to say to you. My beauty has faded, but you'll see that, while Mercedes no longer resembles herself outwardly, she still has the same heart. And now goodbye, Edmund. I now have nothing more to ask of heaven. I've seen you again as noble and great-hearted as ever. Goodbye and thank you, Edmund. The Count did not answer. Mercedes had already gone before he came out of the deep and painful reverie into which his lost vengeance had plunged him. How stupid I was, he said to himself, not to have torn my heart out the day I swore to avenge myself. Chapter 52. The next morning Maximilian and Emmanuel arrived 20 minutes early. Excuse me if I've come too soon, said Maximilian, but I admit frankly that I didn't sleep a wink last night, and neither did anyone else in my house. I needed to see you and all your courageous self-assurance in order to become myself again. The Count was moved by this proof of affection and, instead of holding out his hand to the young man, he opened his arms to him. Maximilian, he said, it's a glorious day for me when I feel myself loved by a man like you. Good morning, Emmanuel. So, Maximilian, you're going to be my second? Did you doubt that I would? But if I should be in the wrong? Listen, I watched you last night during that whole scene of provocation. I thought about your confidence all night long and I said to myself that justice must be on your side, or else it's impossible to judge anything from a man's face. Thank you, Maximilian, said the Count. Then he struck a gong once. Take this to my notary, he said to Ali, who appeared almost instantly. It's my will, Maximilian. It will concern you after my death. What? Cried Maximilian. Your death? We have to provide for every possibility, haven't we, my friend? But now tell me what you did last night after you left me. I went to Tortoni's, where, as I expected, I found Beecham and Chateau Renaud. I was looking for them. Why? The arrangements had already been agreed on. I was hoping they would agree to change the weapons from pistols to swords. A pistol is blind. And did you succeed? Asked Monte Cristo with an almost imperceptible glimmer of hope in his eyes. No. Your skill in fencing is too well known. How has it become known? From the fencing masters you've defeated. So you failed? They refused categorically. Have you ever seen me shoot a pistol? Asked the Count. Never. Monte Cristo attached an ace of diamonds to a plank, picked up a pistol and successively shot off each of the four corners of the diamond in the center of the card. Maximilian looked at the bullets with which the Count had just performed this feat and found that they were no larger than pellets of buckshot. Look at this, Emmanuel, he said. It's frightening. Then, turning to the Count, he said, in the name of God, Count, don't kill Albert. The poor boy has a mother. That's true, said Monte Cristo. And I have none. He spoke these words in a tone that made Maximilian shudder. You're the offended party, Count. Of course. And what does that mean? It means you'll be the first to shoot. I insisted on that. We've made so many concessions to them that they could afford to make that one to us. At what distance? 20 paces. A frightening smile passed over the Count's lips. Maximilian, he said, don't forget what you've just seen. I won't, which is why I count only on your generosity to save Albert's life. You're so sure not to miss that I can say something to you that would be ridiculous if I said it to anyone else. Wound him, but don't kill him. Listen to me, Maximilian. You don't need to encourage me to deal kindly with Monsieur de Morcerf. I'll deal so kindly with him that he'll return tranquilly with his 2 seconds, while I'll go on. With me it will be different. They'll carry me back. Oh, no. You can't mean that. It will be as I tell you, Maximilian. Monsieur de Morcerf will kill me. Maximilian looked at him in complete bewilderment. What's happened to you since last night, Count? He asked. The same thing that happened to Brutus the night before the Battle of Philippi. I saw a ghost. And that ghost told me that I have lived long enough. Maximilian and Emmanuel looked at each other. Monte Cristo pulled out his watch. Let's go, he said. It's 7:05 and I have an appointment for 8 o'clock. The carriage was waiting for them. Monte Cristo climbed into it with his 2 seconds. They arrived at the appointed spot at exactly 8 o'clock. We're the first ones here, said Maximilian, putting his head out of the carriage window. Excuse me, sir, said Baptistin, who had followed his master with indescribable terror, but I think I see a carriage over there under the trees. Oh, yes, said Emmanuel, I see 2 young men who seem to be waiting. Monte Cristo leaped lightly down from the carriage and gave a hand to Emmanuel and Maximilian as they descended. Then he drew Maximilian aside and said, Maximilian, is your heart free? Maximilian looked at him in surprise. I'm not asking you tell me any secrets, continued the Count. I ask you only to answer yes or no. I love a certain young lady, Count. Do you love her deeply? More than life. One more hope shattered, said Monte Cristo. Then he murmured with a sigh, poor Haydée. If I didn't know you so well, Count, I'd think you were less brave than you really are. Because I sigh when I think of someone I'm about to leave. Come now, Maximilian, can a soldier know so little about courage? Besides, this weakness, if it really is weakness, is for your eyes alone. I know that the world is a salon which we ought to leave politely and honestly. That is, after saluting and paying our gambling debts. Well said. By the way, have you brought your weapons? No, I expect those gentlemen to bring their own. I'll go ask them, said Maximilian. He walked over to Beauchamp and Chateau Renaud. The 3 young men greeted each other, if not with friendliness, at least with courtesy. Excuse me, gentlemen, said Maximilian, but I don't see Monsieur de Morcerf. "He sent word to us this morning that he would meet us here on the field of honor," replied Chateau Renaud. "It's only 8:05, said Beecham, looking at his watch. "There's no great time lost, Monsieur Morel." "Oh, I didn't mean to imply—" "Besides," interrupted Chateau Renaud, "here's a carriage coming now." They looked up and saw a carriage approaching rapidly along one of the avenues leading to the crossroads where they were standing. "But that's not Morcerf!" exclaimed Chateau Renaud. "It's Franz and Debray." The two young men alighted and walked over. "What brings you here, gentlemen?" asked Chateau Renaud, shaking hands with each of them. "Albert sent word to us this morning to meet him here," replied Debray. Beecham and Chateau Renaud looked at each other in surprise. Then Beecham called out, "Look! Here comes Albert now. He's galloping at full speed. How foolish of him to come on horseback to fight a duel with pistols," said Chateau Renaud. "And after I instructed him so carefully." Albert reined up, leaped off his horse and approached his friends. He was pale and his eyes were swollen and bloodshot. It was easy to see that he had not slept at all. "Thank you for accepting my invitation, gentlemen," he said. "I'm extremely grateful to you for this proof of your friendship." Maximilian had stepped aside 10 paces or so. "And you too, Monsieur Morel," said Albert. "My gratitude also belongs to you. Come closer. Your presence is welcome. Perhaps you're not aware that I'm one of the Count of Monte Cristo's seconds," said Maximilian. "So much the better. I want to have as many men of honor here as possible." "Monsieur Morel," said Chateau Renaud, "you may inform the Count of Monte Cristo that Monsieur de Morcerf has arrived and that we are at his disposal." Maximilian started off to deliver the message while Beecham took out the box containing the pistols. "Just a moment, gentlemen," said Albert. "I have a few words to say to the Count of Monte Cristo." "In private?" asked Maximilian. "No, before everyone." Albert's seconds looked at one another in surprise. Franz and Debray exchanged several words in a low tone, and Maximilian, gladdened by this unexpected incident, went off to bring the Count, who was walking in a lane of the forest with Emmanuel. "What does he want with me?" asked Monte Cristo. "I don't know, but he asks to speak to you." "Oh," said Monte Cristo, "I hope he's not going to tempt God with some new outrage." "I don't think that's his intention," said Maximilian. The Count walked forward, accompanied by Maximilian and Emmanuel. Albert and his 4 friends came to meet them. When they were 3 paces from each other, Monte Cristo and Albert stopped. "Come closer, gentlemen," said Albert. "I don't want you to miss a single word of what I'm about to say to the Count of Monte Cristo, because I want you to repeat it to everyone who will listen to it, however strange it may seem to you." "I'm listening, Monsieur de Morcerf," said the Count. "Count," began Albert in a voice that was unsteady at first, but which became more assured as he spoke, "I reproached you for revealing my father's conduct in Greece, for I believe that, however guilty he may have been, you had no right to punish him. But today I know that you have that right. It is not Fernand Mondegot's betrayal of Ali Pasha that makes me so quick to excuse you, but the fisherman Fernand's betrayal of you, and the unspeakable suffering it led to. I therefore say to you, Count, that you were right to avenge yourself on my father, and I, his son, thank you for not having done more than you did." The spectators of this unexpected scene could not have been more astonished if a bolt of lightning had struck in their midst. As for Monte Cristo, he slowly raised his eyes to the heavens with an expression of infinite gratitude, and he could not admire too much the way in which Albert's fiery character, whose courage he had been able to appreciate when he had come to rescue him from the Roman bandits, had submitted itself to that sudden humiliation. He recognized Mercédès' influence and realized then why she had not refused his offer to sacrifice his own life for her son. "And now," continued Albert, "if you find that the apology I have just given you is sufficient, please give me your hand." Monte Cristo, his eyes moist and his chest heaving, held out his hand to Albert, who seized it and pressed it with a feeling which resembled respectful fright. "Gentlemen," he said, "the Count of Monte Cristo has accepted my apology. I hope that the world will not consider me a coward for doing what my conscience ordered me to do. But," added the young man, raising his head proudly, as though addressing a challenge to his friends as well as to his enemies, "if anyone should have a mistaken idea about the motives of my action, I will try to correct his opinion." Chapter 53. The first thing Albert did when he returned home was to take the portrait of his mother from its frame and roll it up. Then he collected all his fine Turkish weapons, English rifles, Japanese porcelains, mounted trophies and bronze statues, threw his pocket money into a desk drawer, which he left open, added to it all the jewels from his vases, shelves and jewel boxes, made a precise inventory of everything and placed this inventory conspicuously in the middle of a table. As he was finishing this task, the sound of horses' hoofs in the courtyard attracted his attention. He walked over to the window and saw his father climb into his carriage and drive off. Albert then went to his mother's room. He stopped on the threshold, overwhelmed by what he saw and by what he guessed. As if the same soul animated their two bodies, Mercedes was doing in her room exactly what Albert had done in his. He realized the reason behind her preparations, cried out, "Mother!" and threw his arms around her. "What are you doing?" he asked. "And what were you doing?" "Oh, Mother!" cried Albert, moved almost to the point of being unable to speak. "It's not the same for you as it is for me." "I'm leaving," said Mercedes, "and I confess that I counted on my sons going with me." "Was I mistaken?" "Mother," said Albert firmly, "I cannot make you share the life I'm going to lead. From now on I must live without a name and without a fortune. In order to begin my apprenticeship in that harsh life, I must borrow from a friend the bread I will eat until I can earn some for myself. I'm going to Franz right now to ask him to lend me the small sum I think will be necessary." "Oh, my poor boy!" cried Mercedes. "Do you intend to live in poverty and hunger? Don't tell me that or you'll destroy all my resolution." "But not mine, Mother," replied Albert. "I'm young, I'm strong and I believe I'm brave, and since yesterday I have learned what strength of will can do. There are men who have suffered and who have not only gone on living, but even built a new fortune on the ruins of their former happiness. From the depths into which their enemies have plunged them, they have risen again with such vigor and glory that they have dominated their former conquerors and cast them down in their turn. From this day on I have broken with my past. I will accept nothing from it, not even my name, because, as I'm sure you can understand, Mother, your son cannot bear the name of a man who must blush with shame before another man. If my heart had been stronger, Albert, that's exactly the advice I would have given you. Your own conscience has told you what I was too weak to say. Break off with your friends temporarily, but don't lose hope, I beg you. Life is still glorious at your age, Albert. You're hardly 22 years old. And since a heart as pure as yours needs an unstained name, take my father's name, which was Herrera. I know you, Albert. Whatever career you follow, you'll soon make that name illustrious." "I'll do as you wish, Mother," said the young man. "And since we've already made our resolution, let's carry it out promptly. My father left the house about half an hour ago, which means that we now have a good opportunity to avoid a scene." "I'll wait for you, my son," said Mercedes. Albert ran out into the street and hired a carriage. As he was returning to the house, a man came up to him and handed him a letter. Albert recognized him as Monte Cristo's steward, Bertuccio. He took the letter and read it. When he finished, he looked up for Bertuccio, but he had disappeared. Albert went back to his mother's room and, overwhelmed with emotion, handed her the letter without a word. She took it and read the following: Albert, you are about to leave your father's house, taking your mother with you. But reflect a moment before you leave. You owe her more than you can ever repay her. Face the struggle alone, keep the suffering for yourself, and spare her the poverty that will inevitably accompany your first efforts, for she does not deserve even a reflection of the misfortune which has come to her today. I know that you are both about to leave your father's house without taking anything with you. Do not try to discover how I learned this. I know it, and that is enough. Listen to me, Albert. 24 years ago I returned to my country happy and proud. I had a fancy, a saintly young girl whom I worshipped, and I had 3,000 francs which I had slowly amassed by constant hard work. That money was for her, and, knowing the treachery of the sea, I buried our treasure in the little garden of the house in which my father lived in Marseille. Your mother knows that house well. Recently, on my way to Paris, I passed through Marseille. I went back to that house, full of painful memories for me, and dug in the spot where I had buried our treasure. The iron box was still in its place. No one had touched it. It is in the corner of the garden shaded by the fig tree which my father planted on the day of my birth. That money was meant to contribute to the happiness of the woman I loved. You will understand why, instead of offering her the millions I could now give her, I give her back only that pittance which has lain forgotten since the day I was separated from her. You have a noble heart, Albert, but it may be that you have been blinded by pride or resentment. If you refuse my offer, if you ask someone else for what I have a right to give you, I will say that it is not noble of you to refuse to allow your mother the chance of a new life offered to her by a man whose father was made to die of hunger and despair by your father. When Mercedes had finished reading this letter, Albert stood motionless, awaiting her decision. I accept, she said. He has the right to pay the dowry that I will bring to a convent. Then, placing the letter over her heart, she took her son's arm and walked resolutely toward the stair. Chapter 54. Monte Cristo had come back to town with Emmanuel and Maximilian. Their return was gay. Emmanuel did not conceal his joy at having seen war give way to peace. Maximilian, sitting in a corner of the carriage, let his brother-in-law's gaiety evaporate in words and kept to himself a joy that was equally sincere but which shone only in his eyes. At the Barrière du Trône they met Bertuccio, who was waiting for them like a sentry at his post. Monte Cristo put his head out the window of the carriage, exchanged a few words with him in an undertone, and the steward disappeared. "Please take me home now, Count," said Emmanuel when they were near the Place Royale, "so that my wife won't have to worry any longer about either of us." "I would ask you to come home with us," said Maximilian, "but I'm sure there's someone you want to reassure also. Here we are, Emmanuel. Let's say goodbye to our friend and let him go on his way." "Wait a moment," said Monte Cristo. "Don't deprive me of both my companions at once. Go in to your charming wife, Emmanuel, and give her my compliments, and you, Maximilian, come with me to the Champs-Élysées." "I'll be glad to," said Maximilian, "especially since I have a personal matter to attend to in your neighborhood." "Shall we expect you for dinner?" asked Emmanuel. "No," replied Maximilian. The carriage continued on its way. "You see how I bring you good luck," said Maximilian when he was alone with the Count. "You didn't expect it, did you?" "Of course. That's why I wanted you with me. What happened this morning was miraculous. Albert is brave, there's no question of that." "Very brave," said Monte Cristo. "I once saw him sleep with a sword almost literally hanging over his head. And I know he's fought 2 duels, and fought them very well. Reconcile that with his conduct this morning." "It was your influence," said the Count, smiling. "It's lucky for Albert that he's not a soldier." "Why?" "An apology on the field of honor," said the young captain, shaking his head. "Come now," said the Count gently, "you're not going to fall into the prejudices of ordinary men, are you, Maximilian? Won't you agree that, since Albert is brave, he can't be cowardly, that he must have had a good reason for acting as he did this morning, and that his conduct was therefore heroic rather than base?" "No doubt, no doubt," replied Maximilian. "You'll have lunch with me, won't you?" asked the Count, cutting short the conversation. "No, I'll leave you at 10 o'clock. Your personal matter is an appointment for lunch, then?" Maximilian shook his head. "But you'll have to have lunch somewhere, won't you? Suppose I'm not hungry?" "Ah!" exclaimed the Count. "I know of only two emotions that take away a man's appetite, grief, and since, fortunately, I see that you're gay, I know it's not that, and love. Now, after what you told me this morning, I can only suppose." "Oh, I won't deny it," said Maximilian gaily. "And you haven't told me about it," said the Count in a tone which showed how deeply concerned he was to know the secret. "I showed you this morning that I had a heart, didn't I, Count?" Monte Cristo's only reply was to hold out his hand to the young man. "Well," continued Maximilian, "since my heart is no longer with you in the Bois de Vincennes, it's somewhere else and I'm going there to find it again." "Go, then, my friend," said the Count slowly. "But promise me that if you should ever encounter any obstacles you'll remember that I have a certain amount of power in this world, that I'm glad to use it to help people I'm fond of, and that I'm very fond of you, Maximilian." "Very well," replied the young man, "I'll remember that in the way selfish children remember their parents when they need them. If I ever need you, Count, and it's quite possible that I will, I'll come to you. I consider that a promise. And now goodbye." They had arrived in front of the Count's house on the Champs-Élysées. Monte Cristo opened the door of the carriage and Maximilian alighted. Bertuccio was waiting on the front steps. Maximilian walked off down the avenue to Marini as Monte Cristo hurried up to Bertuccio. "Well?" he asked. "She's going to leave his house," replied Bertuccio. "And what about her son?" "Florentin, his valet, thinks he's going to do the same thing. Come with me." Monte Cristo led Bertuccio into his study, wrote the letter we have already seen, handed it to him and said, "Deliver this immediately. Before you go, notify Haydée that I've come back." "Here I am," said Haydée, who, hearing the sound of the Count's carriage, had already come downstairs, her face radiant with joy at seeing him safe and sound. Bertuccio left. Monte Cristo's joy, while less apparent, was no less intense than Haydée's. He had recently begun to realize something which he had not dared believe before, that there was another Mercedes in the world, that he might once again be happy. He was gazing ardently into Haydée's moist eyes when suddenly the door opened. He frowned. "The Count of Morcerf," announced Baptistin. "Oh!" cried Haydée. "Isn't it finished yet?" "I don't know if it's finished yet," said Monte Cristo, taking both her hands in his, "but I do know that there's nothing to fear. That man can do me no harm. It was when I was dealing with his son that there was reason to fear." "You'll never know how I suffered," said Haydée. Monte Cristo smiled and said, "I swear to you that if there is any misfortune it will not happen to me. I believe it as if God himself had told me," said Haydée. Monte Cristo placed a kiss on her forehead which made two hearts beat more rapidly. "Oh God," he thought, "could it be that you will allow me to love a second time?" Then he turned to Baptistin and said, "Show the Count of Morcerf into the salon." The general was pacing the length of the floor for the third time when Monte Cristo joined him in the salon. "Ah, it's really you, Monsieur de Morcerf," said the Count calmly. "I thought perhaps I had heard wrong." "Yes, it's I," said the general, with a frightful contraction of his lips which prevented him from articulating clearly. "And to what do I owe the pleasure of seeing the Count of Morcerf at such an early hour? You had a meeting with my son this morning. Did you know about that?" "Yes, and I also know that my son had good reason to fight you and do his best to kill you. That's true. But, as you can see, in spite of his good reasons, he didn't kill me. In fact, he didn't even fight me. Yet he considered you the cause of his father's dishonor and of the horrible disaster which has fallen on my house. That's also true, said Monte Cristo with his terrible calm. I was the secondary cause, although not the primary one. Then no doubt you apologized to him or gave him some explanation. I gave him no explanation, and it was he who apologized to me. But to what do you attribute his conduct? To his conviction, probably, that there was another man guiltier than I. Who was that man? His father. Perhaps, said Morcerf, turning pale, but you know a guilty man doesn't like to have his guilt thrown in his face. Yes, I know, and I expected this. You expected my son to be a coward? Cried the general. Monsieur Albert de Morcerf is not a coward, said Monte Cristo. A man who stands before a mortal enemy with a sword in his hand and does not fight is a coward. I wished he were here so I could tell him so. I don't suppose you've come here to tell me about your family affairs, said Monte Cristo coldly. Go tell that to your son, perhaps he'll be able to answer you. No, that's not why I came, said Morcerf with a smile which vanished almost as soon as it appeared. I came to tell you that I too consider you my enemy. I came to tell you that I hate you instinctively, that it seems to me I've always known you and always hated you, and that, finally, since the young men of this generation apparently no longer fight duels, we must do so ourselves. Do you agree? Certainly. When I told you I expected this, I was referring to the honor of your visit. Very well. Are you ready? I'm always ready. You understand that we will fight till one of us is dead? Said the general, clenching his teeth in rage. Till one of us is dead, repeated Monte Cristo, slowly nodding his head. Let's go, then. We have no need of seconds. Yes, that would be useless. We know each other so well. On the contrary, it's because we don't know each other. Are you sure? Asked Monte Cristo with the same exasperating coolness. Aren't you the soldier Fernand who deserted on the eve of the Battle of Waterloo? Aren't you the Lieutenant Fernand who served the French army as a guide and spy in Spain? Aren't you the Colonel Fernand who betrayed, sold out and assassinated his benefactor, Ali Pasha? And haven't all those Fernands put together made Lieutenant General Fernand, Count of Morcerf and Peer of France? Scoundrel! Cried the general, as though struck by a red-hot iron. You confront me with my shame just as you're perhaps about to kill me. I didn't say I was a stranger to you. I know, you demon, that you've penetrated into the darkness of my past and read every page of my life by the light of some torch unknown to me. But maybe there's still more honor in me, even in my disgrace, than there is in you beneath all your outward pomp. No, I'm not a stranger to you, I know that. But I know nothing about you, you adventurer made up of gold and jewels. In Paris you call yourself the Count of Monte Cristo. In Italy, Sinbad the Sailor. In Malta, God knows what. But I want to know your real name, so that I can pronounce it on the field of honor as I plunge my sword into your heart. Monte Cristo's eyes glowed fiercely. He rushed into an adjoining room and threw off his coat and vest. A moment later he returned wearing a sailor's blouse and a sailor's hat and stood before Morcerf with his arms crossed and an expression of implacable hatred on his face. Morcerf's teeth chattered. He felt his leg giving way beneath him and he stepped back until he found a table on which to support himself. Fernand! Roared Monte Cristo. One of my names is enough to strike terror into your heart, but I don't have to tell you what it is, do I? You've already guessed it, haven't you? Or rather, you remember it, for, in spite of all my years of sorrow and torment, the joy of vengeance has made my face young again, and it's a face you must have seen often in your dreams ever since your marriage to Mercedes, My fancy. The general stared at the terrible apparition in silence. Then, leaning against the wall, he slowly slid along it to the door and backed out of the room, uttering only this piercing terror-stricken cry, "Edmond Dantes!" Gasping in an inhuman way, he dragged himself to the front of the house, staggered across the courtyard as if he were drunk, and fell into the arms of his valet. "Home, home," he muttered, almost unintelligibly. The fresh air and the shame he felt at having made a spectacle of himself in front of his servants helped him to regain some measure of composure, but it was a short trip, and the nearer he came to his home, the more his anguish came rushing back to him. He stopped the carriage in front of the house and got out. The door of the house was wide open, and a hired carriage, whose driver seemed surprised at having been called to such a magnificent residence, was standing in the middle of the courtyard. The general looked at it in terror, then went inside and ran toward his room, not daring to question anyone. Two people were coming down the stairs. Quickly hiding himself behind a curtain in order to avoid them, he saw Mercedes leaning on Albert's arm. They were leaving the house. "Courage, mother," he heard his son say. "This is no longer our home." The words and the footsteps died away in the distance. The general clung to the curtain, struggling to hold back the most horrible sob that ever burst from the bosom of a man abandoned by his wife and his son at the same time. Soon he heard the door of the carriage being closed and its driver calling out to the horses. The rumbling of the heavy vehicle shook the window panes. He rushed into his bedroom to catch one last glimpse of all that he had loved on earth, but the carriage went past without either of their heads appearing at the window to take a farewell glance at the lonely house or the forsaken husband and father. Just as the carriage was passing beneath the arch of the gate, a shot rang out and dark smoke floated out through one of the bedroom windows, which had been shattered by the force of the explosion. Chapter 55. After leaving Monte Cristo, Maximilian walked toward the Villefort residence. Noirtier and Valentine had agreed to allow him 2 visits a week, and he was about to take advantage of his right. Valentine was waiting for him when he arrived. Worried, almost frantic, she gripped his hand and led him before her grandfather. She was worried because she had heard about Albert's provocation of the Count of Monte Cristo at the opera. She had guessed that Maximilian would be the Count's second, and, in view of the young man's well-known courage and his deep feeling of friendship toward the Count, she was afraid that he might be unable to limit himself to the passive role he had been assigned. It is easy to imagine, therefore, the eagerness with which the details of the adventure were asked for, given and received, and Maximilian saw unspeakable joy in the eyes of his beloved when she learned that the terrible affair had had an outcome as fortunate as it was unexpected. "And now let's talk about our own affairs," said Valentine, motioning Maximilian to sit down beside Noirtier and sitting down herself on his footstool. "As you know, Grandfather once had the idea of leaving his house and taking an apartment for the 2 of us. Well, he's come back to that plan again." "Bravo!" exclaimed Maximilian. "And do you know what reason he gives for wanting to leave this house?" Noirtier looked at his granddaughter to impose silence on her, but she was not looking at him. Her eyes and her smile were all for Maximilian. "Whatever his reason is, I'm sure it's a good one," said Maximilian. "He says the air of the Faubourg Saint-Honore is bad for me. He may well be right. It seems to me your health hasn't been good for the past 2 weeks or so." "No, it hasn't been very good. Grandfather has made himself my doctor, and since he knows everything, I have great confidence in him." "But are you really ill, Valentine?" asked Maximilian anxiously. "Oh, I couldn't really say I'm ill. I just feel slightly indisposed. I've lost my appetite, and it seems to me that my stomach is struggling to accustom itself to something." "And what treatment are you following for this unknown illness?" "I take some of the medicine they bring for my grandfather. I began with 1 spoonful and now I'm up to 4. My grandfather claims it's a panacea." Valentine smiled, but there was a tinge of sadness in her smile. But I thought that medicine was made especially for your grandfather. All I know is that it's very bitter, said Valentine, so bitter that everything I drink afterward seems to have the same taste. Noirtier gave her a questioning look. Just before I came in to see you, grandfather, she continued, I drank a glass of sugared water and I had to leave half of it because it tasted so bitter to me. Noirtier looked at her with visible anxiety. The blood was apparently rushing to her head, for her cheeks began to turn red. That's strange, she said, without losing any of her cheerfulness. Could the sunlight have dazzled me? She leaned against the window. There isn't any sunlight, said Maximilian, running over to her. She smiled at him and said, Don't worry, it's already past. Listen. Isn't that a carriage in the courtyard? She opened the door, ran to a window in the hall and came back immediately. Yes, she said, Madame Danglars and her daughter have just come for a visit. I'll go right away, or else they'll come here to find me. Stay here with grandfather, Maximilian. I'll come back as soon as I can. Maximilian saw her close the door and heard her walk up the little staircase that led to her room and Madame de Villefort's. Madame Danglars and her daughter had been shown into Madame de Villefort's room. Valentine exchanged bows with them when she entered. I've come with Eugenie to be the first to announce her forthcoming marriage with Prince Cavalcanti, said Madame Danglars. Her husband had insisted on giving Cavalcanti the title of prince, which to him sounded much better than count. Then let me give you my sincere congratulations, said Madame de Villefort. Prince Cavalcanti seems to be a young man full of rare qualities. Yes, said Madame Danglars, smiling, he has a good heart and a keen mind, and my husband says his fortune is majestic, to use his own word. You might also add, said Eugenie to her mother, that you have a special fondness for him. I suppose there's no need to ask whether you share that fondness, is there? Asked Madame de Villefort. I don't share it in any way, replied Eugenie with her usual coolness. My vocation was not to chain myself to a household or the whims of a man, whoever he might be. I was born to be an artist and to be free. But since I must be married, I thank fate for saving me from Albert de Morcerf, otherwise I'd now be the wife of a man who has lost his honor. But, said Valentine timidly, is he really to blame for his father's disgrace? He deserves to share that disgrace, said the implacable Eugenie. After provoking the Count of Monte Cristo to a duel last night at the opera, he apologized to him this morning on the field of honor. Impossible! Exclaimed Madame de Villefort. It's perfectly true, said Madame Danglars. I learned about it from Monsieur Debray, who was present when it happened. Valentine also knew about the incident, but she said nothing. In her mind she was back in Noirtier's room, where Maximilian was waiting for her. She was lost in thought when Madame Danglars brought her back to reality by touching her on the arm and saying, Are you ill, Valentine? You've alternately flushed and turned pale several times in the last few minutes. Yes, you're very pale now, said Eugenie. Oh, there's nothing to worry about, said Valentine. I've been this way for several days now. She nevertheless realized that she now had an excuse to leave. And Madame de Villefort came to her aid by saying, You're really not feeling well, Valentine, and I'm sure these ladies will excuse you. Valentine embraced Eugenie, bowed to Madame Danglars and went out. She was almost at the bottom of the staircase and could already hear Maximilian's voice when suddenly a cloud seemed to pass before her eyes and she rolled down the last 3 steps. Maximilian rushed to the door and found her lying on the landing. He picked her up, carried her inside and set her down in an armchair. Valentine opened her eyes. Oh, how awkward I am, she said, with feverish volubility. Can't I even stand up any more? Are you hurt, Valentine? Cried Maximilian. Oh, my God! My God! Valentine looked around and saw that Noirtier's eyes were full of intense terror. "Don't worry, grandfather," she said, trying to smile. "It's nothing. I was dizzy for a moment, that's all. Please be careful, Valentine, I beg you," said Maximilian. "It's nothing, I tell you. It's all gone now. Let me tell you a piece of news. Eugenie Danglars is going to be married in a week. And when will it be our turn? You have such great influence on your grandfather, Valentine. Try to make him answer soon. So you count on me to stimulate grandfather's slowness and awaken his memory?" "Yes. And please act quickly. As long as you're not mine, Valentine, it will always seem to me that I'm going to lose you." "Oh, Maximilian," replied Valentine, with a convulsive movement, "you're too timorous for a soldier who, they say, has never known fear." She burst into strident laughter. Her arms stiffened and twisted, her head fell back and she remained motionless. A silent cry of terror burst from Noirtier's eyes. Maximilian realized that he must call for help. He pulled a bell cord. Valentine's maid and the servant who had replaced Barrois both appeared simultaneously. But Valentine was so pale, so cold, so lifeless that, without listening to what was said to them, they were seized by the fear which was constantly present in that accursed house and rushed out into the hall shrieking for help. "What's the matter?" cried Monsieur de Villefort from his study. Maximilian looked at Noirtier, who had just regained all his presence of mind and who motioned with his eyes to a closet in which Maximilian had already taken refuge once before in a similar situation. He had just time enough to pick up his hat and hide as he heard Monsieur de Villefort's footsteps coming down the hall. Villefort entered the room, ran over to Valentine and took her in his arms. "Send for a doctor," he cried. "Send for Dr. d'Avrigny." "No, I'll go for him myself." And he ran out of the room. Maximilian went out the other door. His heart was full of horrible memories. He remembered the conversation between Villefort and the doctor which he had overheard on the night Madame de Saint Méran died, and Valentine's symptoms, while less severe, were the same as those which had preceded the death of Barrois. At the same time he seemed to hear the voice of the Count of Monte Cristo, who had said to him only 2 hours before, "If you need anything, come to me, Maximilian. I can do much." As soon as this thought came to him he hurried toward the Count's house on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. The Count was in his study when Maximilian arrived. "What's the matter, Maximilian?" he asked. "You're pale and your forehead is streaming with perspiration." Maximilian sank into a chair. "Yes," he said, "I came here as fast as I could. I have to talk to you." "Is everyone in your family well?" asked Monte Cristo in a tone of affectionate benevolence whose sincerity was unmistakable. "Yes, thank you," replied the young man, visibly embarrassed about beginning the conversation. "Everyone in my family is well." "That's good. But what is it you want to tell me? Am I fortunate enough to be in a position to help you?" "Yes, you can help me. Or rather, I've come to you like a madman, thinking you could come to my aid in a situation in which only God could help me." "Tell me about it anyway. I don't know whether it's permissible to reveal such a secret to human ears, Count, but I'm almost forced to do it." Maximilian stopped hesitantly. And then, "Something tells me I mustn't keep any secrets from you." "You're right, Maximilian," said the Count. "God has spoken to your heart and your heart has spoken to you. Tell me what's on your mind. Count, will you allow me to send Baptistin to ask for news of someone you know?" "Certainly. Shall I ring for him now?" "No, I'll speak to him myself." Maximilian went out, called Baptistin and said a few words to him in a low voice. Baptistin hurried out of the house. "Has he gone?" asked Monte Cristo when Maximilian returned. "Yes. I won't be so worried now. I'm still waiting for you to tell me what's worrying you," said Monte Cristo, smiling. "And I'm ready to tell you. One night I was in a certain garden. I was hidden by a clump of trees and no one knew I was there. Two people came near me. Allow me to conceal their names for the moment, and I overheard their conversation. Someone had just died in the house of the owner of the garden, who was one of the two persons I was listening to. The other one was a doctor. The first man spoke of his fear and grief, for it was the second time within a month that death had suddenly and unexpectedly fallen on his house. "And what did the doctor say?" asked the Count. "He said that the death hadn't been natural and that it had to be attributed to—" "To what?" "To poison." "Really?" said Monte Cristo with that slight cough which, in his moments of emotion, served to conceal either his pallor, his redness or the extreme attention with which he listened. "Yes, Count." And the doctor added that if such an event should occur again, he would consider it his duty to call in the police. And yet death later struck a third time and neither of those two men said a word, and now death may be about to strike a fourth time. "Count, what do you think I ought to do, knowing this secret?" "My friend," replied Monte Cristo, "I think you're telling me about something which is well known to everyone. I know which house you're telling me about, or at least I know one exactly like it, a house in which there have been 3 strange and unexpected deaths. And yet, knowing all that as well as you, is my conscience troubled? No, it's not my concern. It may be that the justice of God has entered that house, Maximilian. If so, turn away your eyes and let that justice do its work." The Count spoke these words in such a solemn, awesome tone that Maximilian shuddered. "And besides," he added, "what makes you think death will strike again in that house?" "It is about to strike again, Count. That's why I came to you. What do you want me to do about it? Shall I call the public prosecutor, for example, Count? You know of whom I am speaking, don't you?" "Yes, I know quite well. It was in Monsieur de Villefort's garden that you overheard your secret and, according to what you've told me, I assume it was on the night Madame de Saint Méran died. It was Monsieur de Saint Méran 3 months ago, Madame de Saint Méran 2 months ago, Barrois a few days ago, and now it's either Noirtier or Valentine. You know that and yet you say nothing?" cried Maximilian. "What does it matter to me?" said Monte Cristo, shrugging his shoulders. "Are those people my friends? Why should I cause one of them to lose his life in order to save the life of another one? I have no preference between the murderer and the victim." "But I love her!" cried Maximilian in agony. "I love her!" "What?" exclaimed Monte Cristo, leaping to his feet. "I love her deeply, madly. I love her so much I'd give all my blood to save her from shedding a single tear. I love Valentine de Villefort, who's being murdered at this very moment, do you hear me? And I'm asking you in God to tell me how I can save her." Monte Cristo uttered a cry that was like the roar of a wounded lion. "You love Valentine?" he shouted. "You love that daughter of a cursed breed?" Maximilian had never seen such an expression on a human face. He shrank back in terror. Then Monte Cristo closed his eyes, as though dazzled by some sort of inward lightning, and struggled to subdue the storm that was raging within his heaving bosom. After a time he looked up and said, in a voice that had become almost calm again, "God punishes the indifference of men who remain cold and proud before the terrible spectacles He presents to them." I laughed, like an avenging angel, at the evil men do to one another, but now I myself have been bitten by the serpent I was watching. Maximilian groaned. "Be strong and don't lose hope," said the Count. "I'm here to watch over you." Maximilian shook his head sadly. "I tell you to hope," continued the Count. "Listen to me. If Valentine isn't dead now, she won't die. Go home now and wait till you hear from me." "Your coolness frightens me, Count," exclaimed Maximilian. "Do you have power over death itself? Are you more than a man?" Monte Cristo looked at the young man with a tender, melancholy smile and said, "I can do much, My friend. Go now. I need to be alone. Maximilian, subjugated by that prodigious ascendancy which Monte Cristo exercised over everyone around him, did not even try to resist. He shook hands with the Count and left. At the door he stopped and waited for Baptistin, whom he saw hurrying toward the house. Meanwhile Villefort had returned with Dr. Diavrigny. Valentine was still unconscious and the doctor examined her with extreme care while Villefort and Noirtier watched him breathlessly. Finally he said slowly, "She's still alive." "Still alive?" cried Villefort. "Oh, doctor, what a terrible thing you've just said." "Yes, and I repeat it. She's still alive, which surprises me very much." "But can you save her?" "Yes, since she hasn't died yet." As he said this, Diavrigny noticed Noirtier's eyes, which sparkled with such extraordinary joy and revealed such teeming thoughts that the doctor was struck by them. "Monsieur Villefort," he said, "please send for your daughter's chambermaid." Villefort ran out to bring her himself. As soon as he had closed the door behind him, Diavrigny approached Noirtier and asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Noirtier answered affirmatively. "Is it for me alone?" "Yes," said the old man's eyes. "Very well. I'll stay here with you." Just then Villefort entered, followed by the chambermaid, behind whom came Madame de Villefort. "What's wrong with the poor girl?" she asked. "She complained of not feeling well, but I didn't think it was anything serious." "She'll be better off in her bed," said Villefort. "Come, Fanny, we'll take her there." Dr. Diavrigny, who saw in this suggestion a means of staying behind with Noirtier, confirmed that this would be the best thing to do, but he ordered that she be given nothing unless he prescribed it. As she was being carried out, he told Villefort to go to the pharmacist in person and have the prescriptions prepared in his presence. The doctor then carefully closed the door and, after making sure that no one was listening, said to Noirtier, "Do you know something about your granddaughter's illness?" "Yes." Diavrigny reflected for a moment, then said, "Excuse me for what I'm about to say, but we mustn't neglect anything in this terrible situation. You saw Barrois die. Do you think his death was natural?" Something like a smile appeared on Noirtier's lifeless lips. "Then it has already occurred to you that Barrois was poisoned?" "Yes." "Do you think the poison was meant for him?" "No." "Do you think Valentine has been poisoned by the same person?" "Yes." "Will she also die, then?" "No," replied the old man's eyes triumphantly. "You don't expect her to die?" asked Diavrigny in surprise. "No." "Do you expect the murderer to abandon his efforts?" "No." "Then do you expect the poison not to have a fatal effect on Valentine?" "Yes." "Why do you think she'll be saved?" Noirtier looked steadfastly to one side. Diavrigny followed the direction of his gaze and saw that it was fixed on the bottles containing the medicine which was brought to him every morning. "Ah!" exclaimed Diavrigny, struck by a sudden idea. "Did it occur to you to accustom her in advance to the poison?" "Yes." "You gave her successively larger doses?" "Yes." "Yes," signaled Noirtier, delighted to have been understood. "And you succeeded," said Diavrigny. "Without that precaution, Valentine would be dead now. It was a violent attack, but she'll recover. This time, at least." Just then Villefort entered the room. "Here's the medicine you prescribed, doctor," he said. "Was it prepared in your presence?" "Yes." "And it hasn't left your hands since then?" "No." Diavrigny took the bottle, poured out a few drops of the liquid it contained into the hollow of his hand, swallowed it and said, "Good. Now let's go to see Valentine. I'll give my instructions to everyone, Monsieur de Villefort, and I want you to see to it personally that no one disobeys them." As Diavrigny and Villefort entered Valentine's bedroom, an Italian priest, austere in bearing and calm and decisive of speech, was renting the house next door to Villefort's residence. It was not known why the three tenants of that house moved out 2 hours later, but the rumor in the neighborhood was that its foundation was not solid and that it was in danger of collapsing. This, however, did not prevent its new tenant from establishing himself in it, along with his modest furnishings. On the same day, toward 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after having paid 6 months' rent in advance. He was, as we have said, an Italian priest and his name was Abbe Giacomo Busoni. Workmen were immediately called in and that same night the infrequent passers-by were surprised to see carpenters and masons engaged in rebuilding the foundations of the house. Chapter 56. 3 days later, toward 8:30 of the evening on which the ceremony of the signing of the marriage contract between Andrea Cavalcanti and Eugenie Danglars was to take place, the main salon of the Danglars residence, along with the 3 other salons on the same floor, was filled with a crowd of elegant people whose presence was due much more to curiosity than to affection for the Danglars family. Myriads of candles poured foods of light over the furnishings of the salon, whose bad taste was unredeemed by their expensiveness. Mademoiselle Eugenie Danglars was dressed, with elegant simplicity, in a figured white silk dress. A white rose half lost in her jet-black hair was her only ornament. She wore no jewels. Madame Danglars was speaking with Debray, Beauchamp and Chateau Renaud. Monsieur Danglars, surrounded by deputies and financiers, was explaining a new theory of taxation which he intended to put into practice when the government was finally forced to call on him. Andrea Cavalcanti was holding the arm of a dapper young dandy and describing to him a luxurious life he expected to lead in the future with his 175,000 franc income. The crowd flowed in and out of the salons like a tide of rubies, emeralds, opals and diamonds. As always, it was the oldest women who were the most elaborately ornamented and the ugliest who were the most obstinately set on showing themselves. At each moment the doorkeeper's voice rose above the noise of the crowd to announce some name known in the financial world, respected in the army or celebrated in literature. But for every name which had the privilege of producing a ripple in that human sea, how many others were greeted only by indifference or a sneer of disdain. Just as the massive clock was striking 9, the name of the Count of Monte Cristo was announced and all eyes turned toward the door. The Count was dressed with his usual simplicity. His white vest displayed his broad and noble chest. The thin gold watch chain which crossed it was his only piece of jewelry. With a single glance, the Count saw Madame Danglars at one end of the salon, Monsieur Danglars at the other and Mademoiselle Eugenie before him. He went to Madame Danglars first, then to Eugenie, whom he congratulated quickly and reservedly. Beside her was Mademoiselle Louise d'Armilly, who thanked him for the letters of recommendation he had been kind enough to give her for Italy and which, she said, she intended to put to use in the near future. As he was leaving these ladies, he turned around and found himself facing Monsieur Danglars, who had come over to shake hands with him. Andrea, who was in an adjoining salon, felt the wave of excitement which the Count's arrival had produced in the crowd and came in to greet him. He found him completely surrounded. Everyone was striving to have the honor of speaking with him, as always happens with people who speak little and never say a word without value. The notaries made their entrance and placed their documents on the velvet cloth embroidered in gold which covered the table that had been prepared for the signing of the marriage contract. One of the notaries sat down while the other remained standing. The reading of the contract was about to begin. It was read in the midst of complete silence, but as soon as the reading was finished the buzzing of voices became even louder than before. The dazzling sums mentioned in the contract had completed the sensation already produced by the bride-to-be's trousseau and diamonds, which had been placed on display in one of the adjoining rooms. Eugenie's charms were doubled in the eyes of the young men present. As for the ladies, it goes without saying that, while envying all that wealth, they themselves felt that they had no need of it in order to be beautiful. Andrea, overwhelmed with compliments and admiration from his friends, was at last beginning to believe that this dream was a reality and he was becoming bewildered. The notary solemnly picked up a pen, raised it above his head and announced, "Gentlemen, we shall now sign the contract." Baron Danglars was to be the first to sign, then the representative of Major Cavalcanti, then Madame Danglars, and finally the future bride and bridegroom. Danglars picked up the pen and signed, then handed it to the Major's representative. Madame Danglars approached, accompanied by Madame de Villefort. "Isn't it annoying?" she said to her husband. "We've been deprived of the pleasure of Monsieur de Villefort's company by an unexpected development in that case of robbery and murder in the Count of Monte Cristo's house." "That's too bad," said Danglars in the same tone in which he would have said, "What do I care about that?" Monte Cristo stepped over and said, "I'm afraid I may have been the cause of Monsieur de Villefort's absence." "You, Count?" said Madame Danglars as she signed the contract. "If that's true, I'll never forgive you for it." Andrea pricked up his ears. "It wasn't my fault," said the Count, "and I'd like to explain it to you." Everyone around him began to listen attentively. "As you may remember," he continued, "a man who had broken into my house to rob me was killed, apparently by his accomplice. In trying to save his life, they undressed him and threw his clothes into a corner, where the police picked them up. The police took his coat and trousers, but they overlooked his vest." Andrea began to edge quietly toward the door. "Well, that vest was found today, covered with blood and with a hole in the place over the heart," continued the Count. "It was brought to me. No one could imagine where it had come from. I alone happened to think that it had probably belonged to the murder victim. My valet, searching through it with disgust, felt a piece of paper in one of the pockets. He pulled it out. It was a letter addressed to you, Baron." "To me?" exclaimed Danglars. "Yes, to you. I managed to read your name beneath the blood with which the letter was spattered," added Monte Cristo amid a general outburst of surprise. "But how did that keep Monsieur de Villefort from coming here tonight?" asked Madame Danglars, looking uneasily at her husband. "It's quite simple, madame," replied Monte Cristo. "The vest and the letter constituted evidence in the case, so I sent them both to the public prosecutor. Legal proceedings are the safest in criminal matters. It may have been some plot against you." Andrea looked steadfastly at Monte Cristo and disappeared into the adjoining salon. "That's possible," said Danglars. "The murdered man was an escaped convict, wasn't he?" "That's right. An escaped convict named Caderousse." Danglars paled slightly. Andrea left the adjoining salon and entered the antechamber. "But finish signing the marriage contract," said Monte Cristo. "I see my story has upset everyone. Please forgive me." Madame Danglars, who had just signed, handed the pen back to the notary. "And now, Prince Cavalcanti," said the latter. "Where are you, Prince Cavalcanti?" "Go find the prince and tell him it's his turn to sign," said Danglars to one of his servants. At this moment a crowd of terrified people flowed into the main salon as though some frightful monster had just entered the house. And, indeed, there was cause to step back in fear. An officer had posted 2 gendarmes at the door of each salon and was walking toward Danglars preceded by a police commissary. Madame Danglars screamed and fainted. Danglars, who felt himself threatened, the conscience of some men is never calm, presented to his guests a face discomposed by terror. "Which of you gentlemen goes by the name of Andrea Cavalcanti?" asked the commissary. A murmur of astonishment arose from all over the salon. Everyone looked around. "But who is this Andrea Cavalcanti?" asked Danglars, who scarcely knew what he was saying. "He's an escaped convict from the prison at Toulon, and he's also accused of murdering another escaped convict by the name of Caderousse." Monte Cristo cast a rapid glance around him. Andrea had disappeared. Chapter 57. A short time after the scene of consternation produced in Baron Danglars' house by the unexpected appearance of the police and the revelation which had resulted from it, The entire mansion was emptied as swiftly as though one of the guests had suddenly developed a case of Asiatic cholera or the plague. Everyone hastened to withdraw, or rather to flee, for it was one of those situations in which it is better not even to try to give those commonplace consolations which make the presence of one's friends so inopportune during the great catastrophe. The only people who remained were Danglars, making his statement to the commissary in his study, Madame Danglars, trembling in her boudoir, and Eugenie, who had haughtily withdrawn to her room with her inseparable companion, Mademoiselle Louise d'Armilly. On entering her bedroom, Eugenie locked the door while Louise sank into a chair. "Oh, how horrible!" said the young music teacher. "Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti, an escaped convict, a murderer." "It was predestined," said Eugenie with an ironic smile. "I escaped from Morcerf only to fall into the hands of Cavalcanti." "Don't confuse the two, Eugenie. All men are contemptible, and I'm happy to be able to do more than hate them. Now I can despise them." "What are we going to do now?" asked Louise. "Why, the same thing we planned to do, leave." "You still want to do that, even though your engagement is broken off now?" "Why should I stay? So they can try to marry me to someone else a month from now?" "No, Louise, what happened tonight will serve as my excuse. I wasn't looking for one, but God sent me this one and it's welcome." "You're so strong and courageous," said the frail, blonde young girl to her dark-haired companion. "Don't you know me yet? Come, Louise, let's talk about our affairs now. Have you made arrangements for the carriage?" "Yes." "And what about our passport?" "Here it is." Eugenie, with her usual calm, unfolded the document and read, "Monsieur Leon d'Armilly, age 20, profession artist, black hair, black eyes, traveling with his sister." "Excellent. How did you get this passport?" "When I went to ask the Count of Monte Cristo for letters of introduction to the managers of theaters in Rome and Naples, I told him about my fear of traveling as a woman. He understood me perfectly and offered to get a man's passport for me. I received this one 2 days later. I wrote in the words, 'traveling with his sister' myself." "Well, then," said Eugenie gaily, "all we have to do now is to pack our trunks. We'll leave tonight instead of on my wedding night. Perhaps you'd better think it over, Eugenie." "Oh, I've already thought it over. We have 45,000 francs between us, enough to live like princesses for 2 years, or comfortably for 4. But within 6 months we'll have doubled our capital, you with your music, I with my voice." "Wait a moment," said Louise, going over to the door to listen. "The door is locked," said Eugenie. "If only someone doesn't tell us to open it." "Let them tell us to open it if they want to. We won't do it, that's all." "You're a veritable Amazon, Eugenie." The two girls set about piling into a trunk all the objects they thought they would need for their trip. When they had finished, Eugenie took out a set of masculine attire, complete from coat to boots. Then, with a swiftness which indicated that this was probably not the first time she had amused herself by dressing in the garments of the opposite sex, she put on the boots, trousers, vest and coat. "Wonderful!" exclaimed Louise, looking at her in admiration. "But will that lovely black hair fit into a man's hat like the one you have there?" "You'll see," said Eugenie. Grasping her long, thick tresses in her left hand, she took a pair of scissors in her right hand. A few moments later nearly all of her splendid hair was lying on the floor at her feet. She showed not the slightest sign of regret. On the contrary, her eyes shone more brightly and joyfully than ever beneath her black eyebrows. "Oh, all that magnificent hair!" said Louise sadly. "Isn't it 100 times better this way?" said Eugenie. "Don't I look more beautiful to you now?" "Yes, you're still beautiful. But where will we go now?" "To Belgium, if you like. That's the nearest frontier. We'll go to Brussels, Liege, Aix-la-Chapelle and Strasbourg, Then we'll cross Switzerland and go down into Italy. Does that suit you? Yes, of course. What are you looking at? I'm looking at you. You're really adorable like that. If people could see you now, they'd think you were kidnapping me. And they'd be right, by God. Why, I do believe you just swore, Eugenie. The two girls burst out laughing. Then, having blown out the candles, they cautiously opened the door. Eugenie went first, carrying her end of the trunk with one hand, while Louise struggled to hold up her end with both hands. The courtyard was empty. The clock had just struck midnight. In the street they found a porter and gave him the trunk. Having instructed him to take it to 36 Rue de la Victoire, they walked along behind him. A quarter of an hour after they arrived at that address, a carriage was ready to take them on their journey. "Which road shall I take, young man?" asked the coachman. "The road to Fontainebleau," replied Eugenie in an almost masculine voice. "Why did you say that?" asked Louise. "It's only to throw them off the track. We'll take a different direction as soon as we reach the boulevard." "You're always right, Eugenie." A quarter of an hour later the carriage had passed the barrier Saint Martin and was outside of Paris. Monsieur Danglars had lost his doll. Chapter 58. Let us now leave Mademoiselle Danglars and her friend on their way to Brussels and return to poor Andrea Cavalcanti, whose rise to fortune had been so disastrously interrupted. Notwithstanding his youth, Monsieur Andrea Cavalcanti was an intelligent and resourceful man. As we have seen, at the first sign of disturbance in the salon he had begun to inch his way toward the door, walked through 2 other rooms and finally vanished from the house. One detail which we have forgotten to mention, but which ought not to be omitted, is that one of the 2 rooms he walked through was the room in which the bride-to-be's trousseau and jewels were on display. Andrea showed his foresight by seizing the most valuable of these riches as he passed. They made him feel much more light-hearted as he leaped out the window and slipped past the gendarmes. Once outside, he ran for a quarter of an hour, not knowing where he was going but wishing to put as much distance as possible between himself and the place where he had almost been arrested. He stopped out of breath at the end of the Rue Lafayette. He was completely alone. Then he saw a cab approaching. He hailed it and asked the driver, "Is your horse tired?" "Tired," replied the driver. "He hasn't done anything all day long. Only 4 customers and 20 sous in tips, 7 francs in all, and I have to give 6 of it to the owner. Would you like to earn 20 francs more?" "I'd be glad to. What do I have to do?" "I want to overtake one of my friends with whom I'm going hunting tomorrow. He was to wait for me in his cabriolet till 11:30. It's midnight now, so he probably got tired of waiting for me and went off without me. Will you try to catch up with him?" "I'd like nothing better." Andrea climbed in and the cab set off at a rapid pace. They never caught up with the imaginary friend, of course, but from time to time Andrea would ask a passer-by if he had seen a green cabriolet drawn by a bay horse, and since 9/10 of all cabriolets are green, information poured in from all sides. It had always just been seen passing by. "Faster! Faster!" cried Andrea. "We can't be far behind it now." And the poor horse kept up its desperate pace until they had left Paris and arrived at Louvres. "I can see now I'm not going to catch up with my friend and that I'll kill your horse if I go on any further," said Andrea. "I'd better stop here. Here's your money. I'll spend the night in the Hotel du Cheval Rouge and take the first carriage I can get tomorrow morning. Good night." After handing the driver the money, Andrea leaped nimbly down to the pavement. The driver headed back toward Paris and Andrea pretended to go into the Hotel du Cheval Rouge, but, after standing before the door until the cab was out of sight, he walked rapidly on down the road until he had covered 2 more leagues. Then he stopped, not from fatigue, but because he had to think carefully and devise a plan. Taking a stagecoach was out of the question, because a passport would be necessary for that. It was also out of the question to remain in the vicinity of Paris, which is one of the most closely patrolled regions of France. He sat down by the roadside and thought. 10 minutes later he had made his decision. He sprinkled dust over one side of the overcoat he had had time to take from the antechamber and button over his evening clothes. Then he walked on till he came to Chapelle-en-Serval and knocked boldly on the door of the local inn. The innkeeper came to the door. "I was thrown off my horse on the way from Montrefontaine to Senlis," said Andrea. "I must get back to Compiègne tonight or my family will be seriously worried about me. Do you have a horse I could rent?" The innkeeper called his stable boy and told him to saddle a horse. Then he woke up his son, a boy of 7, and instructed him to ride behind the gentleman and bring back the horse. Andrea gave the innkeeper 20 francs. As he drew out the money, a calling card fell to the floor. It was the card of one of his recently acquired Paris friends. When the innkeeper picked it up after Andrea's departure, he was therefore convinced that he had rented his horse to Monsieur de Mauleon, 25 Rue Saint-Dominique. By 4 o'clock in the morning Andrea had arrived in Compiègne. He sent the innkeeper's son back with the horse and knocked on the door of the Hôtel de la Cloche de la Boutillière, reflecting that before going any further he would do well to fortify himself with a good supper and some sleep. A servant came to the door. "I'm coming from Saint-Jean-aux-Bois, where I had dinner," said Andrea. "I intended to take the stagecoach that passes at midnight, but I lost my way like a fool and I've been wandering around in the forest for 4 hours. Let me have a room and bring me a cold chicken and a bottle of Bordeaux." The chicken was fresh, the wine was old, the fire was clear and sparkling, and Andrea surprised himself by eating with as much appetite as though nothing had happened. Then he went to bed and almost immediately sank into the deep sleep which a young man of 20 always finds, even when he is filled with remorse. However, we must admit that, although Andrea might well have been filled with remorse, he actually had none. Here is the plan he had devised and which was responsible for the greater part of his feeling of security. He would get up at dawn, leave the hotel after scrupulously paying his bill, go into the forest and buy the hospitality of some peasant on the pretext that he was a painter. Then he would procure an axe and the costume of a woodsman and travel from forest to forest until he reached the nearest frontier, walking at night, sleeping during the day and approaching inhabited places only from time to time in order to buy food. Once across the border, he would sell his diamonds, which ought to bring him somewhere in the neighborhood of 50,000 francs. Furthermore, he counted heavily on Danglars' desire to hush up their misadventure as much as possible. It was for these reasons, aside from his fatigue, that Andrea went to sleep so quickly and slept so soundly. In order not to oversleep he left the shutters open and contented himself with bolting his door and laying out on the table beside his bed a certain very sharp knife whose temper he knew well and which never left him. At about 7 o'clock the next morning he was awakened by a ray of sunlight shining in his face. As soon as he opened his eyes he knew he had slept too long. He leaped out of bed and ran over to the window. A gendarme was crossing the courtyard, another one was standing at the bottom of the stairs, and a third, on horseback and holding a musket in his hand, was guarding the door to the courtyard, the only door through which it was possible to leave. "They've come for me," was Andrea's first thought. He looked frantically around him. The windows of his room opened onto an outside gallery which was perfectly visible from below. "I'm lost," was his second thought. Indeed, for a man in Andrea's situation, an arrest was equivalent to a death sentence. For an instant he convulsively pressed his head between his hands. During that instant he almost went mad with fear. But soon a hope-giving thought came to him and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He looked around. The objects he sought were all together on the writing desk. A pen, some ink and a sheet of paper. Forcing his hand to be steady, he wrote the following lines. "I have no money to pay my bill, but I am not a dishonest man. I am leaving this tie pin as a pledge. It is worth at least 10 times the amount of my bill. Please excuse me for leaving at dawn. I was ashamed. He pulled the pin from his cravat and laid it on top of the note. This done, he drew the bolt of the door, left it slightly ajar as though he had left the room without locking it, then began to climb up the chimney like a man accustomed to that kind of gymnastic exercise. At that very moment the first gendarme was walking up the stairs accompanied by a police commissary. Here are the circumstances that led to that visit which Andrea was preparing so carefully to receive. At dawn the telegraph had begun sending messages in all directions. As soon as each locality was notified, it sent out its authorities in search of the murderer of Caderousse. Compiègne, a royal residence and a fortified town, is abundantly supplied with gendarmes and police commissaries. The search had therefore begun as soon as the telegraphic order was received. The Hôtel de la Clochette de la Boutillière being the largest hotel in town, it was naturally the first to be visited. When the gendarme, who was a brigadier, and the police commissary arrived at Andrea's door, they found it half open. "Aha!" said the brigadier. "An open door is a bad sign. I'd rather find it locked with 3 bolts." Indeed, the note and the tie pin left behind by Andrea confirmed the sad truth. He was gone. But the brigadier was not a man to yield to one piece of evidence. He looked under the bed, behind the curtains, inside the closet and finally stopped before the fireplace. Thanks to Andrea's precautions, there was not a single trace of his passage in the ashes. Nevertheless it was an exit, and under the circumstances every exit deserved careful investigation. The brigadier had some straw and wood brought to him, stuffed the fireplace with it and set it on fire. A dark column of smoke rose up to the sky, but the brigadier did not see anyone fall into the fireplace as he expected. Andrea, who had been in conflict with society ever since his childhood, was at least as resourceful as a gendarme, even a gendarme who had attained the respectable rank of brigadier. Foreseeing the fire, he had climbed out onto the roof and was lying flattened out beside the chimney. For an instant he had hopes of being saved, for he heard the brigadier call down to the 2 gendarmes who had remained outside, "He's not here." But when he cautiously raised his head he saw that, instead of withdrawing after this announcement, the 2 gendarmes had, on the contrary, doubled their vigilance. He looked around him. The Hôtel de Ville, a colossal 16th-century building, rose up like a somber rampart to his right. Every part of the roof was visible from its windows. Andrea realized that he would soon see the brigadier's face appear at one of those windows. He therefore resolved to go back down into the hotel through another chimney. He looked until he saw a chimney from which no smoke was coming, crawled across the roof to it and climbed down into it without being seen by anyone. An instant later a little window of the Hôtel de Ville opened and revealed the face of the brigadier. It remained motionless for a time, then disappeared with a sigh of disappointment. The brigadier, as calm and dignified as the law he represented, walked through the crowd gathered in the square without answering any of their countless questions and went back into the hotel. "Well?" asked the 2 gendarmes. "He must have left early this morning," replied the brigadier. "But we'll have the road to Villers-Cotterets watched and we'll have a search made in the forest. We're sure to catch him there." The brigadier had hardly finished his sentence when a long shriek of fright, accompanied by the violent ringing of a bell, resounded through the courtyard. "What's that?" cried the brigadier. "There's a guest who seems to be in quite a hurry," said the innkeeper. "From what room are they ringing?" "From number 3, replied the servant. "Who's staying in number 3? asked the brigadier. "The young man who arrived with his sister last night and asked for a room with 2 beds." Once again the bell began to ring desperately. "Follow me," cried the brigadier to the commissary. "And you outside there, shoot if he tries to escape. According to the telegraph he's a desperate criminal." The brigadier and the commissary ran up the stairs. followed by the uproar which the revelation concerning Andrea had brought forth from the crowd outside. Andrea had skillfully climbed 2/3 of the way down the chimney, but at that point his foot had slipped and, despite the support of his hands, he had descended with much greater speed and noise than he wished. This would not have mattered if the room had been empty, but, as luck would have it, it was inhabited. 2 women were sleeping in one bed when they were awakened by the noise. They stared at the fireplace, from which the noise had come, and soon saw a man emerge from it. It was one of those 2 women, the blonde one, who had uttered the terrible shriek which had echoed throughout the whole hotel, while the other one, a brunette, had given the alarm by pulling on the bell cord with all her might. "Mercy!" cried Andrea frantically without seeing the persons to whom he was speaking. "Don't call for help. Save me. I won't hurt you." "Andrea the murderer!" cried one of the 2 women. "Eugenie! Mademoiselle Danglars!" exclaimed Andrea, passing from fright to stupefaction. "Help! Help!" screamed Mademoiselle d'Armilly, taking the bell cord from Eugenie's hands and pulling on it even more violently than her friend had done. "Save me! They're after me!" said Andrea, clasping his hands. "Don't turn me over to them." "It's too late," said Eugenie. "They're already on their way up here." "Then hide me somewhere. Tell them you were frightened for no good reason. That will turn away their suspicion and you'll have saved my life." "All right," said Eugenie. "Go back up the chimney and we won't say anything." "There he is!" cried a voice from outside the door. "There he is! I see him." The brigadier had put his eye to the keyhole and seen Andrea pleading with the 2 young women. A violent blow from the butt of a musket broke the lock and the door flew open. Andrea ran to the other door, opening onto the gallery that encircled the courtyard, ready to escape through it. The 2 gendarmes outside fixed him in the sights of their muskets. Andrea stopped short, clutching his useless knife. The brigadier walked up to him with his saber drawn. Come, put that back in its sheath," said Andrea. "I'm surrendering, so there's no need to go to all that trouble." And he held out his hands for the handcuffs. Turning to the 2 young women, he smiled impudently and said, "Is there any message you'd like me to deliver to your father, Mademoiselle Eugenie? I'll no doubt be going back to Paris now." Eugenie hid her face with her hands. "Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of," said Andrea, "and I don't hold it against you for running after me this way. After all, I was practically your husband, wasn't I?" On this cheering note Andrea left the room, leaving the 2 fugitives to suffer from their shame and the remarks of the assembled crowd. An hour later they climbed into their carriage and resumed their journey. This time they were both dressed as women. Andrea was taken back to Paris and imprisoned in the Conciergerie. Chapter 59. Valentine had not yet recovered. It was in her bedroom, and from Madame de Villefort's lips, that she learned about the events we have just related, although she was so weak that she did not react to the story as she would have if her condition had been normal. Indeed, it produced only a few vague ideas and fluctuating forms which mingled for a time with the strange notions and fugitive phantoms arising from her sick brain or passing before her eyes. During the day, Valentine was maintained within the bounds of reality by the presence of her grandfather, who had himself wheeled into her room and remained there, covering her with his paternal gaze. Then when Villefort came home from the Palace of Justice, he would spend an hour or 2 with his father and his daughter before withdrawing to his study at 6 o'clock. At 8 o'clock Dr. d'Avrigny would arrive, bringing Valentine's nightly medicine, and then Noirtier would be taken back to his own room. A nurse chosen by the doctor remained with Valentine until she went to sleep, usually toward 10 or 11 o'clock. Maximilien Morel came to see Noirtier every morning to ask about Valentine. Strangely enough, he seemed to be less worried every day. First of all, although Valentine was still in the grip of a violent nervous excitement, she was slowly recovering, and then Monte Cristo had said if she did not die within 2 hours she would be saved. She was still alive and 4 days had gone by. This state of nervous excitement pursued Valentine even into her sleep, or rather into that somnolence that succeeded her waking hours. It was then, in the silence of the night and in the dim light shed by the small lamp burning on the mantelpiece, that she saw those shadows which come to people in the rooms of the sick. Sometimes she seemed to see her stepmother threatening her. Sometimes it was Maximilian, holding out his arms to her. Sometimes she saw people who were almost strangers to her, like the Count of Monte Cristo. Even the furniture, in her moments of delirium, seemed to be moving and wandering around the room. All this would last until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when she would fall into leaden slumber till morning. In the night following the morning when she had learned about Eugenie's flight and Andreas' arrest, an unexpected scene took place in Valentine's bedroom. The nurse had withdrawn only 10 minutes before and Valentine was in the grip of her nightly fever. In the flickering light of the lamp on the mantelpiece, she suddenly saw the door to her library begin to open without making the slightest noise. In any other circumstances she would have seized the bell cord and rung for help, but nothing surprised her in her present condition. She was aware that all the visions surrounding her were only the products of her delirium. A human figure appeared behind the door. Due to her fever, Valentine was too familiar with this sort of apparition to be frightened by it. She merely opened her eyes wider and hoped it would turn out to be Maximilian. The figure approached her bed, then stopped and seemed to be listening with deep attention. A ray of light from the lamp shone on the face of the nocturnal visitor. "It's not Maximilian," murmured Valentine. Convinced that she was dreaming, she waited for the man to disappear or change into some other person. Remembering that the best way to make these unwelcome visions disappear was to drink some of the soothing medicine which the doctor had prescribed for her, she put out her hand toward the glass standing on the table beside her bed. Just then the apparition stepped forward and came so close to her that she seemed to hear its breathing and feel the touch of its hand on her arm, which she slowly drew back. Then the figure, which seemed to be protective rather than threatening, took the glass, held it up to the lamp and examined it carefully. But this test was not sufficient. The figure took a spoonful of the medicine from the glass and swallowed it. Valentine thought the vision was about to vanish to make way for another one, but the figure, instead of fading away like a shadow, came up to her again, held out the glass to her and said, "Now you may drink." Valentine started. It was the first time one of her visions had spoken so realistically. She opened her mouth to scream. The man put his finger to his lips. "It's the Count of Monte Cristo," she murmured. "Don't call for help and don't be afraid," said the Count. "The man you see before you, this time it's not an illusion, Valentine, is the most affectionate, respectful friend you can imagine." Valentine made no reply, but her frightened eyes seemed to say, "If your intentions are pure, why are you here?" With his keen perceptiveness, the Count realized what was taking place in her heart. "Listen to me," he said, "or rather, look at me. Look at my reddened eyes and my face which is even paler than usual. I haven't slept for 4 nights. For 4 nights I've been watching over you, protecting you, preserving you for our friend Maximilian." The blood rushed joyfully to the sick girl's cheeks, for the name which the Count had just pronounced swept away all the mistrust he had inspired in her. "Maximilian," she repeated. "Did he tell you everything?" "Everything. He told me your life was his and I promised him you would live." "Are you a doctor?" "Yes, and the best one you could possibly have at this time, believe me. You say you've been watching over me, yet I haven't seen you till now." Monte Cristo pointed in the direction of the library. "I was hidden behind that door," he said. "It leads into the house next door, which I've rented." Valentine looked away in modest pride and said, "What you've done is madness, and the protection you've given me strongly resembles an insult." "Valentine," said Monte Cristo, Here are the only things I've seen during my long vigil. Who came into your room, what food was prepared for you, and what you were given to drink. When your beverages seemed dangerous to me, I entered as I did just now, emptied your glass of the poison and replaced it with a liquid which, instead of bringing on the death that had been prepared for you, made life flow through your veins. Poison. Death, cried Valentine, once again believing herself to be under the influence of some feverish hallucination. What are you saying? Monte Cristo put his fingers to his lips again. Yes, I said poison and death. But first drink this. He took out a flask containing a red liquid and poured several drops of it into her glass. And after you've drunk this, don't drink anything else for the rest of the night. Valentine put out her hand, but drew it back in fright as soon as it touched the glass. Monte Cristo took the glass, drank half of its contents and handed it back to Valentine, who smiled and swallowed the rest. Oh, yes, she said, I recognize the taste of the medicine that always brings down my fever and calms my brain a little. Thank you, Count. Now you know how you've lived for 4 nights, Valentine. But you don't know what terrible torment I've gone through when I saw the poison poured into your glass, when I trembled lest you drink it before I could pour it out into the fireplace. If you've seen the poison poured into my glass, then you must have seen the person who poured it, said Valentine in terror. Tell me who the murderer is. Haven't you ever seen anyone come into your room at night? Yes, I've seen shadows pass, approach and disappear, but I took them for visions brought on by my fever, and even when you came in just now I thought for a long time that I was either delirious or dreaming. So you don't know the identity of the person who wants to take your life? No. Why should anyone want me to die? You're about to find out who it is, then, said Monte Cristo, listening attentively. You're not delirious tonight and you're wide awake. I want you to summon up all your strength now. Pretend to be asleep and you'll see. Valentine seized the Count's hand and said, I think I just heard a noise. Hurry, leave. With a benevolent smile that filled her with gratitude, the Count tiptoed over to the library door. Just before he closed it behind him he turned around and said, Remember, don't move and don't make a sound. Unless you pretend to be asleep you may be killed before I can come to your aid. With this frightful injunction, the Count vanished behind the door, which closed silently. Valentine remained alone. 2 clocks struck midnight and then, except for the rumble of a few distant carriages, everything became silent. Valentine was obsessed by a single thought. There was someone in the world who had already tried to murder her and who was about to try once again. 20 minutes passed, 20 eternities. Then 10 more. Finally an almost imperceptible scratching on the library door told Valentine that the Count was listening and telling her to listen also. From the opposite direction, that is, from the direction of Edward's room, she seemed to hear the floorboards creaking. She held her breath. The door began to open. Having raised herself up on one elbow, she scarcely had time to fall back down and hide her eyes under her arm. Then, with her heart clutched by unspeakable fear, she waited. Someone came up beside her bed. Valentine, whispered a voice. She shuddered to the depths of her soul, but she did not answer. Valentine, repeated the same voice. She still remained silent. Then she heard the faint sound of a liquid being poured into the glass from which she had just drunk. Only then did she dare open her eyes, which were hidden beneath her arm. She saw a woman dressed in a white peignoir pouring out the liquid from a flask. Valentine must have gasped or made some slight movement, for the woman stopped in alarm and leaned over the bed to make sure she was really asleep. It was Madame de Villefort. On recognizing her stepmother, Valentine could not repress a shudder, which caused a vibration in the bed. Madame de Villefort instantly flattened herself against the wall and silently watched Valentine's every movement. Valentine recalled Monte Cristo's terrible words. It seemed to her she had seen some sort of long, pointed knife in Madame de Villefort's hand. She forced herself to close her eyes, although this usually simple action was now almost impossible for her to perform. Meanwhile, reassured by the sound of Valentine's regular breathing, Madame de Villefort put out her arm again and finished emptying the contents of her flask into Valentine's glass. Then she withdrew. No sound indicated to Valentine that she had gone. She merely saw her arm disappear. That fresh, rounded arm of a woman of 25 who was pouring out death. A scratching on the library door drew Valentine out of the dazed torpor into which she had fallen. She raised her head with great effort. The door opened and the Count of Monte Cristo reappeared. "Do we still have any doubts?" he asked. "Oh, my God!" murmured Valentine. "Did you recognize her?" Valentine groaned and said, "Yes, but I still can't believe it." "Do you prefer to die, then, and cause Maximilian to die also?" "Oh, my God! My God!" repeated the girl frantically. The Count picked up the glass and tasted its contents. "This time it isn't brucine," he said, "but a simple narcotic. I recognize the taste of the alcohol in which it's dissolved. If you had drunk what Madame de Villefort just poured into this glass, Valentine, you'd be lost." "Oh, why does she want to kill me?" cried Valentine. "What? Are you so kind, so gentle, so reluctant to believe evil of others that you haven't realized the reason?" "No, I've never done her any harm." "But you're rich, Valentine. You have an income of 200,000 francs a year which could belong to her son. Monsieur and Madame de Saint-Méran died so that you would inherit their fortune. That's why Monsieur Noirtier was condemned to death when he made you the beneficiary of his will, and that's why you yourself must die, Valentine, in order that your father may inherit from you and that your brother may in turn inherit from him. Edward, poor child, is it for him that all those crimes were committed? Ah, at last you understand. If only he doesn't have to suffer for it. Valentine, you're an angel. Has she given up trying to kill my grandfather? She no doubt reflected that when you were dead his fortune would naturally go to your brother and that the murder would therefore be a useless risk. And to think that a woman could devise such a diabolical plan. Do you remember Perugia and the man your stepmother spoke with about poisons while you were waiting for the carriage? It was then that the plan began to develop in her mind. "Oh, Count!" cried the girl, bursting into tears. "I see it all now, and I see I must die. No, Valentine, our enemy is defeated because we've unmasked her. You'll live to love and to be loved, to make a noble heart happy. But in order to live, you must have complete confidence in me. I'm at your orders, Count. I'll do anything in order to live, for there are two people in this world who love me and would die if I died, my grandfather and Maximilian Morel. No matter what happens to you, Valentine, said Monte Cristo, don't be frightened. If you lose your sight, your hearing and your sense of touch, don't be afraid. If you awaken without knowing where you are, don't be afraid. Even if you should find yourself in a tomb or a coffin, rather, keep your head and say to yourself, at this moment a man dedicated to my happiness and that of Maximilian is watching over me. What a terrible extremity! Would you prefer to denounce your stepmother? I'd rather die than do that. You won't die, Valentine. But I want you to promise me that, no matter what happens, you won't lose hope. Believe in my devotion to you as you believe in God's goodness and Maximilian's love. Valentine gave Monte Cristo a look full of gratitude. He took out his little emerald box, opened it and dropped into her hand a round pill the size of a pea. Valentine looked at him questioningly. Yes, he said. She put the pill into her mouth and swallowed it. And now goodbye, Valentine, said Monte Cristo. I'm going to try to sleep, for you're saved. He watched her as she gradually went to sleep, overwhelmed by the power of the narcotic he had just given her. Then he picked up her glass, emptied most of its contents into the fireplace so that it would appear that Valentine had drunk it, set it back down on the table beside her bed, and disappeared through the library door after having taken one last look at Valentine, who was sleeping with the tranquility of an angel lying at the feet of the Lord. Chapter 60. The lamp continued to burn on the mantelpiece in Valentine's room, consuming the last drops of oil that remained floating on the surface of the water and casting a reddish glow on the white curtains and sheets. All the noises of the street had finally died down and the silence inside was almost frightening. Then the door of Edward's room opened and a face which we have already seen appeared in the mirror opposite the door. It was Madame de Villefort coming in to determine the effects of her poison. She stopped on the threshold, listened, heard nothing but the crackling of the lamp, then walked silently over to the table beside the bed to see if Valentine's glass was empty. Nearly all its contents were gone, as we have already noted. Madame de Villefort emptied the remainder into the fireplace, stirred the ashes, carefully rinsed out the glass, dried it with her handkerchief and set it back on the table. Anyone looking into the room at that moment would have seen how she hesitated to look at Valentine and approach the bed. The murderer was frightened by her own work. She finally took courage, leaned over the bed and looked. Valentine was no longer breathing. Her livid lips had ceased to quiver. Madame de Villefort put her hand over Valentine's heart and felt nothing. She drew back her hand with a shudder. Valentine's arm was hanging over the edge of the bed. Her wrist was already a little stiff and there was a bluish tinge around the edges of her fingernails. Madame de Villefort no longer had any doubt. It was all over now. Her final task had been accomplished. She stepped back, but then she stood motionless, absorbed in the sight of death. Several minutes went by. The lamp flickered and soon afterward the flame was extinguished, plunging the room into frightful darkness. In the midst of that darkness the clock awakened and struck 4:30. Madame de Villefort groped her way to the door and returned to her own room with perspiration streaming down her forehead. The darkness continued for 2 more hours. Then, little by little, a wan light began to invade Valentine's room. Finally it became bright enough to lend color and form to the objects inside. The nurse entered the room, holding a cup in her hand. For a father, or a lover, the first glance would have been decisive. Valentine was dead, but for that mercenary Valentine was only asleep. She went over to the fireplace, kindled a fire, sat down in her armchair and, although she had left her bed only a short time before, she took advantage of Valentine's sleep to sleep for a few more minutes. The clock awakened her by striking 8. Astonished by Valentine's continued slumber and frightened by the arm which continued to hang over the edge of the bed, she walked over to the bed. It was only then that she noticed Valentine's cold lips and her still breast. She tried to bring the arm back beside the body, but it obeyed only with that horrifying stiffness about which a nurse could make no mistake. She shrieked and ran to the door screaming, "Help! Help! What's the matter?" replied the voice of Dr. Divrani from the bottom of the stairs. It was the hour when he usually paid his morning visit. "Did you hear someone calling for help, doctor?" asked Villefort, coming out of his study. "Yes. It came from Valentine's room. Hurry." But before the doctor and the father arrived, the servants had entered and, seeing Valentine pale and motionless, were now raising their hands before their faces and reeling as though they had been stunned. "Call Madame de Villefort." "Wake up, Madame de Villefort," cried the public prosecutor, apparently not daring to enter her room. But instead of responding to his order, the servants were looking at Dr. Divrani, who had run over to Valentine and was now raising her up in his arms. "One more," he murmured as he put her back down on the bed. "Oh God, when will you grow weary of this?" "What are you saying, doctor?" cried Villefort. "I'm saying that Valentine is dead," replied Divrani in a solemn and terrible voice. Villefort sank to the floor and came to rest with his head on Valentine's bed. The servants turned and fled. muttering sinister imprecations. They were heard hurrying down the stairs and through the halls. Then there was a great hustle and bustle in the courtyard, and that was all. Every one of them had deserted the accursed house. Madame de Villefort appeared in the doorway. She stood there for a moment, calling a few reluctant tears to her aid. Suddenly she rushed forward, her arms stretched out toward the table. She had just seen Dr. d'Avrigny lean curiously over the table and pick up the glass she was sure she had emptied during the night. It was about 1/3 full, precisely as it had been when she had poured its remaining contents into the ashes. Valentine's ghost suddenly rising up before her would have produced a less violent effect on her. The liquid in the glass was of exactly the same color as that which she had poured into it the night before and which Valentine had drunk. The doctor was looking at it attentively. He could not fail to recognize the poison. There could be no doubt. It was a miracle which God had performed in order to foil the murderer's precautions. While Madame de Villefort stood motionless, like a statue of terror, and while Villefort, his head buried in the sheets of Valentine's bed, saw nothing of what was taking place around him, the doctor walked over to the window to examine the contents of the glass and tasted a drop of it on the end of his finger. "Ah," he murmured, "it's no longer brucey now. Let's see what it is." He went over to a cabinet which had been transformed into a miniature pharmacy, took out a phial of nitric acid and poured a few drops of it into the glass. The liquid instantly changed to a blood-red color. "Aha!" he exclaimed with the horror of a judge to whom the truth is revealed, mingled with the joy of the scientist who has solved a problem. Fire flashed from Madame de Villefort's eyes for an instant, then was extinguished. She turned, staggered to the door and went out. A few moments later there was the sound of a body falling to the floor. D'Avrigny, who had noticed Madame de Villefort's hurried exit, went to the door and saw her lying motionless on the floor. "Go take care of Madame de Villefort," he said to the nurse. "She's fainted." "But what about Mademoiselle Valentine?" stammered the nurse. "Mademoiselle Valentine doesn't need anyone's help now, because she's dead. Dead. Dead," sighed Villefort in a paroxysm of grief that was all the more heartrending because it was new and previously unknown to that heart of bronze. "Dead," cried a third voice. "Who says Valentine is dead?" The two men turned and saw Maximilian Morrel standing in the doorway, livid and wild-eyed. For this is what had happened. At the usual hour of his visit, Maximilian had arrived at the small door leading to Noirtier's room. Since, contrary to custom, the door was not locked, he walked in without ringing. He stopped in the hall and called for a servant to announce him to Noirtier, but no one answered. As we have seen, all the servants had deserted the house. Maximilian had no particular reason to be worried. He had Monte Cristo's promise that Valentine would live, and so far the promise had been faithfully kept. Every evening the Count gave him good news, which was confirmed by Noirtier the next day. Nevertheless this solitude appeared strange to him. He called out a second time, and a third, but there was still the same silence. He decided to go upstairs. Noirtier's door was open. The old man's eyes seemed to express an inward tension which was confirmed by the strange pallor of his face. "You seem worried, sir," said Maximilian. "Would you like me to call one of your servants?" "Yes," signaled Noirtier. Maximilian pulled on the bell cord, but no one came. He turned to Noirtier. The anguish in the old man's eyes continued to grow. "Why doesn't someone come?" said Maximilian. "Is there someone ill in the house?" Noirtier's eyes seemed ready to leap from their sockets. "What's the matter?" continued Maximilian. "You frighten me. Is Valentine?" "Yes. Yes." Maximilian opened his mouth to speak, but he was unable to utter a sound. He pointed to the door. "Yes. Yes. Yes," signaled the old man. Maximilian dashed out of the room and down the stairs. Less than a minute later he arrived at Valentine's room. The door was open. A sob was the first sound he heard. He saw, as though through a mist, a black figure kneeling beside the bed. He stood stock still in the doorway, transfixed by fear. It was then that he heard a voice saying, "She's dead," and a second voice answering like an echo, "Dead. Dead." Villefort stood up, almost ashamed at having been caught in his outburst of grief. The terrible profession he had exercised for 25 years had made him into something either more or less than a man. He stared at Maximilian and said, "Who are you, and why have you forgotten that one does not enter a house which has been visited by death? Leave at once." But Maximilian remained motionless, unable to take his eyes off the bed and the pale figure lying on it. "Leave at once, do you hear me?" cried Villefort as Giovanni stepped forward to come to his aid if necessary. Maximilian hesitated and opened his mouth, but, unable to find a single word to reply, despite the swarm of thoughts rushing through his brain, he turned and fled, clutching his head between his hands. Villefort and Giovanni exchanged a glance which seemed to say, "He's mad." A few minutes later they heard the staircase groaning under a heavy weight and saw Maximilian, who, with superhuman strength, had picked up Noirtier's wheelchair and was carrying the old man down to the second floor. When he reached the landing he set the wheelchair down and rolled it swiftly into the room. As he approached Valentine's bed, Noirtier's face, with its flaming eyes, was like a terrifying apparition to Villefort. Each time he had found himself in contact with his father, something terrible had happened. "Look what they've done to her!" cried Maximilian, with one hand on the back of the wheelchair and the other pointing to Valentine. "Look, grandfather, look!" Villefort stepped back and stared in astonishment at this young man who, almost a stranger to him, called Noirtier grandfather. At this moment the old man's whole soul seemed to rush into his eyes. The veins of his neck swelled and his cheeks and temples turned purple, as though he had been stricken with an epileptic fit. A shriek was the only thing lacking in that inward explosion of his entire being. That shriek burst forth, so to speak, from every pore, frightful and heartrending in its silence. "They asked me who I am and what right I have to be here," cried Maximilian, gripping the old man's inert hand. "You know. Tell them. Tell them." His voice was choked by a sob. Noirtier's chest heaved convulsively and tears appeared in his eyes. "Tell them I was her fiancé," continued Maximilian. "Tell them she was my only love in this world. Tell them this corpse belongs to me." And the young man, presenting the terrible spectacle of great strength being shattered, fell heavily to his knees beside the bed. His grief was so touching that Giovanni turned his face away to hide his emotion, and Villefort, without asking for any further explanation, moved by that magnetism which draws us to those who have loved those for whom we mourn, held out his hand to the young man. But Maximilian saw nothing. He had seized Valentine's icy hand and, still unable to weep, was biting the sheets and groaning. For a time nothing was to be heard in the room except the mingled sobs, imprecations and prayer. Finally Villefort, who had the greatest measure of self-control, said to Maximilian, "You say you loved Valentine and that you were her fiancé. I knew nothing of your love or your engagement, but I, her father, forgive you for it because I see that your grief is real and profound. Besides, my own heart is so filled with grief that there is no room in it for anger. But, as you see, the angel you loved has left this earth. Bid farewell to her mortal remains and take leave of her forever. Valentine no longer needs anyone except a priest to bless her." "You're mistaken, sir," cried Maximilian, raising himself up on one knee. "Valentine needs not only a priest but an avenger. Send for the priest, Monsieur de Villefort. I will be the avenger." "What do you mean?" murmured Villefort, trembling. "I mean that there are two men in you, Monsieur de Villefort. The father has wept long enough. It's now time for the public prosecutor to begin his duties." Noirtier's eyes flashed fire and Dr. Giovanni stepped closer. I know what I'm saying, continued Maximilian, after examining the faces of all those present, and you all know already what I'm going to say. Valentine was murdered. Villefort bowed his head. D'Avrigny approached still closer, and Noirtier signaled yes with his eyes. You're mistaken, replied Villefort. There has been no crime in my house. Fate has struck me down and God is trying my soul. It's horrible to think about, but there has been no crime. Noirtier's eyes flamed still more brightly and D'Avrigny opened his mouth to speak, but Maximilian put out his arm to command silence. And I tell you there is a murderer in your house, he cried out. I tell you that this is the 4th victim in 4 months. I tell you that you already know all this because this gentleman here warned you about it as a friend and as a doctor. You're delirious, said Villefort, struggling vainly against the net in which he felt himself caught. If you think I'm delirious, I refer you to Monsieur d'Avrigny. Ask him if he remembers what he told you in the garden of this house on the night Madame de Saint Mirand died. Villefort and d'Avrigny looked at each other. Yes, I overheard those words, continued Maximilian. I should have repeated them to the authorities myself. If I had, I would now be the accomplice of the murder of my beloved Valentine. But the accomplice is about to become the avenger. This 4th murder is flagrant and visible to everyone's eyes, and if Valentine's own father abandons her, I swear that I myself will avenge her murder. And I join Monsieur Morel in demanding that justice be done, said d'Avrigny firmly, for my heart is sick at the thought that my cowardly complaisance has aided the murderer. Oh, my God! My God! Murmured Villefort, overwhelmed. Maximilian looked up and saw Noirtier's eyes, which were glowing with superhuman fury. Monsieur Noirtier wishes to speak, he said. Yes, signaled Noirtier. Do you know who the murderer is? Asked Maximilian. Yes. And you'll guide us? Cried the young man. Noirtier gave him a tender, melancholy look, then turned his eyes toward the door. Do you want me to leave, sir? Asked Maximilian in despair. Yes. May I at least return later? Yes. Shall I leave alone? No. Whom do you want to leave with me? Monsieur de Villefort? No. Dr. d'Avrigny? Yes. You want to be alone with Monsieur de Villefort? Yes. D'Avrigny took Maximilian by the arm and led him into the next room. After a quarter of an hour Villefort appeared in the doorway and said, Come here. All 3 of them went in and stood aside Noirtier's wheelchair. Villefort's face was livid. Gentlemen, he said to Maximilian and d'Avrigny in a choked voice, I want you to give me your word of honor not to reveal the horrible secret. The 2 men started. But the murderer! Exclaimed Maximilian. Have no fear. Justice will be done, said Villefort. My father has revealed the murderer to me. He is as eager for vengeance as you are, yet he asks you, as I do also, to swear to keep the secret of the crime. Isn't that right, father? Yes, said Noirtier's eyes resolutely. Maximilian made a gesture of horror and incredulity. Villefort caught his arm and said, You know what an implacable man my father is. You may be sure that if he makes this request of you he knows that Valentine's death will be terribly avenged. The old man's eyes confirmed this statement. Villefort continued, My father knows me and I've given him my word. I ask for only 3 days, gentlemen. Within 3 days the vengeance I will have taken on the murderer of my daughter will make the most callous of men shudder to the depths of his soul. Will that promise be kept, Monsieur Noirtier? Asked Maximilian. Yes, signaled the old man with a look of sinister joy. Will you swear, then, to leave the vengeance to me, gentlemen? Asked Villefort. D'Avrigny turned away and murmured a feeble yes, but Maximilian rushed over to the bed, kissed Valentine's cold lips and fled from the room with a groan of utter despair. Is there any particular priest you'd like me to call in to pray for Valentine? Asked d'Avrigny. No, replied Villefort. Go bring the nearest one. The nearest one is an Italian priest who just moved into the house next door. Shall I stop in to see him on my way home? Yes, ask him to stay here with Valentine. Do you want to talk to him? No, I want to be alone. Please apologize to him. A priest ought to understand all grief, even the grief of a father. Villefort took leave of Giovanni and went into his study, where he began to work. For certain natures, work is a remedy for all afflictions. On his way out, Giovanni saw a man wearing a cassock standing on the front steps of the house next door. He went over to him and asked, "Would you be willing to render a great service to a poor father who has just lost his daughter?" "I'm speaking of your neighbor, Monsieur de Villefort." "Yes, I know that death has visited his house," replied the priest with a marked Italian accent. "I was about to offer my services of my own accord. It's the mission of a priest to anticipate his duties." "She was a young girl." "Yes, I know that also. I learned it from the servants I saw fleeing from the house. I learned that her name was Valentine, and I've already been praying for her." "Thank you, Father," said Giovanni. "Since you've already begun to carry out your sacred duties, please continue them. Come sit beside the poor girl. Her whole family will be deeply grateful to you." "I'll go," said the priest, "and no prayers will ever be more fervent than mine." Giovanni took the priest by the hand and, without meeting Villefort, who had locked himself in his study, led him to Valentine's room. As they entered, Noirtier's eyes met those of the priest and apparently read something in them, for the old man continued to look at him steadfastly. In order that he would not be disturbed in his prayers, and that Noirtier would not be disturbed in his grief, the priest bolted not only the door through which Giovanni had just left, but also the door leading into Madame de Villefort's room.